That's moving.
Okay, hello friends, we are back and I'm hoping that most of my technical troubles have been resolved. Here's here's to hoping, fingers crossed. So welcome everybody. It's another tough day on the wildfires. Hopefully it's getting warmer, it's getting a little drier, the winds are a little bit less. However, we're looking towards warming and drying trend with some very scary fire weather that could be developing by Monday and Tuesday. So this is a crucial make and break point in the fires, like the Caldor especially.
I'm just taking a look over here at the Dome soup here at 7,000. So just kind of heads back up that area.
Sorry, I'm going to be stepped on by the pilots and such. We are seeing some VLATs, very large aerial tankers here, like the MD-87. However, they have visibility that's lapsing in and out, which they keep mentioning. But we'll try to monitor as many fires as we can at the time.
Are you saying San Joaquin 2? I'm sorry.
Hey, from San Joaquin 2, we'll be doing a subject stop at the Harris Street Farm.
Okay, so there's some police activity that continues to...
Just going to take a little bit of time. You just want me to head to the IP now? Come to the IP, you can start working up towards the working area at 8,500. I'm going to come back out there at 7,500 in the working area.
That we were before, right? What ICR we calling that one? The South IP.
Affirm, South IP. Working area. And plan on coverage overlay.
Fire here in a minute.
Okay, sorry, it's one of those points of the day where I struggle to talk.
3007.
To the working area.
Understood.
There's a gas leak. Oh,
Air attack
wonderful.
58 right, on TFR.
58 right, air attack right.
So we couldn't get over there, so, we're going to probably have to, I imagine it clears up at some point, but we were going, IFR conditions trying to get over there, so imagine we'll have to go all the way around to access that. Is that what you're seeing?
Negative, it was kind of soupy for us over there too when we were doing our transition handoff, so just come back over here and go back to priority number 1.
Yeah, so on the map we were right there. We looked at it earlier and we could see it, but this time we couldn't even see. We could barely see DP-27 when we flew over that.
Nope, let's just return to the previous project, man.
Okay, we'll do. If you can let Helco know.
Play pretty good here with the winds coming.
Okay.
And I think tomorrow, even with the north winds coming in here, the more that you could get in here and kind of secure this for them, it's going to be beneficial.
Okay, we'll just keep going over here.
And I guess you guys kind of started going direct instead of doing the dozer line, correct?
Yeah, we suggested going and doing the dozer line with Division November and Romeo Papa Trinity, but they wanted us to go direct for now because it was coming up at them. So at some point we recommend that we should paint the backside of that dozer line too, but we haven't got there yet.
And I don't think they, talking to them earlier this morning when I was out here the first round, I just don't think they have the resources staffing it. Because if we could paint it and they could burn it, that'd be the best thing for it.
Yeah, I'll let you talk to them and just figure that out, but just let us know the overall plan. Just coming from the division, they wanted us to go direct on it and try to slow it down.
Okay, yeah, let me work something out. Maybe we could do both.
That's kind of what we were hoping, is that we could, we're almost done connecting it all direct, and then we'd really like to paint that other side of the dozer line if they want us to.
Yeah, I know Lead 6-1, that was his first project, and if we could complete that, that would be optimal.
Yeah, we're all on the same page.
Do well to do a couple tankers, do maybe the V-lats on the dozer line, and the lats all interior for a little while. Does that work for you?
Well, I think we're almost done interior. If you could talk them into just letting us go do the dozer line, I think we're all on the same page. We'd rather do that.
Okay. I'll get with Division. It was Division Lima, right?
Yeah, and we can keep it wide enough off the dozer line. They won't have to pull out of there. They keep working.
Yeah, awesome, totally. I thought he just had some dozers walking up in there anyways, which is not a factor. So let me get a hold of him and I'll clean it up.
Yeah. If you can talk him into it, we'll turn that switch and go.
Yeah, I think that's a viable plan. I'll get it.
A lot going on. What I heard was they were doing some firing ops on Silver Fork, and they were wanting aircraft to kind of monitor it, and throughout the night they need the night shift there with engines to make sure that everything is that they can handle that line tonight. So
Can you have CHP Center 1185, there's one vehicle blocking westbound.
I'm hoping I could turn off.
Division Romeo Tango. Caldor airtime on air.
I was hoping I could turn off that police stuff. Wow, yeah, the Sonora West Cam. Yeah, thanks for all for being here.
I would think with the north wind that's coming, to start there at the lookout and to make that project on the really like for you.
Wow. I'll check my email in a second. The things you miss when you're troubleshooting the issues here.
Down towards that DP-12.
Yikes. So that situation is... Whoa. It's like a weather broadcast
I don't
trying
know if we
to...
have the resources to do that, but we could probably complete that project and then get that, if you could burn that tonight, that would give you a pretty good buffer in there for maybe the north winds. Okay, Romeo 3-1, no go. 105. Burning, I don't think that's okay, and your call sign again, this is not November, huh? Yeah. Today.
Too far.
Some of the stuff down lower we might grab too, so just, if you want I can go direct with Division. It sounds like it's Division Romeo and November, the same person, or they're together, and then Romeo Hoffa training I've also been talking to, but yep, we'll start on it.
Yeah, if you want to go direct, that's fine. And you have control of the scoopers, correct? They're just going down there a little bit farther to the west?
Yeah, A-firm, they're going direct on all this stuff coming up, down closer to DP-17 or 12, I mean, DP-12, lower than that.
Okay. Well, then I'll just let you guys go to work. I like it. And do you want any more aircraft? I think we may get them ripped off to this new fire down to TCU. We'll see.
We'll take everything you can get. Might as well slam it in. I mean, if there's stuff, more VLATs or something sitting, we'll take them.
I'm sure there's probably some more MAVs.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take them. If they need them for another fire, that's understandable, but if they're just sitting there, we'll definitely use them.
Okay, and you're comfortable with the scoopers coming in there, you just sequencing them in between the fixed wing, correct?
Yeah, it's totally fine. We set up a checkpoint out there. It's working great.
Okay. As long as you're comfortable.
So you know we do have the scooper on the air tactics.
Okay, perfect.
Division November, Bravo 58, go ahead. Okay, we'll get going on it.
Sorry, I had a phone call. I am back.
So understand, no joy on the Bravo. If you guys give it a shot later, come in from the southwest. We got, I don't know, 30, 40 miles. It's a little hazy, but I know we're not up way high, but at 5,000 it's still doable to get in from that direction.
Copy. Yeah. Let us complete this project here. I hate hopscotching and whack-a-mole around. We'll try to complete this and then we'll get over there.
Okay, and Unmanned Romeo was requesting maybe 30 minutes to do a mission, so we can continue hanging out or we can go shut down. Sounds like they don't need any rotors right now.
Well,
you can RTB if you want to save wait time. It looks like it's good. I'll bring it back out.
Okay, we'll do that. Unmanned Romeo, I'll let him know just to get a hold of you if they want to launch. And like I said, yeah, it is just a pocket over here, but out to the southwest. Bravo would be the best bet, but I think as you could get in, I heard what he said, and yeah, back that way there is a definite wall.
Okay. And are they not going to fire that now? Is that the plan?
They're not going to burn anymore, and the plan is still mainly that Sullivan Ridge, the dozer line that we were putting in, retardant with helicopters, just banging it out with 1 or 2 lats probably.
Okay, and that MRB is completely smoked out?
The MRB could be done, but it's just, to me, it's burning time on the helicopters, and they're starting to get close on timing out, and it would take a long time for them to do it.
timing out.
Back up later, but most of our Type 1s were hour restrictive today.
Understood.
Probably like truck drivers. You can like spend so much time in the air before you're legally required to sleep. So that might be what's going on here. I'm checking out Plumas County.
Over there, Bravo's got a piece they got to figure out over there first, and then they're going to come over. Talked with Unmanned Romeo 3-1. I think they got a mission in about 30. And if you don't have any need for helicopters right now, we're going to head in and save some time. See something different, just call, and we can come right back out. And I think the air would be good to get a couple out here to help you out. So just give a holler, and we'll be in. You can contact AirTech. Uniform Romeo, Unmanned Romeo.
Thank you for the evac information. That's nuts.
Contact AirTech for that mission. There is nothing over here at the moment, but the Bravo might come over and take a look still.
We're just not having another good day, are we?
They're over on the east side of the fires, but yes, they're up with tankers and Bravo.
Okay, it does look like it's just an evacuation warning over here on the Dixie Fire. Issued 4 hours ago.
Yeah, we see them all lined out there. They're parked kind of on a east-west line there.
This is the Irola.
I'm code 4, fires 97. Can you try to get a CTA from CHP?
Aerola, excuse me. The Aerola fire. Sorry guys, trying to juggle the different fires again and all the info. So I've just spent the last couple of hours
You're still bringing them into the South IP at 8,500.
Troubleshooting rather than monitoring the fire. So thanks for getting me back up to speed. So yeah, I hope you guys are well too. I'm feeling a little bit better, not 100%, but
Bravo Saturday, the right shooter got the 2 additional.
Quail Ridge. Okay, I'm still having some. Just when I thought it was good, this website's giving me fits again. Everything was going pretty dang well, so I don't know what to make of it.
David 607.
Additional VLATs to south, IP 8500 coming at you.
Okay, sounds good.
Hopefully we can just complete this whole thing here real quick.
Yeah, exactly, yep.
So, yeah, there's a firefighter injury. That is sad. It sounds like the Arola here, which is down by Sonoma. Excuse me, not Sonoma, Sonora. I keep doing that. My greatest apologies. So, yeah, if you want the evacuation information, it's Zone Haven.
TV1 status check.
Link in the description of the video. Okay, so wait, oh, this isn't it. Looks like it doesn't do this county. So heck, let me go find the accurate evacuation link. I don't know why.
And Air Tech 7 Bravo Sierra is landing assured Heliboo.
I don't know why.
Copy, frequency approved.
There isn't just one map. Why isn't there just one map?
761.
So.
Go ahead.
761, I'm out of the unit on Raphael Ridge.
What? And now there's a Washington fire?
1761.
Wonderful. Stockton Road, Sonora location. Okay. So here's the information that you need to know for considering everything around Sonora and Calaveras County. Looks like there's a Washington fire now. Great. Jeff Stone been watching the leaks cam in and out. The fire's closing closer to the cam. Yeah, that's fun. So they were talking about doing some firing ops in the canyon and worried about holding it throughout the night. Let's see, I made a note on that. Lima will need a few engines. And at 1:40 p.m. we're firing Silver Fork Road. So that's the information there. But I continue to...
Cancel will be at 1182 only. And all the 10-8 anyway.
Just as soon as I go live, these problems come back. So we'll try to deal with it. Okay. So let me see if a different browser like Opera or something is going to be better. You know, this is a little bit strange, but I've just installed a bunch of browsers to try to fix the situation. So, but it's wrong on all of them. Okay, so there's Leak Springs. Let's do a 3-hour. Link in the chat here was what anybody needs to know about the new Washington fire and what's going on in Calaveras County. RJ just got home from work. Facility was empty for about an hour. Evacuated 80 plus residents. They returned at 10 p.m. last night. I am in culinary. Got them fed and all is well. Thank goodness. I'm so happy to hear that, RJ. So he's talking about an assisted living type place in Grass Valley. And boy, Grass Valley could have been worse yesterday. They had such a good response. Sorry, I'm going to have to mute that for you guys because it's doing a weird thing. So Bob Fraser says 10 engines were requested for mile 36, Highway 50, about 1 p.m. structure defense. Yeah. So Yeah, we're having a fun day, and these are supposed to be the pretty mild days before the bad weather that's coming throughout the weekend and early next week. So hold on to your butts. That's the thing. So yeah, winds are turning north, and we're looking at single-digit relative humidities. Yeah, this is not going to be good. We have a red flag warning at the area near Magalia, which I need to investigate. But I was just trying to see if I can get these cams working. It's not mattering which browser, so really could be my ISP. But we'll do the best we can here. So there's just crackling. Let's get back up to speed. Yeah, Bamboo Soldier, that didn't amount to anything though, but there's some sort of a drug user type person with paraphernalia and such who caused a small fire last week near Tahoe, but unknown. That doesn't seem to be related to anything. We have a suspicious start that he announced for the French fire. If anybody has information, please, call Kern County Sheriff's Office. They didn't release any more information than that, though. Just like everybody else, I'm dying to know. But suspicious doesn't mean somebody's trying to burn down the state. It can mean something like trying to steal power from a neighbor or, for their illegal growing up or something like that. But, illegal and suspicious are pretty related terms when we're considering these things. So, Lake Springs, we saw this. This is a lookout tower. It is not just a camera, it's a lookout tower. You're splashing that with retardant all yesterday and doing firing ops around it to protect it because there's people stationed here. So they want to make those people safe. So I want to go back to CAL FIRE and on Facebook and see what we have for announcements over here by Tahoe, because this is just looking nasty. They're having low visibility. A lot of their aircraft is off the fire at Caldor, and I don't know if they've been able to redirect. Some of the choppers are just, they're saving the not the strength, but there's only so many hours a pilot can fly before they have to have a day off. Just like a truck driver, and he seemed to be, saving their hours. So I did see Tinker 910 working the area. So I'm gonna try to look at let's see, the Dorado, Wildfire Dorado. The Amador El Dorado unit. So,
Bravo 58 right shooter attack.
Didn't I have that zone haven?
Hey, that all looks really good. I could try to get you one additional
Really?
Yeah, whatever you can get us, let us know. But I think we're going to be able to piece it together pretty quick. But just a reminder, our transitions are in like 23 minutes.
That's Bravo 79.
Okay.
7222. Copy, we were out there, so we'll head over there too.
Closed up. We're going to have to probably skip over where all those vehicles are parked, or go around them, but probably skip over them.
Okay, you think you could just box them in, or do you have to go over the top of them?
And so 5 hours ago, they had new evacuation info, and I did.
We just told them. He didn't want to move them because they're all busy, and I understand that. So we'll skip over that section if we need to, and then we can do it later if there's time, maybe.
No, I just flew the whole thing, man. It looks really good. You guys are doing a good job. Thanks.
Okay.
Really? Okay. So.
Summit Avenue. What are you looking?
we'll look at flight radar for the moment as I try to troubleshoot this over here. But I was alarmed to see, and I retweeted it, just whatever I could see that showed up on my Twitter. Not that I know how to use Twitter very well, but 5 hours ago, Caldor Fire updated evacuation warnings and orders. So 50 closure was extended east to Myers, and evacuation routes. Residents evacuating the area should use Highway 50 east. Evacuation orders for El Dorado County from Twin Bridges to east to Echo Summit, from Highway 50 south to Amador and Alpine County line, from Highway 50 north to Flagpole Peak, and evacuation warnings are Christmas Valley from 89 west to Echo Summit, 89 west to Watershed Ridge, and south to the Amador-El Dorado County line. Alpine County, Highway 89 south from Luther Pass to Pickett's Junction, which is Highway 88, west on Highway 88 to Kirkwood. The evacuation shelter is opened by the Red Cross, and it is at Douglas County Community Center, 1329 Waterloo Lane, Gardnerville, Nevada. What a deja vu for the people who had gone through the Tamarack. Seems like a year ago that we were covering the Tamarack, doesn't it? Yeah, doesn't it? But no, it seems like this whole month has been a year. So I will continue to troubleshoot the issue over here, and let's see here. Trying this off screen. Bear with me. And they're not talking right now. I have it open. The Caldor Fire is still open. Just going to try to click some buttons. No idea. Okay, maybe we're making progress. Let's see. Let's see here. There was a small button that said privacy protection.
Unmanned Romeo 3-1 on airground command.
Unmanned Romeo 3-1, air attack. On airground command, go ahead.
Unmanned Romeo 3-1, currently on the ground, Division Delta, along the Dozer line, section 36. I understand you're using altimeter 3007.
Affirmative, 3007.
Hey, firm, looking for clearance to lift from the Dozer line, section 36. Looking to see where the fire's at in the Camp Creek drainage, sections 35 and 36. And looking for 4,500 and below.
4,000. You want 4,500 and below?
Hey, firm.
Approved.
I copy, and would you like us to request clearance before each flight?
Affirmative.
Man, Romeo 3-1, copy, full deal.
I'm still troubleshooting. Sorry. Be right with you.
Four 58 air attack on Skipper.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just let you know, unmanned Romeo 3-1 is going to have a 4,500 or below over there in Division Delta. Yeah, you're fine.
Yep, copy.
Map 5 is 7 miles, 500.
Okay, round 2. Let's refresh this. All right. Well, if Veg and Chrome and Firefox aren't going to work, maybe Opera is our man. It's a little weird, but Let's see if it works. So, okay. And I'm almost ready here. Hang on a second.
There it is, 40 on the heading. Stop.
All right, so okay. All right. Maybe this will work. Maybe this will work. All right, there's Outingdale. Do a test.
Central David 1872. I'm out at the 2837 Mason Road call.
10-4.
All right, refresh. There. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it just has a little bit of a delay, but it seems to work better than what I was doing before. Okay, so that's
952. I'll be 1098 with a report.
hallelujah. Okay, sorry, friends. So, going back up to the chat, what have I missed here? So, we got a lot here to catch up on. So sorry I've had technical difficulties. Made some phone calls, did some troubleshooting, and it's still a little bit of a work in progress, but we're going to go on the fly here best we can. So, while we have a lot of reduced aircraft going on at the Caldor, we've got some pretty crazy stuff going on with cams, and I'm going to duplicate the tab here over there at Sonora, right? Wait, I'm sorry. I'm going to keep doing that. No, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Okay, we're just going to do single window. Arg. Don't know what else to do about this situation. It seems like when I duplicate them, it just kind of goes nuts. Oh, really? Really? I just want to think I have it fixed. It isn't. But let's just go with what we have here. If I just pick like 3 of them and just refresh, we'll have a better experience. So sorry, this is frustrating. Everything was working fine until yesterday, and just boom, just suddenly wasn't. So we go to regions. That's not Greater Tahoe, I believe. Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
29-10-4.
Going back up here. Yeah, I've been switching to the beta and the not beta version. That's a good idea to just kind of try to start fresh and just go alert Wildfire and well, we went to Greater Tahoe. We'll try this too. So we can go down to sorry. Let's see, yes. Yeah, that's not Greater Tahoe. So let's go to our Sierra Foothills. Sierra Foothills.
Hotel Water Tender 258.
Yeah, Sonora East and West.
Air tag, Placerville, Elevate on Air Ground Command.
It's just not wanting to go.
Yep, just curious if the air is clear on the east side. for ops recon flight.
Wow. All right.
Unknown at this time. Unable to evaluate that at this time.
Command 1.
All right, guys.
Division Romeo,
Yeah.
Trinity, Caldor Communications, go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am. A message for the med leader. The branch 20 medics are going to have an extended engagement today on Division Romeo Papa due to the complexity of the operations. The intent will be to have them available tomorrow morning for day shift, but we're going to need them out here a little bit later tonight.
Right. Extended operations at Romeo Papa. I think that's over by Silver. What was that? Silver Fork Road. Let me go back to my notes here. They've been talking about that a little bit today on the Caldor. So.
Division Romeo, Trainee, Caldor Communications, copy.
Oh, really?
Romeo Training cleared.
Caldor Communications, Division Foxtrot, Trainee, on command.
Okay. All right.
Caldor, attack on TFI.
Fire 151 showing 20 to the south.
Caldor attack at 9,500, altimeter 3007. With 10,500 work for you?
Trot will be held on a 24 today.
All right, friends.
007 on the altimeter.
All right, I have a a button I could press. Hopefully, it is going to reconnect quickly, and you guys don't get dumped off the screen, the stream. But I'm going to press this button and try to connect with a VPN. And if it dumps you, I'm sorry. I'll be right back. But if it doesn't, then hopefully, fingers crossed. So, one moment here. Hola, hola. All right. Okay, let's see if this works. Hey, maybe it's working.
Pacheco 2 being held on a 24.
Maybe it's working. You guys still here?
I'll just walk down to the box and face with you.
All right.
Operations Caldor Communications, copy.
Fingers crossed. Okay. Hallelujah. Okay. Sorry, I don't understand what is going on. The ISP was not helpful when I called him in the middle of the night, and I could have troubleshooted it a bit more, but I was like, you know what, it's 3 in the morning. And I've been doing it for hours today here, too, on my end, thinking it was random things, but, it's them. It's them. Okay, I'm coming in 5x5. Great. All right, thank you. My apologies. Let's get back up to speed. So people were worried about this particular camera, the Sonora West. It looks like it's still raging down there. We're going with the ugly version of this alert wildfire cams, but at least it's functional. In fact, actually, maybe the beta is. The beta is working again. Okay. It's a lot less, ugly. And in general, it works better for me. Tinker 912 is leaving McClellan. Awesome. Okay, we have 333 viewers. I'm going to take that as lucky because I love the number 3. So that's 3 threes. Wow. Okay, here we go. So sorry, I have to look at maybe 20 minutes of chat that I just ignored. We'll continue to look at that mesmerizing thing, and we're listening to Caldor, but it doesn't look that great over at the Dixie Fire. And so what I have just done is thank you for your kind donations. I have spent some of the money on a Broadcastify premium account, and I familiarized myself with it a little bit this morning. And I have a whole new way of bringing us switching easily between the different feeds. And I have a whole new way of taking left and right channel audio. Sometimes they will, let's see, what is this? Sometimes they will have, say, law enforcement left channel of what you can hear in your stereo, and fire on the right channel. And when they do that, then we could just like turn off law enforcement, but that depends on if the ham radio operator has set it up that way. Doesn't look like we have any joy on the Caldor, but we may have in other channels a heck of a lot less chaos, like when we were trying to monitor the South Fire. So bear with me, I'm still learning the ropes there, but I want to check Quincy cams and such because I'm quite alarmed by the new evacuation warnings and such over here in Plumas County. And we can check on flight radar to see if any aircraft is over there. But I now have a kind of a dashboard. Check this thing out. This is the bee's knees. So I can stop Caldor, start Lassen with the greatest of ease.
Don't go out. Direct from the work area south. Down towards Lassen. Back to elevation.
So thank you for everything you guys do. I can't do this without you. So we're now listening to Lassen, which is not very clear. When it's this fuzzy, it's usually pretty far away. I think the ham radio operator may be somewhere near Susanville, if I had to just guess. So whenever they're talking about places far away, we have the scratchiest, dirtiest audio. So we do have... Okay, I'm going to mute that for you guys. We do have some good news out of the morning update for the Dixie Fire, and instead of playing it, I'm going to condense it. You know, the big problems they were having holding 44 within the last 24 hours and trying to protect Old Station. They said that last night they made a lot of good progress on that. I'm seeing a Sikorsky work the area, and we got a couple of helicopters and a lead plane in there, and lead planes or wind tankers are in action. That's generally their function. That's these Broncos, the OV-10s. So looking over back at like Quincy, we have the Quincy area. We have some dog dirt kind of clarity on our cams, monitoring the Dixie. Oh, there's a bird. Look, there's our lucky bird on Quincy. That I didn't catch the silhouette there, but guys, I'm superstitious, and I like seeing the birds on the cams. So
Vision Quebec, Rocky copy 33, man.
I can barely make that out. Yeah, and that's enough of that. I mean, I was hoping there would be an equalizer here on Premium Broadcastify, and there is not. There's just like a just a left to right channel, and that's kind of sad because if I have an equalizer, I can get some of those scratchy noises and reduce them for you guys. I'll try to install special software, but I am not a sound expert by any means. Wow, looks like it's blurry. The Sierra Tahoe cam is about to pivot, or is in the middle of pivoting. You think that was a turkey vulture? Maybe. But I like vultures. I think they're lucky too. So, is there air support on the east side of the Caldor? You know, there has been. There has been off and on. Mostly, they think they were just looking at things. But I've seen them over there, and they had the quote special projects. And I think that was working over by the Leak Springs cam. So anyway, there's a helicopter over there by Quincy. We just can't see anything. That visibility is just dog dirt over there. So we've got a lot of monitoring the situation on the east side, and that's of grave concern because of the new evacuation orders and watches of today. Wow, we have a scooper. Excellent. That'll be fun to watch. We cheer those on. And by fun, I mean that's a good sign that they're here. And not like this is entertainment, but yay. Them being around.
Caldor operations, Firewatch 5-1, command.
Okay, we're back on Caldor. Let's just listen to see if they're going to be able to work here. Going back up to chat, let me read and catch up. There's fire jumpers in Montana? Wow, okay.
Go for operations.
Firewatch 5-1's on scene. We're just coming over Silver Lake. I want to get your priorities.
Alan, thank you. I need to get the charity link back up. Sorry, guys. Yeah, you know what? I do need a full reinstall of Windows. My stream was going great until it decided to update itself.
Air to ground command here real quick.
I was going to clone my old C drive, and I'm just wondering, you know what? Should I just start fresh? I've got an NVMe M2 drive now.
Bravo 79, flying blue by inbound.
PCI Express 3. That should be super speedy. Let's go back and look at the Sonora West cam. East Quincy is dog dirt. Okay, let's do a 3-hour or 1-hour time lapse because people are saying that this tower is threatened over here at the Arola fire. Wow, look at those. Look at the tankers working it. Cool.
David 750. 750, go ahead. You can clear all units from the 7222 Raphael Ridge at CC.
It's fascinating.
Out that northeast corner.
Wow. Now it won't let me zoom. Won't let me zoom, but we can almost frame by frame. These are short hops forward and backward. This is the last hour. Wow, there's a good splash right there. Yeah, we'll keep it on this cam for the most part because that's incredible. Now if I get it off the time lapse, then we can zoom and I'll just park it right there. And catch up with, whoa, did you see that? Wow, okay, yeah. This is cool.
Operative for A2A3, still no divert. Immediate life threat.
Yeah, these guys are helping the situation. So vital. Have air attack on the first couple of days of the fire. That's when they're most valuable. So JB called me, and I'm so grateful that he answers my questions. Everything from my questions about flame retardant, home use, to what aircraft are best for. And so he was explaining. We're still listening to Caldor. We're watching what's going on at Sonora. The thing he was explaining is that it's not the end of the world to take aircraft off of an established fire to go and help a new fire, because that's where they're most valuable. That's when they're most effective. And if they can quickly contain a new start, sooner they can get back to work instead of having a long-term project of aircraft being split between incidents. And so even though that sucks for the Caldor and the Dixie, that would be best case scenario. So I'm actually not sure if this is the Calaveras. Does anybody know? Is this the new one? This is called the Washington, isn't it?
East of Pax Saddle Pass or Pass Saddle Road.
Yeah, JL, we didn't have any scoopers until like 3 days ago. They've come from Canada. Canada's helping us now. The governor called for help from Australia and Canada. And Australia was helping Canada before us, and a little bit on the bootleg fire too. And so we've got some new accents from the pilots. But we don't particularly have our own scoopers at the ready. EVAC fan looks like a big H-47 Columbia chopper. Wow, headed down from Red Bluff to the Caldor. Okay. It could be headed here, because Caldor doesn't have great visibility either. It's drifting in and out. This is east of Sonora by Jamestown. Man, it's just, we don't need any of this. Is there any word on a start here? Why this occurred? We have Caldor morning updates from 4 hours ago and 2 hours ago and a weather balloon thing that I want to share with you guys. But it's hard to turn away from looking at that, which is so amazing. Front row seats to how air tankers work.
Okay,
this is
showing you about 7,200.
I want to see if we can find a Calaveras County broadcastify feed and listen to a little bit of this, because it'll get us an idea on, is this going to, is this looking good, or is this going to be a long term?
I'm going to have a lead David, 1291 Central.
Besides, that's...
Just confirming you are logged in the room.
There's not much going on the...
Your own status changes or putting yourself on calls. Just see if it's coming.
There's not much going on in the Caldor feed, except for that right now is mostly some police calls. So let's listen to this. 799 people are listening to Calaveras. See if we can hear anything.
Just heads up, we tied in with PG&E here, and they're saying their high tension lines over 108 near 108 and Stockton Road have a fairly high likelihood of coming down, and along with the lines headed to the west from that same area.
My copy, it's my understanding they've all been de-energized as well.
Firm on the de-energization, his concern is just the weight of the lines if they do come down on. I know the highway's closed to civilian traffic, but our traffic is just making sure everybody's aware.
Transport Dozer 4242, Command 12, Tone 7.
Not getting my clock in order. Okay.
Smoke is kind of in the retardant, kind of munching through. Let me get that. Just looking at it. Here we go. Got to do a base for a live run.
I got your base to lab run. 9 on. I think we're 02, that's it.
Okay, folks, in about 5 minutes, I've got to take a phone call. It should be pretty brief.
Hey, Jerry, meet me on 2637. That's the briefing.
12637? 40 front seat, 460 on
Okay. All right, I think I'm set up here to be able to zoom and to see.
Disappeared. Yeah, let's try to grab that. That's great.
Attack Center, that's information, a copter you reassigned over to Rolla. They're going to burn through one fuel cycle. For more bucks drops, then they should be back to you.
Take a load. And return. Wait. Right turn, and you can exit.
Scoopers.
West, 555.
Alright, Scoopers and 912 are over there on the Caldor.
39 and 80, I got you at scene. And let's have you hold and let 551 do a drop, and then we'll just keep working on that same point.
That smaller craft over here at near Sonora and Jamestown. What a day. Just checking on our cam location.
Washington, IC.
Transport dozer 4242, near scene. I just pulled alongside transport dozer 2240 and 42. Sounded like you gave them some directions. I just couldn't copy the radio traffic.
Great. T-89's flying.
Affirmative, standby 1.
Flying in front of the cam any moment now. I'm going to mute myself to take my
440, front seater.
phone call in a second.
When able, 460 is holding at 7 miles, 5,500. Okay, let's back seater now.
Okay, I have CAL FIRE working incidents, and so hopefully we'll see more of the tanker action. We just have poor visibility
001, you're cleared at 5,500.
on any other cam. So I'll be here at the computer even though I'm on the phone.
300155.
Thank you, Alan, for the direction and the kind support. Hopefully we see our tankers. Be right back, muting myself for a few.
Contact operations on Command 12. They have assignment for you.
Command disabled.
Yeah, can you come up and...
We're just going to attack and extend off each drop, then you might have to exit out over stock and go through the smoke if you're good with that.
What we were just talking about, we'll do that. We're ready to go when you're ready.
We'll be ended up back in the grass there. You guys are...
9 has the drop.
Okay, we're just going to go direct as we can on that and bring it out to that 2 and then working around.
9, are we clear to maneuver?
All clear.
Wide down one.
8-9, I got your wide down. coming on scene now. Real good. That's what we're looking for. We're just going to attack and extend off the bat. And they'll have you load and hold for right now.
We'll get fuel. We'll be on the ground.
Down. 301, you're cleared in 2,500 to the dip, and I'll be able to dip, drop these two tankers.
4 copy 301, 2,500 below, hold at the dip.
You got the target viewer. 80. And how much more you got till you need to?
3 more drops.
Copy. 3 team traffic.
Fuel, EVAC.
Caldor is in. And then 4 over aboard. 200 fuel. AFF check. That'll work. That'll give us a little bit of bite right there. Load and return. Activate 3, go ahead. Yeah, from his last drop, you see where it's kind of chunking into the brush there. Side of the paved road. So you think you can get there and be or exit out over 108 like you did before?
Caesar Stone 2.
C-192, this is California, go ahead.
Hi California, this is 5194 actually. Can you show my status as return to base en route this morning?
Got your wide correctly.
PG29 clear.
1. But you can start your turn wherever you want to go.
No problem. Lower this. More. That's nice.
Transition with 460 and you guys are cleared in.
Air taxi control.
East 12392. The new radio, but doesn't seem to be working.
You launch already?
Yeah, I'm just holding down here. I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay, I'll be right back with you. Let me transition with 460 and we'll bring you in.
I'm back. Okay, phone call over. Thank you for your patience. And with this and the technical difficulties of earlier, were we seeing some good splashes? Are the aircraft still working here on the Washington fire? They've painted the forest red here, I see. And the sooner they can get this wrapped up, then the sooner they can get back to the Caldor and the Dixie and the monument to wherever they're needed. So, Commando said we just had a major wind shift, a 180 across the region. The Caldor is running hard to the southeast. Whoa. Let's see if we can verify that. Here's Sierra Tahoe. I do remember that there was to be a wind shift, and that's probably why they were trying to protect the leak springs. Excuse me. Because Leak Springs Lookout is well due east, and I was looking at the forecast. What Holt Hanley said yesterday kind of chilled me to the bone about Tuesday. 45 to 49 mile an hour wind gusts with around 22% humidity, winds out of the southwest blowing to the northeast. I don't like hearing that. I think we're going to have a tough weekend and maybe a terrible Tuesday. It'll be very hard for them to work against that kind of a bad weather forecast. So yeah, this is Chicken. This is near the Tahoe area and just south and just north, basically, that we're covering right now. So here's the Leak Springs cam. I was hoping that this might give us some wind direction idea. Yeah, the smoke going straight to the Leak Springs cam, as it looks almost due west, slightly north. So let's look at the windy. Let's look at windy. We're still listening and checking back in with
Caldor 2442. Come up for branch 2 on B Fire 22.
Still looking at the Washington fire, the new thing by
Returning to
Sonora.
base. Loaded. My FM radio is not working.
It thinks that I'm in Oregon. How cute. This is my VPN. Okay, let's see here.
10 minutes. We have 3 souls on board. Half hours of fuel. We are load and return.
Yeah. Okay, so it is almost 4 p.m. I don't see that that's a wind shift too badly. It was supposed to arrive somewhere between 2 and 5. But since 11, I think in general, it's been blowing slightly towards the east. That's what I've been seeing on the cams. There is some towards the northeast, some towards the east. But there's microclimates in each one of these places. So the wind shift might be local fire induced. Yeah. And sometimes that's permanent, and sometimes that's, well, the wind changes directions for half an hour. Have you ever flown a kite and it's all going steady, and then all of a sudden, in your hands, it goes sideways for a bit? Hard to tell, because I've been checking these cams, looking for smoke direction, and mostly they've all been smoked out. Just like a lot of the aircraft, just trying to work and not finding too many places where they can. So let's plant the flag over here, say in this direction, kind of by Kern Valley, not Kern County, but Kern
Julius
Valley.
is 6 to the north. Is there an air attack up on this incident?
This is changing from day to day, like the forecast temperatures and such. It was supposed to be much higher temperatures.
Yeah, I'm currently at 5 to the northwest, inbound for Columbia for fuel. I'm not with your incident.
Okay, we keep looking at Sonora, but trying to figure out what could be happening on the east side here. The wind's supposed to point south, like there's supposed to be a north wind at 8 p.m. That seems weird to me. That's kind of odd. I guess it's just as it changes.
Additional water tender, engine water tender 723 is available.
I guess that's just part of its transition to going down canyon by the end of the evening. But we have pretty high wind gusts until probably around 10, 9 or 10, which is 26 to 22 miles an hour. So at least the sustained winds are forecast to go back down to just 3 miles an hour, super lazy, right about 8 p.m. and hopefully that'll be the case. So we'll continue to watch this situation. So Tanker 911 approaching Caldor along with MAF. Cool. MAF is a converted C-130. That's pretty neat. Adapt to overcome. Take some cargo planes from the military and convert them to tankers. That's a really cool system. One day I want to go over how that works, and show you guys. So let's see here. Sierra Tahoe just looking like junk. It was pretty compelling, the images we saw last night. We saw red flames. The camera went into color.
Attack 440 is transition with Air Attack 460, and they'll be now the Washington Air Attack. 440 is returned to Columbia with an ETA of 1600.
Yeah, Bob Fraser is pointing out there's a microclimate with fire right at Strawberry, and it's sort of a basin. Absolutely. And if you don't know what we're talking about, this was the wind tunnel factor. So 50 is a wind tunnel. Where's my pen? Let me get that back up here. Come here, pen. I closed it down. Sorry, guys. I was going to draw on the screen. It's much better than gesturing. So I continue to listen to what's going on in Calaveras County, and if there's anything stupendous, I'll let you know. But no matter where the wind is going, even if it's blowing to the north in general, like it does most of the day, down in the canyons, they call it the drainages. Like where water drains is in a river canyon. These are their own little microclimates down in here. The wind could generally be doing this every day, but we see in the drainages, the wind tunnels get, in general, going that way.
With your incident, can I get found on the airport?
I can't make that out, really.
Big in your location.
northwest. Give me no backer to us. Inbound for Columbia.
We've seen a lot of that.
This Hotel Juliet, just proceed off the airport to the the west. We take off.
Running to the west when I take off from Columbia.
So that's the weird stuff we've been seeing with, the fire spreading south to the southwest, even though the prevailing winds are blowing most of the Caldor fire to the northeast. That's one of the things that we're talking about when there's a microclimate. And with Strawberry here, we've got that high elevation, the towering cliffs and canyons by it. Can't see the horizon, no way, no how. And then you have a fork here in the wind, and where wind smacks into a hill like this, it's got to make a decision. It generally can't go up and over. I mean, it'll try, but there will be different directions that it finds. And so when it's smacking, it can swirl and try to figure its way out. Therefore, it's extremely treacherous.
A red pickup truck parked right next to the road. Let's see how that.
Let's listen to here. One second. Might have to switch to another cam.
There's a red flag warning in effect from early Friday morning through Saturday morning for breezy north winds and low humidity, gusty southwest, ridgetop winds possibly early next week. Gradual warming and drying expected with hot weather through the weekend, although the return of smoke in interior northern California may limit day-to-day temperatures. Locally breezy west to northwest winds along the western edge of the Sacramento Valley this evening. Breezy northerly winds develop across the northern Sacramento Valley and surrounding terrain late tonight through Saturday morning. Combined with low humidity and extremely dry fuels, critical fire weather conditions are expected in the area. Onshore flows return Sunday with gusty southwest ridgetop winds possible by early next week. Break.
My God. They've updated to a red flag warning, not a red
For the Stanislaus National Forest west of the Sierra Crest, tonight, sky weather mostly clear, smoky in the evening, hazy through the night, patchy smoke after midnight. Minimum temperature 58 to 65 degrees at the lower elevations, 48 to 58 degrees at the higher elevations. Your 24-hour trend is 4 degrees warmer. Maximum humidity 30 to 41%. Your 24-hour trend is 8% down. 20-foot winds for the valley and lower slopes. Northeast winds 5 to 11 miles per hour. For the ridges and upper slopes, northwest winds 5 to 11 miles per hour, shifting to the east after midnight. Your LAL of 1, chance of wetting rain 0%. Break.
Hey, there's our... Looks like an array. Or an S2.
Areas of smoke in the afternoon. Maximum temperature 87 to 93 degrees at the lower elevations, 76 to 86 degrees at the higher elevations. Your 24-hour trend is 5 degrees warmer. Your minimum humidity is 11 to 16%. Your 24-hour trend is little change. The 20-foot winds for the valley and lower slopes. East winds 5 to 10 miles per hour, shifting to the southwest, 6 to 12 miles per hour in the afternoon. For the ridges and upper slopes, east winds 4 to 9 miles per hour, shifting to the southwest, 7 to 13 miles per hour in the afternoon. Your LAL of 1, chance of wetting rain 0%. Break.
That
west of the that gaggle of white engines parked down there. Basically, I'm trying to skip that road from where you guys were working. That makes sense. I'm not sure which road you're talking about.
Dispatch level is high. burning index 87, energy release components 88. The project activity levels for all PAL zones is EV as an Echo Victor. It's a negative woodcut day, negative forest burn day. This concludes the afternoon fire weather forecast and predicted indices at 1605 KME 240.
That's brutal. That forecast is brutal.
Kind of southwest, northeast there.
So the weather forecast bit just bumped into Calaveras County right there. We are listening to Calaveras County. There's the new Washington fire that we are seeing a wonderful display of aerial acrobatics here for the retardant splashes. We can't see much of what's going on with the Caldor period right now. We were listening to that most of the day and my night stream as well. So
escorting them in on the highway to the 10849.
I'm going to show us the
right there at Stockton Road and 108. I'll be out for him in just a minute. I'm running by the ICP.
I copy.
I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. That is one of the most bad news kind of things we could hear. It's not the worst kind of weather. I mean, it could be thunderstorms, lightning, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts or 55s and 9% humidity, but it's still pretty dang bad coming into the early next week especially. It's going to be a rough weekend and one heck of a Monday, especially Tuesday. They're in a race against time to do as much prep work as they can to protect Myers, South Lake Tahoe, and
right traffic.
Anything east of the Caldor. And
keep that line going straight to the grass towards the warehouses are more direct than into the front.
But it's going to be hard. So, you know, they've pulled miracles out of their hats before, but you know, they've got some time now, but that's terrible news. It was red. It was fire weather watch.
Chipmunk Flat area.
It was fire weather watch, and they're just upgrading it all to red flag. So I'm going to try to find some more weather information coming from the fire weather forecast. That was broken. We need to go day by day and kind of analyze what the weather is going to be day by day, looking out to the near future, and then get an idea of some other factors such as temperature that play a role, wind direction, sustained winds versus gusts, and all those factors which will help determine probability of community impact and regional impact and all those sorts of things. We know they've been trying to protect that area for a long time. They've been doing great firing ops. They've had good even night helicopter stuff, but the personnel they need, I don't think they have enough to do what accomplish all of their goals for protecting anything northeast. We can look at the French fire, but I'm gonna play a couple of 3-minute videos, which is straight from the horse's mouth, like what we just heard. It would be a better outlook for what fires forecast. There's 2 places. There's one in Southern California, and then there's one in Redding. And so I think what we're hearing is the Northern California Redding office, and we'll take a look at that. So let's go down here to French fire. Rocky Point Cam is pea soup. Shirley Peak just looks at the tail end of the fire now. Tobias Peak could tell us a bit more about intensity. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. As fun as it is to watch tankers, somebody has a special request. But oh, please don't tell me I have an issue. If somebody has a special request, of course, we'll go and look at something if we at all possibly can. So, yeah, and by the way, you know, we can hope that the weather forecast turns out to be inaccurate, but it generally isn't. You know, the South Fire just flared up again. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't know what this is. It's my connection. I really thought I had it solved. I've got all the cookies allowed and everything. This was from 12/17. So this is a very old image. Does anybody else, guys, please, can you check this cam? I'm going to put the link in the description. Can you see if this is functional for you guys too, if it's not just the individual cam? Because it's hard for me to tell anymore. So this one's at 1611, which is now. So I wonder if there's something wrong with Tobias Peak cam. Yeah, that burn index was also terrible, 87%. Embers flying around have 87% chance to light a new fire when they land and all that. We'd have to check what's the Haynes index, a couple other factors, which I'm no weather person, but they matter. KCRA3 has a video of the Washington fire. Okay. I mean, we've got a good view too, though. You guys are welcome to check that out, but I can't show the media too frequently, or I get these copyright issues. So, yeah. So William Henry, you're stuck on 12/17. Okay, so that Tobias Peak camera is down, so we don't have a clear view of the French fire. We can keep looking down there at the Rocky, but you know, we don't see anything. What's my background? That's a long story. Not something I could easily or quickly summarize, but I'm a writer by trade, but you're not going to find anything like on the shelf really too much of what I do. I decided to switch just having a goal of being a history book author to more of a video production person. So I took video production classes off and on last couple of years. I don't know anything about streaming, but I know about like the basics of video editing and then shooting, and worked on student movie projects. But really, that's the quickest summary I can make is the fires started before I learned about streaming, and I'm winging it best I can, you know, better than nothing. So someday when things calm down, I'll get more of a pro setup for sure. But I do appreciate all you know, advice and such. COVID completely interrupted anything that I could have done last year. So I fix and repair computers, that sort of thing, for side money to, and that's why I'm so grateful for your kind support, because I've stopped all that to cover these fires every day almost since July 14th. And I would have had to stop and go back to do jobs, but you guys have kept me going. So my sincere gratitude there. Oh, Terry, thank you so much. Thank you for the kind support. I'm going to put up the charity links, and that's really where I want pretty much all the money to go, guys. You know, it's pocket change, just pocket change to keep me going. Please give generously. Here are the 2 links that I know that are official. Pinned message in the chat. I'm so sorry I forgot that earlier. I'm going to switch away from...
3001, number 1.
I'm going to switch away from this. I hear almost no chatter anymore from Calaveras County, and I do want to keep switching back to the areas of concern.
I got a little more to button up here. I don't think I'll start releasing guys, but I want to get some more things done. You can come back out, bring them back out.
Okay, Frank, I'll check that out. But yes, thank you so much. It's not like I'm complaining, of course. Thank you for your kind support. I'm about to order some food. I've skipped meals today and forgot. Just getting so concentrated on fixing the tech support, the tech problems. I have a tendency to just focus and not see the clock. So, if they're barely going to talk over here,
Live at Grass 12 from Stanislaus County.
we should switch back to Caldor.
For what location you want us to go to?
Worked out. Until you're at 5-5 and then you can come into the traffic area.
It's not like we can hear much of that.
The east or west of where you're talking about.
Oh, copy.
What command? Operations, Live at Grass 12. Operations, Live at Grass 12 in Stanislaus County. Where would you like us to go?
Yeah, where's our YouTube? Mount Danaher, right?
Working on Wildfire, or V-Fire 22.
Branch 2, V-Fire 22, copy.
Okay, I'm checking out KCRA. Hold on.
I'm available. I'm just sitting down here. Where do you need me?
Number 3001, 3,500. Four copters at 2,500. You're number 1.
Now, how do I say T County? You know, the one by Calveras?
Been released off Caldor Fire en route back to Reading with a Ford ETE.
Well, Sacramento County Hospital beds are full from COVID-19 surge, public health official says. We're just having all kinds of fun in California. But, you know, we'll get through this.
7-9.
So I'm looking at...
About 100 feet from tying into a 2-track road, making really good progress with that. I can paint the green side of their target of the building if you like, and use the home side in.
Is it just me, or does this look unusually lush? You know, the greenery here? Is Sonoma... excuse me, not Sonoma. Is Sonora usually this tropical? I mean, I'm used to California being pretty golden this time of year. I'm looking at KCRA. Okay. I think this is important enough to show where I don't get a copyright thing, but let's at least watch this part. See what they say. The meteorologist.
And as we continue to span across that area, you can see that layer just continues to expand. So let's take a look at the Caldor fire right here. And overnight, the active side of the fire was on the northeast corner. And now that's where we have those evacuation orders that have been extended from Twin Bridges, stretching to this edge right here back toward Myers. Crews are also working today on this edge. You saw live copter. They were up over the western edge along Highway 88, while crews are working on containment lines toward this portion of the area. Again, we mentioned it's steep, rugged terrain, so that does pose a challenge, even though right now the wind is light to calm. As we take a look at our speed sensors here, you see some of these nearby speed sensors through Placerville, through Steely Fork, Pioneer, Beaver. In and around this area, we're still talking about a calm wind. Any of these registered areas are under 5 miles. So we have that westerly flow, but again, just because we are in that rugged terrain, that's where firefighters are. It's still an active wildfire, and that rugged terrain is still posing a challenge. Now, we don't expect this wind to increase anymore this afternoon, but we will continue to watch that as those evacuation orders have been expanded.
All right, thank you, Melanie, for staying on top of that for us.
I was hoping they'd show a little bit more about the red flag situation. ABC 10, what is this? Oh, a guide. Oh yeah, troubleshooting guide. ABC 10 was talking about that in a clip, and they cut off the end of it just as they were getting towards things. So we have a special weather statement for the Reno area, and this was NOAA. So wildfire smoke impacts continue with warming temperatures throughout this weekend. Smoke from the Caldor and Dixie fires will continue to produce areas of reduced visibility and poor air quality over much of the eastern Sierra and western Nevada through Friday evening. Any communities directly downwind of the fires will see continued periods of heavy smoke through Friday, with the highest potential for air quality in a hazardous category at South Lake Tahoe, Minden, Gardnerville, Topaz Lake, Markleyville, Walker, and Colville. However, most of the region will experience haze and periods of smoke. A wind shift to the northeast late Friday night and Saturday may bring a short period of relief, although the relatively light wind speeds may prevent full clearing in the areas such as Highway 50. Later in the weekend, winds are likely to return to a southwest direction, so fire smoke could increase again by Sunday afternoon and evening. Now if there is a lot of smoke, remember that dampens down fire activity. It puts a lid on that overactive, frying pan. And then when we have high wind gusts and high wind speeds coming Monday, Tuesday and such, that lid will come right off, and it'll flare back to life if the forecast is correct. So in some ways, seeing a lot of smoke is good. Buying them a little bit more time in some ways. Temperatures are also expected to warm up this weekend, with highs in the lower to mid 90s across most lower elevations and 80s for valleys near the Sierras. If the smoke clears and makes outdoor activity more desirable, those who are more sensitive to heat effects should consider limiting strenuous activity during the afternoon hours, along with ensuring sufficient hydration and sun protection. So that's NOAA, but I want to go to the straight to the horse's mouth, get the fire weather forecast. That's just National Weather Service, but there are two main branches. One's at Redding and another one's down south, where I keep forgetting. So going back to looking here, a lot less angry. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they're getting a little bit of a breakdown here at the Washington fire down at Sonora, near Sonora, excuse me. And wow, that is some kind of tangerine sky over by Lake Springs. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. They got smoked out. So the wind in general should be blowing towards the east, west wind blowing towards the east for a couple of hours, and we'll continue to monitor that. And they've been splashing this with retardant and doing, quote, special projects, which is to protect things like this tower and work on the eastern flank. That's generally what they refer to as special projects. And then they have priority, which is, of course, defending structures and life safety and property and such. So, Mark, you said you're in Camino. Hey, Somerset Cam's looking good. Yeah, all the smoke's going due east, just with the prevailing winds right now. And that's the alignment of the canyons. And that's another thing I've got to explain. Something that was that is something everybody should know is whenever these fire people are talking about alignment, wind and canyons aligning, and drainages, canyons, same thing. So say you have wind direction to the east, like we forecast to have and or maybe having. You see these canyons kind of go to the east. That's when you have the most rapid rate of spread potential. If you have heavy winds, of course, and low humidity, and high Haynes index 5 and 6, that makes this worse for embers just traveling along the wind tunnels and on ridges and reaching a more maximum kind of a spot fire potential where it kind of leaps over, and that's just a random, concept drawing. So that makes them a lot more nervous about that. And you have the strange kind of topography here where those drainages kind of end and then there's like this curve, right? So that's when the wind kind of goes, it bumps into mountains and will like split different directions. And this kind of swirling eddy thing, just like over at Strawberry, creates the microclimates, which is treacherous. These crews, if they see weird stuff like that happens, will usually go back to their safe spot and see what the wind will do, so they don't get trapped or anything like that. So there's been a lot of work, a lot of focus last couple of days on the southeast zone and the east zone. The northeast zone has been almost completely smoked out. Like this has been a wash, where they barely look at it and have to peel away. But they've had some success last couple of days here. So you hear about Pack Saddle and Kern Valley and these places, that's the area where they're talking about. They want to protect Kirkwood, I'm sure. And of course the lookout tower over here at that we keep seeing is a completely tangerine. Where we see it, Leak Springs. This is a tower, not just a camera. That's the last 3 hours of the wind going straight to it. The west wind blowing to the east. So let's get the official fire weather forecast. Turn on the current wind plot. Sure. Now, a reminder here that this one isn't the most accurate thing. The CalTopo is less accurate than the data you can get elsewhere. But this does give people a little bit of an idea. But since it's only 10 miles sustained winds and under, it's green in the color code, and I can't make it look any better. Like, I can't make it show up with much more contrast than that, and it's really hard for you guys to see. Sorry about that. But like I said, this is a higher altitude. This is not what's going on down in the canyons. This is the prevailing, meaning the general direction of the wind, not down in the valleys and the canyons. That can be all kinds of different directions. So we've got trouble. We've got trouble. They've got huge challenges today, even though the temperatures aren't as dry and it's not as bad as it could be. It's going to start getting quite bad through the weekend, and especially early next week. We might just have a bad Monday and a terrible Tuesday if everything pans out the way they're thinking. So let me get the JB was kind enough to hook me up, and I took tons of notes here. It's predictive services out of Reading. So and it will have a little 3-minute video to watch, and we can kind of keep monitoring. I don't think too many tankers are going to be working this too much longer. We'll continue to look at that while I have this on the getting our data here on the other website. So let's see where. Okay, the 7-day printable. Alright, we got that. And we'll go back to not just that web page. Let me turn on Caldor for a second while I'm not fishing this up for you. Okay. The Caldor. Okay, let's see if they're talking.
Do you know who the ground contact was?
Yeah, you're working with Truckee Hush Huts again. They just wanted a copter in there to help them out. But I do have another mission for you when you get that settled in. If we could get you to come all the way up into November and take a look. I cannot see into there, so it may be a rotor show, but I can't tell.
Okay, let me see what they want and how much stuff, and then we'll go over that way. And have you been over this side recently?
Yeah, I was just over there in Delta. It looks pretty good for now, just for rotor wing.
Okay, copy.
Copy, thanks. Truckee, Elko, head around.
Okay, just hang on a second.
Scooper 281, air attack on air tactics. How much time you got left on station?
Scooper.
15 minutes. The visibility over there is November, so
There we go. Okay.
I'm gonna come back over there. Pull it off.
File not found. Hang on.
Sounds good. Elevate. Elko.
Elko, go ahead for elevate.
After you send it.
Aircraft, we're currently standing at 3 Tango Hotel to Division Delta.
All right, let's start 2 more medium bucket ships, Division Delta as well.
Bucket ships?
Copy, 2 mediums. Can you repeat on the information?
2 medium, long line with bucket. Don't know the dip site yet. They're going to be working with 3 Tango Hotel and Division Delta. Contact Elko.
Copy that. We will send you 2 Delta Hotel and 5 Papa Tango.
Miles an hour. Tango Hotel, 2 Tango Hotel, or Delta Tango Hotel, and 5 Papa Tango. You know what, I'm not entirely sure myself. When they show up, I'll let you know.
Right,
So
John M.
1 type 1 bucket, 2 type 2s coming.
It was just red line for Calaveras County. It was a red flag warning, so that's like pretty new as of like an hour or something ago.
And Romeo 3-1 is on the ground, Division Delta also. He's been asking for clearance every time he lifts, but he's on the ground currently right now. Copy, thanks.
EGP.
About his Firewatch 5-1, but he's about 16,000 feet, no problem. Okay, copy, thanks.
Just to be clear, Fire Weather Watch is the medium.
Drop point 12 there, working its way up towards Plummer Ridge.
Hang on.
We're working him out of one of the dips out here. It might buy him some time. It's pushing the dozer line pretty hard.
Okay, do you have visibility over here in Delta? We could run over that way. I just have the 3 copters order. It's pretty self-explanatory, but if over... is there anybody over there? Because we just have the 2 AMs, so as far as a TFR and 2 rotors, I don't know how we're going to do that.
Way back over onto the other side of the fire.
I'm over here right now, just kind of babysitting the scooper.
Okay, copy. Well, let me get these guys checked in, and then we'll just run over there, and maybe we'll just stay on North Rotor, but head over that way, but be on TFR, if that's going to be okay.
Yeah, that'll be fine. If and the scooper's only got about 15 more minutes, and then he's going to bingo fuel it. And I'll probably just RTB help and hold him. It's getting pretty scoopy for 6 weeks.
Okay, copy.
I did not catch which exact dozer lines it was making a run for. I thought it was on the east side of the fire. I thought it was... I didn't catch it, but if anybody else did, please let me know. I'm still trying to fish up this video. I'm getting error...
India, says out 530 Bravo Romeo. Day 1, you're outbound, correct, to highway check?
Trying to get the daily North Ops predictive services weather briefing.
Disregard.
Go on.
Pond and all the way up to about 26 miles mark on Alder Creek. Check's clear. We're going to head up towards the Rice Lake area. I'm sure that's what they're talking about.
Stand by, unaware at this time.
Also check on availability.
Yep. Hang on a second. I got a phone call.
Go ahead. 539, go ahead.
Hello base, Helco, radar ground command.
Help go, Placerville, Hello Base, area ground command.
Placerville, Hello Base, could you give me a rundown on the 3 copters I have coming?
Yep, that is 3 Tango Hotel. He's lifting now, type 1 bucket ship. Then 2 Delta Hotel, type 2 bucket ship. And 5 Papa Tango, type 2 bucket ship.
Okay, copy, thanks.
Church Tech, 3 Tango Hotel.
Three Tango Hotel. Elko.
3 Tango Hotel departed Placerville, tracking for Delta.
3007, you're cleared in at 4,000, direct to Mel Dip, and then you're going to be working with the other 2 copters when they show up to Delta Hotel, 5 Papa Tango, and your ground contact will be Truckee on air-to-ground TAC.
Copy, it'll be Truckee, copy the other rotors, 3007, and cleared into Melbourne, 3 Tango Hotel.
And we'll move you over to North Rotor.
See you North Rotor, 3 Tango Hotel.
Elko, Placerville, Elevate on air ground command.
Placerville, Home Base, go ahead for Elko. For Elko.
Yep, just getting back with you on those Chinooks you were asking about. The one new one has arrived and has not been briefed, not available. The other Chinook that we have on base is Guard 866.
Caldor Communications, Romeo training on the Command 1.
I'm good, thank you. That makes sense. Appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Could you ask the IMET for an update on the weather forecast for tonight and tomorrow morning out here from CP12 area?
Division Romeo training, Caldor Communications, copy.
Zero Bravo Romeo, air attack on TFR, location altitude.
Truckee, Elko, air to ground command.
Copter Zero Bravo Romeo, air attack on TFR.
2 Delta Hotel and 5 Papa Tango. We'll come up for you on air ground.
Location and altitude. Where's right flank? Okay, thank you.
And I'll get 5 Papa Tango TFR.
5 Papa Tango,
Placerville for Delta.
3007, cleared in direct to Mel Dip, you're number 2 behind 3 Tango Hotel. And 4,000 and below, you're going to be working ground contact division Truckee, or Truckee hotshots.
There you go, 07, 3 Tango and Truckee.
And 4,000 and below.
Copy.
Hotel, Elko.
Go for 3 Tango Hotel.
Yeah, I saw you fly by there. All that stuff in the canyon, you were out there dropping earlier on top of the ridge with Truckee. Coming down the canyon, it's going to be down in there, checking that up so they can complete their burn. Contact them and they'll give you more details.
3 Tango Hotel, copies all the above.
Zero Bravo Romeo, Firewatch 5-1 on rotor, north.
5 Mel Dip.
TFR.
5-1, go ahead. Airtime.
Yeah, we're pretty much done with our mission here. I was trying to get a hold of operations and 0 Bravo Romeo to let them know we got to head out for back to Fox.
Okay, yeah, they were just calling you on the TFR 0 Bravo Romeo.
Okay, got the break. 0 Bravo Romeo, Firewatch 5-1 on TFR. Yeah, can you let operations know that we need to head back south? But we did upload several videos in the EGP site for them to look at. Okay, yeah, let them know that I'll give them a call later tonight and about planning for tomorrow.
Tango Hotel, 5 Papa Tango coming your way.
Copy the traffic, we'll be looking. We're heading back south. We'll maintain 7-5, and I'll let you know when we depart the TFR.
Airtime, copy, thanks.
Tango Hotel, coming at you. Just wondering what your priority is. Is it just to cool that down, running up at you, or just work down in the canyon? Copy that. Just coming to the ridge now, and I'll have a bit of a look. Tango Hotel.
So 2 Delta Hotel on TFR.
2 Delta Hotel, Helco.
Just off Placer, en route to Division Delta.
2 Delta Hotel, 3007, you're cleared in 4,000 and below, direct to Mel Dip. You're going to be number 3 behind 3 Tango Hotel and 5 Papa Tango. Your ground contact will be Truckee on air-to-ground TAC, and contact us on North Rotor.
Okay, we're switching over to North Rotor, looking for 5 Papa Tango, 3 Tango Hotel, 4,000 below Mel Dip.
Tango 5 Papa Tango's got you out for 3 o'clock. I'll be number 2. 3 Tango. Firewatch 5-1's clear of the TFR southbound.
Firewatch 5-1, have a good night, thanks.
You too, thanks. Right turn, but left turn off the drop. You think that'll work? We'll make it work. Sounds like we got one more coming out too. Copy, copy.
Tango Hotel, 5 Papa Tango, 2 Delta Hotel, en route Placerville to Mel Dip to join you.
3 Tango Hotel, copy.
And 3 Tango Hotel, what hours can we run you today to keep you under your 6 and 36 on this cycle?
I've only done 3 for the day, so I can do another 3, so yeah, I can do this full cycle, which will probably take me through to about 7 o'clock.
Perfect, thanks. Meet up with the 3 Tango Hotel, 5 Papa Tango.
2 Delta Hotel. 0 Bravo Romeo, airtime on the TFR. You could try to cut to straight across and golf. Just let you know, Helco's also up. He's in Division Delta. You can contact Helco. Delta, if you need to get rerouted around, come around the heel of the fire and around to try to get to. That might be your best bet, is just come all the way around into the south side and route through Helco. I got a couple copters working in Delta. You can get him on the TFR. TFR or the You guys get pretty much smoked out there in Ida and all the way around to Juliet. Yeah, that was my fault today too. I couldn't get in there. We did do some good, we got operations on board and he's listening. We got some pretty good line in division November around the lookout to down towards the drop point to 12. If he gets over here, I can plan it till when he gets there.
If you can see where I'm dropping, I'll start hitting it with a bit of water. Trucking.
Command.
Rubicon 3.
Rubicon 3, go ahead.
UDL, you can show full units 98 POA.
Helco, go ahead.
Yep, are you going to need a relief, Helco? Yep.
Hey, firm. Was Zero Bravo Romeo gets on the ground, let me know, and we'll let you know of a time. And I'd like to order one Type 1 tank helicopter, Jenkins Tip, Division Delta.
Good copy. One Type 1 tank, Jenkinson dip. That'll be 2 Hotel Tango.
5 Tango off the drop.
Delta Helco. Helco TFR. TFR. I heard that direction. I want to try to run with personnel, so I'll take that. Yeah, I mean, we're flying at 5,000. It's kind of scuzzy, but like I said, this is the best air over here. We can see way out the other direction. We just picked up a spot, or I should say 3 Tango Hotel picked up a spot. There's probably going to be more. That's the way the column's starting to go, and so that would be the need, is the retardant along all that area. Yeah, I just don't know if we're going to be able to get it in there tonight. Well, but if people are about to time out here, I'm going to route him out of here, and then I'll be over there. Okay, copy.
Tactical. Hey, Roosevelt Helico, stand by for a second. Copy.
4,500 approved. If you could just maybe offset as you go around a little bit more to the west. Helco's at 5,000 and the rest of the copters are at 4,000.
Okay, are they going to be on north or south Helco?
We're on North Rotor over here, but I'll be on TFR as well for you.
Okay. See, Tango Hotel off the top left.
Roosevelt, Helco, on air ground command, air attack.
Hey, Helco, Roosevelt, so we want Delta approved it, looking at bringing, see if we get the fixed wing in here and run mud right down the Studevant Bridge again so we can pick up and get that taken down off the end there.
Affirmative. We've been trying to get that all day. The air, I guess, hasn't been good enough. Air attack's going to come back over, and we're going to give it another shot.
Hey, I appreciate it. That's what we're looking for. Thank you for your help.
Right now, we're just going to, instead of the flanking fire below Truckee, I got some more copters ordered. We're just going to focus on that spot. You guys have that identified, correct?
I'm not sure. We're all the way back up towards the east. I had to come all the way back up top. We had a slop over, and we're working that back to the east and trying to tie it back in. We'll be up here for the next several hours.
Truckee, Helco, intercom.
Gone across the highway. Fire chief here is requesting that we hold all civilians, including media. They don't want them any further east than Kivers.
That stuff out there, we're a couple miles away now, so the ground contact will be Truckee out that way where that flop over or that hot edge is.
Thanks.
It's 3 Tango Hotel. Are you guys talking to anybody down there about that spot?
I let them know, and yeah, I can hear them. I think they're talking about sending someone there.
Okay, copy. And just keep watching, and the way the kind of smoke's pushing, we're going to probably see more. So if you guys see them, identify them, and start dropping on them.
Yep, copy that. We're just about on top of that. I'll probably let those two bells keep going on that one. I can go back to the main line if you like.
Yep, that works.
Contact down there, he's just coming out of the dip. You can get him in a minute.
Truckee, Helco, air to ground command. To the helicopters, and you've identified that spot, right? Only one we're seeing right now, but as you can see, you are getting a couple pushes every now and over that way. I think I just spotted another one we'll talk the helicopters into. It's going to be closer to right behind the rear of all those trucks. I think so. There's like 5 or 6 vehicles. It's right behind them. I see a white truck driving. Hold on, I'll get them on.
Hell, there's a new one right behind their trucks in that little brush field.
Truckee, 3 Tango Hotel is going to hit that new one.
Tango Hotel, you hit that one. We'll back up the other ones with the other guys.
Yep, copy that.
on command 104.
Yep, there's one guy just walking onto the one I just dropped on. It's out, but we'll put a couple more drops onto the first one.
Delta Hotel 5 Papa Tango.
Okay.
Don't have to respond, but 30 minutes for heads up on fuel. Thank you.
Sorry about that. We're almost missing the meeting. I just saw somebody in chat say that. So where is the meeting? Sorry, I have not eaten. Cal Fire Facebook meeting, is that for Caldor? That's the Zoom plus Facebook. Okay, here we go. I'm on it. Apologies, guys, but those phone calls are quite important. So, okay, it says, isn't it supposed to be right now on this page? No, sorry, didn't scroll down.
You can sign up for our email list as well, or you can scan our QR code. It's that little square.
So down here in Division Alpha, the crews have been holding.
Sorry? What just happened? Live.
Islands have been burning out. There has been some smoke coming off of it, but everything's holding real well. As we come up into Division Delta, they're still continuing to do a firing operation. They've been doing it the last few nights, trying to bring fire around the back of the structures and get it back in on some dozer lines and get that tied in. So far, they've been very successful with all that. It's just a slow process with the weather we've been having. We come up out of Division Delta and head up back into the Highway 50 corridor through Foxtrot and Gulf. Everything's holding real good along Highway 50. The fire's been backing down real slowly down into the 50. We've just been allowing it to do it on kind of on its own speed. It's working in our favor. We do have engines spread out all through there, protecting the structures, and then just kind of helping it along as it backs down into Highway 50. As we come up into Division Hotel in India, we had a spot fire from 4 or 5 shifts ago. We are still working on that spot fire. They've been very successful up on the left flank and towards the head of that spot. They continue to work dozers and crews across the top, kind of flanking that spot, trying to bring it back down into Highway 50. They have had a few different spot fires out in front, but they are continually to work that. We come down into Division Juliet at the branch break, out towards the head of the fire. Yesterday's wind did hamper them a little bit. They did have some spot fires. Luckily enough, it did stay within our main dozer line, so they're still trying to chase those spot fires. Those spot fires did initiate some additional evacuation orders and warnings, and this is just this was kind of part of our plan that we had in place for if this was to threaten our line at all. And it's not something that's a big worry to us right now. We're just doing this precautionary just to make sure we're staying ahead of the game. But the crews are making good progress out there, and we're getting around those spots. As we come in through Division Juliet down into Division Lima, into branch 20 and branch 30 along the bottom, things are looking real good. No real issues at all. Everything that lines in, everything's there. We're just waiting for the opportunity to do our last firing operation down along that branch 20. And then, like I said, into branch 30, things are holding right along our line, and no issues to report down there. With that, that's the end of report.
Good evening, Sergeant Eric Palmberg, El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, Public Information Officer. I'm here to give you the update for the evacuation orders and warnings that were issued today. So if we can zoom in on the map a little bit, the only new evacuation order areas that we have are the areas between Twin Bridges and the Echo Summit. They're shown here on the map in red. They're going to be on the south and the north side of Highway 50. We call them Echo South, Echo North. So that area that was previously in a warning area is now in a order area from Twin Bridges to the Echo Summit. The changes as far as an evacuation warning is going to be the area between Highway 89 west up to the Echo Summit. So everything between Echo Summit and Highway 89 in the Christmas Valley is now an evacuation warning area. And just to confirm, just to emphasize, that is a warning area. It is not a currently area being asked to be evacuated. If you have any special needs, special considerations, we suggest that you take that time and make use of the time now for that. But this is a warning area, Highway 89, west to the Echo Summit. I have one question here regarding how do people evacuate if we have no cars. I would recommend, if you have no vehicle, no transportation, just pre-plan. Talk to your family members, talk to your neighbors, talk to your friends. Try and arrange that in advance. In the event that something does turn into an evacuation order for your area, you have that pre-plans. It's just pre-planning, like we've discussed before. Pre-planning means have your medications ready, have clothing ready, have plans for your animals, have your vehicle full of gas, things like that. That is what you can do in advance to be more prepared if your area does go to an evacuation order. Talk with you. And again, lastly, in the event of not having a vehicle, some sort of an emergency during an order, you can always call 911. The sheriff's office will answer that call. We will do what we can to get you transportation and get you out safely. Thank you.
That's in a grave emergency.
Okay. At this point, we're going to do some questions and answers. So we've had our online moderators writing down some questions for everybody. Everybody is populating online for us. So now operations is going to come up and answer some of those questions.
Okay, let's start off with a few of the questions here. A couple of the first questions that were brought up, I think, were answered on my overview of how things were going in Division Delta. First question I'm going to answer is, it says, how will the wind and air quality affect air resources? Obviously, when we have an inversion that sets in, the inversion kind of blankets the fire and holds the smoke in. When that happens, we don't have the good air quality, and the vision is basically what we're looking at in the pilots. If they can't see, we can't fly. So the air quality does affect our air resources, and it's more of just the vision that they have, and if the pilots can see. And then the second one here kind of goes hand in hand with this. It's what is air support like in Division I and J? So same thing. It has been smoked in pretty good up there this afternoon. Yesterday we were able to fly a lot of resources in there, but today it has been hampered by the air quality. Next question: can containment fluctuate up and down? And yes, it can. And the main reason for that is if the fire's not growing, the containment should continue to go up. As we get more black line on the map, which the black line is the line that we call contained, it will bring our containment percentage up. If the fire does continue to burn, though, and get bigger, our containment can go down. Obviously, we hope that doesn't happen, but it can happen, so it can fluctuate. The last question I have right now, any structure loss on Slide Park? Then there was 2 or 3 questions to the same manner on structure loss. As of right now, there's been no additional structure loss on any parts of the incident. So far, we're holding real good on that.
Good evening, Ben Newbern, Unified Incident Commander for the United States Forest Service. A few questions have come up around what is the trigger point for evacuation warnings and orders. And so just to clarify, evacuation areas are determined in collaboration between our operations staff and law enforcement based on ways of egress to get people out of the way and places where they can confine access so we can set up checkpoints easily. The trigger points for initiating those are based on operational considerations and fire behavior expectations and modeling. So as we see fire approaching an area that we've deemed to be a block or a zone for evacuation, we make the determination of how long we expect it to take for fire to get to that area. We know from law enforcement how much time they need to conduct the evacuation, and that gives us a timeline for knowing when to execute that evacuation. Evacuation warnings are always envelop or have an outside boundary to our orders. So if we have an area under a mandatory order, we have an outside area around that is in a warning, so that way people can progressively be prepared for what could be coming to them. Questions on unreported injuries. So unfortunately, when you put this number of firefighters together on a complex piece of terrain like this, engaging a very complex and technically difficult fire to fight, we do have injuries from time to time. We've had injuries here recently, including sprained or fractured ankles, one minor burn injury, a couple of lacerations, things of that sort. Nothing serious or life-threatening, but certainly a dangerous landscape to fight fire in, and we are very, very aware of the risks there and try to mitigate those hazards as best as possible. But unfortunately, just part of the risks associated with fighting fire, injuries do occur. Another question is full containment needed for repopulation. So full containment of the entire fire is not needed for repopulation. Some of the things that we look for when we are considering repopulation of an area is containment in that area, mitigating the hazards that the fire may have created. So think of fire weakened trees, power lines, things of that sort that are removed, those hazards being mitigated. And then we need to make sure that the necessities for you to be there are restored. So those utilities are back and functional, the roads are safe to travel on, things of that sort. And then finally, a question on how we would engage the fire in the wilderness, particularly the Desolation Wilderness north of Highway 50 in the area around Branch 10. So we do have a few limitations on the way we engage fire in the wilderness. We obviously don't use bulldozers, things of that sort, but the landscape, particularly in the Desolation Wilderness, just doesn't lend itself well to using those types of tools anyway. A lot of rock there, a lot of difficult terrain that dozers don't use very well or work in very well. We will use aircraft very heavily there. We will put people into the wilderness area to suppress fire. We just have some limitations around what we can use mechanically, such as dozers, and like I said, the landscape in general just doesn't favor it, even if it wasn't congressionally designated wilderness.
Thank you, Chief. Another question that we receive is, how can I directly donate to the firefighters? We want to thank you for that question, and we also want to remind everybody that we are fully self-contained. We come here and we have all of our needs met already, and the biggest thing that all of you can do out there in the community is continue to do what you've been doing and just support us. We thank you very much for that support. This community has been outstanding, and so that's more than enough. We also are getting a lot of questions online about how we can find information. Where is the right place to go for information? And we know that some of you are coming on to this incident a little bit later on, and it's the same way it started as it is today. So we're going to just review that a few different ways. One way, an old school method, is we have PIOs, public information officers, that are answering phone calls from you. That phone number is plastered everywhere, but I'm going to give that to you again. That information line is 530-303-2455. You can call that and you can ask a public information officer any question you want about the Caldor incident. Additionally, we're very active in social media, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Please follow those social media sites for any information about this incident. Additionally, we also have an email sign up. You can sign up for any information that comes out about this incident, press releases or incident updates. And again, as a reminder, those incident updates are consistent. It's very important for us to make sure that information comes out is validated and consistent. And we do that twice a day, 7 a.m. at 7 p.m. And they look like this. It's an incident update sheet. So not only do we have those digitally that you can look at online via email updates, but also we have those everywhere throughout the community on information boards. And we have over 20 PIOs in the field right now, public information officers, that are staffing these information boards to talk to you out there as well, to go face-to-face and answer any questions you have. And additionally, you can go to fire.ca.gov and you can look at any incident in California on the CAL FIRE website. You go to NCWeb as well, and they have the same information. Lastly, there's a QR code. We've been talking about that this whole incident. It's a square little box that looks like this right here. You can zoom in, and you can actually scan that either on hard copy or you can scan it on your computer. You can take your phone and you can actually just open up your camera and scan it. It will populate a website, and that respective website for us is a link tree. We made it really efficient and effective for everybody out there. That link tree has 15 different links that you can click on. You can take your choice. If you want to learn about or understand evacuation maps and what's going on in respect to that, you can click on that. If you want to look at social media, you can click on social media, and et cetera, and et cetera. We are doing our best to work with our unified partners and public information officers to put out the validated and consistent information for you. And we want to remind everybody, because we're getting a lot of this online, please follow all those respective avenues that we talked about right now, and listen to the information coming out from this incident. We understand a lot of people have the passion and the heart to serve, and everyone's doing their best, but it's important for us to give you validated and consistent messaging so you know what's really going on in the incident. So the best bet is to follow all those respective avenues and get information coming from this incident, from our unified incident command teams. Okay, at this time, we're going to have closing comments from our incident commander.
Good evening. My name is Dusty Martin. I'm one of the incident commanders with CAL FIRE IMT 6. So as we heard from our ops, we got a pretty in-depth briefing of the operation. And one thing I do want to cover, because there's a whole bunch of questions that have come up, is due to the fire's activity overnight and throughout today, this morning, we did expand our evacuation orders and warnings. So our new order goes all the way out along Highway 50 to Echo Summit. From Echo Summit down Highway 89 through the Christmas Valley, it's in a warning. What that means is that it is just that, a warning. It does not mean you need to leave your house. It means that you need to be prepared. We're giving you that early heads up to prepare, to gather your things, get everything in order. So if the conditions do change and it goes to an order, then you can evacuate with the things that you need. That is all based off of the current operations, the current fire activity that will dictate if we go from a warning to an order. But I just want to make sure that everybody understands in the Tahoe Basin, it is only a warning at this point. I want to make another point too, is that I want to make sure each and every one of you understand that are in the communities around this incident that we are full throttle. We are moving forward. Our folks are on the ground working each and every day in each and every one of these communities, not just one, but all of the communities that this fire encompasses. And we are giving our full attention to each and every one of those communities to get mitigation of this incident. And as we've spoken before, one of our top priorities is to get the citizens back into their community. And we are working daily, tirelessly to make that happen. And it's not just CAL FIRE and it's not just the United States Forest Service, it's all of our cooperators that we're working with, public utilities, building departments, all the different folks that have a stake in this. We are all working together to make sure that we can get you back into your communities as soon as possible. As you can tell by the map, there's still a lot of red on this map, and that means we're still working tirelessly to get containment of that area and to make sure that it is safe for each and every one of you to get back into the communities. But understand, we are working very hard daily to make that happen. CAL FIRE and the United States Forest Service are side by side on this, and we've been from day one, and we're going to be till the very end of this. We are making decisions together. We are working collaborative on this. Both entities are bringing resources to this, and we will see that the fire gets mitigated. Thank you, and have a great night.
Thank you, Chief, for those closing comments. So just as a quick update, our moderator went ahead and on the comment section for Zoom, put in all the social media sites for you right there if you don't have those. Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and conduct a condensed version of this community meeting in Espanol.
Oh, okay.
Gracias. Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Ricardo Tlapala, vocero, representando al CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 6.
Oh, that's cool. They now have it in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish, and I want to kind of get back to monitoring the actual fire. So I'm just going to put that link there in the chat. Anybody needs it, that is where you can find it. And I wonder, do we have any other meetings coming up? I think French Fire, is there one at 6? There may be something at 7 and 7:30. something of that nature. But looking at this, whoa! Hey, check it out the helicopter right there. It looks like they're still hitting that with some of their what was that term that I forgot about? Something like it wasn't Sky Tanker. It was really cute. It was like if anybody remembers what they call the big choppers. It was a cool word. Do remind me. So I just sat down with my reheated food, hoping that the meeting would go longer and I could eat. But I'm going to turn on for a moment the Caldor radio again and eat for a second.
The other ridge, chasing spots or coming down off that side.
All right, we'll head to where we jumped.
They should be up on top, and I told them you were coming. We're going to use the drainage as a fence, but we'll make sure you guys are all talking and comfortable with the plan.
All right, is there ground contact?
Negative.
Okay, 3 Tango Hotel.
3 Tango Hotel, Helco.
Oh yeah, I wanted to make one comment about that. He goes, make sure you can get your information. Then he listed 16 sites you had to monitor or something. And yes, you should, but we all know where you can get your information.
2 miles? We'll go look. Helco, air attack on the TFR when able. Okay. Our relief never showed up. I tried to inquire where they're at, but we'll RTB back to Grass Valley. We'll be tapped out for the day. Okay, thanks for coming out. Yeah, the airspace is yours. Nothing's over on the south side. Everything's right here in Delta. I do have a lead or a Bravo or Charlie coming out, so you'll have to direct with them how you want. I'm sure an air attack will show up at some point. And 2 Tango Hotel, copy.
2 Hotel Tango, copy. Do you have eyes on us? Is this the spot you want right here?
We're coming back around. If you are coming off the canyon that way, their burn's still at the top, and it's just outflanking them a little bit. So just a little bit down from their burn, we want to start bringing it down into the drainage. And 3 Tango Hotel. We're going to go back and look, make sure that's good. If you want to go investigate that spot real quick.
All right, we're going to move.
Okay.
I'll go 2 Hotel Tango. We got a spot right on the structures. You want us to drop on this right next to the structures?
Yeah, is it a part of the burn, or does it look like it's an actual spot?
It's a natural spot.
As long as it's clear, go for it. Take a look. Tango out of this.
2 Hotel Tango, off you go.
And 2 Hotel Tango, we're coming back your way to try to identify that spot.
Bird.
Hotel off the drop.
Once again, a meeting, and hopefully they talk enough that I don't have to. I'll be right with you.
Tango, I got what you're talking about. Yeah, looks like a couple acres right next to the house. Three Tango Hotel over here with you.
Delta Helco, air to ground command.
Cool, 5 Fox Tango. I'm trying to drop here. You want me to jump across the canyon?
Yes, please.
Delta Helco. Command.
to the ridge drop, false alarm, another one's in the burn.
5 Papa Tango, or 2 Hotel Tangos in the dip. But if you want to come across, keep coming. You'll see your 1 o'clock smoke out in the middle of nowhere. That's a spot. Keep coming. See it out your 1 o'clock. You have to keep going right in front of you.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I got it there.
That's it.
And 3 Tango Hotel is available, or do you want to just continue where I am?
Continue where you're at for the moment, and we'll see if we need to bring you over here.
Bring him over here. How are you?
Okay, come on over, 3 Tango Hotel.
Tango Hotel looking. Dropping on it right now. Yep, got him in sight and coming around on your 6 o'clock, 3 Tango Hotel.
So you guys all want to go to Jenkinson? There's actually a pond right next to there if you want to, you guys are free to that if you want to just deconflict with each other.
And where's the pond at?
It's going to be right next to the tip, they just flew over it.
Was that for 5 Papa Tango just flew over it?
Romeo, we're at your 3 o'clock, no factor.
0 Bravo Romeo 516, copy.
9 o'clock, correct.
Okay, I'm looking over there.
Add another channel.
Where did you say that pond was at?
It's right next to the house, but it's close where he's coming in on the drop, so just stand by 1.
Okay.
To Delta Hotel, I'm going to keep you over on that side, just keep kind of checking for spots as you do your work. To Delta Hotel, copy.
TFR 0 Bravo Romeo has made contact with elevation.
Okay, thanks.
I'll be out in about 20 minutes.
Copy.
That's pond out by 9 o'clock, is that what you're talking about? Come off this drop, it's like literally half a mile from the house. Yeah, okay, I got it down there. Down there, I think there's only the one, but as soon as I come in, he stood back under the hill.
Two Hotel Tankers coming in for the job, got both aircraft in sight.
Both tankers, go ahead. You're up, I'll swing out to the south here.
I think we're going to be able to get it with the copters, but you're definitely going to need folks on it.
Okay, well, 516 on TFR.
516 Elko.
Hey, are they running tankers off the eastern side there? Are there any aircraft over there?
Air attacks, nope, shouldn't be according to Air Attack. I don't have control over there, but Air Attack said we were the only show left.
Alright, they're going to try and poke up there and see what we see, I guess, then. Straight Tango tail gun.
83, are you referring to the one on Golden Center?
Repeat. Let me know when you got a ground contact and when we can move the copters back.
Tango Hotel, what dip site you using now?
Mel Dip, 3 Tango Hotel, just to spread it out a bit.
Okay, copy.
Tango Hotel, out of Mel Dip. Tango Oscar.
Here we can see the Sikorsky just dipped into the lake here, the Sly Park Reservoir. That's why I put it in 3D view. It's not 100% accurate all the time, but
3 Tango Hotel will be number 2 on the drop.
it's pretty neat.
Look out north out of there. 3 Tango Hotel.
We're en route to the RP address.
Once again, I'm eating, and as soon as I'm done, I'll talk again. But they're protecting structures by Sly Park here. There's that new fire that's calming down a lot. We keep checking on at Sonora. Sorry, I keep doing that. But, thankfully it's looking real good there. So, since we don't have a camera to look at, we can at least see almost a pilot's eye view. This is auto-generated by Flight Radar 24, which tracks airplanes. And this is just, they kind of know through GPS and transponders and other means where these craft are. So this is kind of what they see, but the terrain's more steep than shown. The little green trails are where the other craft in the air have come from and where they're going.
Hotel Tango is inbound from the drop, or from the dip.
Gotcha there.
Copter 301, 7232.
This is Delta Elko, air to ground command. Assistance of figuring out where that's at, or do you got people with eyes on it? Branch 1, Division Foxtrot, Kenny.
Dang, that's cool. Thank you, Serene.
And Foxtrot, Branch 1, command, go ahead.
I'd like to request one of the 24-hour water tenders back from staging to the 5 Points location, please.
Back with us over here.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Copy, thank you.
Delta Elko.
So
Delta, Elko.
sometimes you can see your own neighborhood. Occasionally. Last
Okay,
year,
sounds good.
there was somebody with a remote property. We put it in this mode, and they talked about saving a house, and that was their house. And they were like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Sometimes it's magical. Of course, when you're in a general neighborhood, though, just...
And 3 Tango Hotel, back to original target. Did you ever go investigate that one smoke?
There's a margin of error. Just keep it in mind.
Was that for 2 Hotel Tango?
Oh, that was 3 Tango Hotel. Sorry, I see you're in the dip.
3 Tango Hotel, yeah, I went over and had a look. It's just in the black. This one area that started smoking again, pretty good, all good.
Okay, copy. We'll have you back to original target.
3 Tango Hotel.
Delta Hotel, after that drop, same thing, back.
Elko, it's 5 Pop Tango.
5 Papa Tango, sorry. You're back to original and 3 Tango Hotel after your last drop. We'll have you head back to what we wanted in the first place. But thanks for that catch.
Cool. Sounds like he just put out a spot fire. This is what helicopters do the best. They save individual structures, put out little spots, and awesome work they do.
Caldor air attack, Charlie 5 on TFR 118 to 65.
Charlie 5, this is Helco. No air attack overhead.
Oh, okay. Copy. Get the air attack behind us then.
I hope so. The air attack that was going in said he doesn't know where the air attack that was coming out.
I heard 07 behind me, so taking off from McFarland. So what are you using as an altimeter? And we're going to go 5,500 to the Vineyard IP until we hear different.
We're at 3007. Helco's at 5,000. We have a recon also at 5,000 over on the eastern edge of the fire. All the copters are at 4,000, and we were looking at they're looking at a spot over in Delta.
Okay. Where was the fixed wing show going to happen?
In Delta.
Okay, in Delta. So Vineyard works for us. We'll say, how about 5,500 or 6,000? What do you want us at?
If you want to come in at 6 and see if that air is going to work like that. It's been kind of scuzzy, but this is the best we've seen all day, and we got a lot of visibility back to the west, so hopefully it'll work for them.
Whoop, whoop.
Okay, 6,000 for us. You're at 5,000. Confirm.
Whoop, whoop.
5,000.
Pull up.
Okay, Matt. We'll be there.
Pull up. Now, don't
07 should be just a couple minutes behind us.
Don't be concerned if they collide in the ground all the time. It's just a software.
However you pronounce it, ridge that we're looking at trying to ping.
Okay, completing that all the way down into the confluence.
Hey, firm, we've already picked up 3 or 4 spots in the last 4 hours with the copters, so if we can, it's all within probably where you put retardant in.
Okay, so it'd be just painting that dozer line again all the way down.
Hey, firm.
Roger.
Yeah, sometimes, you know.
Romeo Training, Caldor Communications has your spot weather forecast when you're ready to copy.
It's
Clear to copy.
incredible submarine helicopter.
Overhead, they're going to be at 6. We're looking at possible tanker ops over here.
We're drop point 12 from today until tomorrow morning. The slope winds at 1800 are north, 4 miles per hour. 2100 northeast, 8 miles per hour. 0300 southeast, 4 miles per hour. 0600 east, 3 miles per hour. 0900 southeast, 2 miles per hour. Break.
If you just hit that stuff, we'll point it out to you when you get over here.
Continuing with your spot weather forecast, relative humidity and recovery trending maximum humidity 23 to 25% at 2100, then falling through the night to 15 to 17% by 0800. Low temperature range 55 to 59 degrees. This concludes your spot weather forecast.
Caldor, communication, Romeo training, copies all, much appreciated.
Now we saw some really good splashes today. I can do the time lapse. There's still helicopters working over here at Sonora. Yeah, I said that right. I'll do the time lapse. This was incredible. Here's a 6 hour. It's a pretty young fire, and the way they've really got a handle on it is just from looking at this cam. It's been pretty amazing. Boy, they paint the town red today. I'm still finishing up my food here. Thanks for your patience. I totally forgot to eat today. Just trying to troubleshoot my computer problems, etc. But that's free. Flight Radar 24 is an app, and it's a website.
So do you got eyes on, or 2 Hotel Tango, you got eyes on 3 Tango Hotel?
What a nightmare.
Yeah, that's him. That's where they're working, right on that top of that corner. I'd like you to work right kind of out your left door, a little bit down mid-slope. That stuff that's just flanking around.
All right, down mid-slope, we got it.
Yeah, so that way the canyon hopefully will be your guys' fence.
All right, we'll stay on the side of the canyon.
Thanks. The 3 other copters, 3 copters on that side. You're the only one on this side.
Sounds good.
It's still an ongoing firefight. I don't know the current status of structures or losses in Sonora, but yesterday there was the
just said we're about 2 minutes from you.
other fire. It's just, what a shock to community, I'm sure.
Yes, that's affirmative. Torn Helco.
We still can't see anything of what's going on in the Dixie Fire, so we're just waiting for the meeting tonight.
I'm going to keep 1 copter in there. The other ones are chasing spots or looking for spots on the other side. You'll have 2 Hotel Tango. You just need to make sure the line's clear. They said they had people around it already, or on it.
Hotel Tango is our little copter we were following.
We're showing 3 miles out inbound, 6,000-3007 from the Vineyard IP. Can we come into the work area?
Come on in. We're at 5,000 still, and yeah, you're cleared on in.
Okay, and 07's right behind me. I told them to come in at 7,000.
Okay, copy.
Okay. Yes, thank you for the reminder. Please share the link to my video with your people on your Facebook, on your Twitter. Email it to people who might need information, because we're here to provide it. Any questions in chat, we try to answer.
Don't drop. It might be conflicting information.
Okay, Earth ground tag 164-1375.
Affirmative.
Okay, we'll go back to 75 and try to come to the dog out there.
I can't really make that out. But yeah, I am terrible at promoting. I really have any time for that. So that'll help get people in here who need information or like aviation. If you hit the like button and subscribe buttons, then it means I'm trending, and then YouTube starts suggesting my video to others. All right, let's watch the planes.
I told them to come up for Division Delta on air-to-ground tack, so can you come up when he comes in?
Thank you, Gabriel. Very kind of you.
6 Helco.
But please, guys, the majority of anything, just please have it go to the official charities. I have
6, I'm losing you over there. Air attack's going to be up soon, so if you can't hear us, copy where you're at, but get air attack on TFR.
The official links to the Caldor and the Dixie charities are here in the chat, and I need to double verify about the other fires before I link them. And there's frustratingly not that many characters that I can actually put in the message. So
You're about even with it with the burn right now, almost all the way down before it starts hooking back up the canyon. So we can work them down a little bit lower too.
Elko, Air Attack 07, TFR.
Air Attack 07, Elko.
About 5 minutes out from the west. Climbing to 7,000 above.
3007, you're cleared in at 7,000. We're at 5,000. You got Charlie 5 at, he was going to come in at 6,000, and all the copters are working 4,000 and below.
3007, we're cleared in at 7,000. I think it's 6,000. Oh, Charlie 5, 6,000. You're 5,000. Copters 4,000 below.
We also have 516 at 5,000 doing a recon over towards Juliet. We're starting to not able to hear him over there.
Copy.
Want a quick rundown?
Zero Bravo Romeo, unable.
0 Bravo Romeo, Helco.
I just off the Hell Base about for Helco release.
0 Bravo Romeo, if you want to come out towards Mel Dip at 5,000, hang out there. We're about to brief. We'll just do the brief on this freak for air attack, so hopefully you can pick all that up if that works. 5,000, 3007, Mel Dip. Or, sorry, Pleasant MRV.
Copy 5,000 over the Pleasant MRV 3007.
And 0 Bravo Romeo and air attack, you ready for a brief?
Air attack.
0 Bravo Romeo, go ahead.
Helco, Charlie 5, one question before you start the brief.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, how many copters do you have out here? Where are they dipping from? And is there a way I can pull them so we can go low level in there?
Yeah, we could do that. We have 3 Tango Hotel, 2 Delta Hotel, 5 Papa Tango. They're all out of Mel Dip, so that's going to be a little bit south and west of the Sturdivant Ridge.
Okay, I copied 3 Tango Hotel, 5 Papa Tango, and I missed
2
1.
Delta Hotel.
And where's the dip site again? South.
Dip, MEL.
Hey, Burn. Send them down to True Value, Pony Express.
What is their altitude been? 4,000 and below?
4,000 and below. You also have 2 Hotel Tango. They're out of Jenkinson Dip. They're working on another spot that they found just on the other side of the canyon by Sly Park.
Okay, so they're on the Sly Park side, so we can use that as a fence, the canyon?
Hey, firm, I told them already the canyon is a fence between 2 Hotel Tango and the 3 other rotors.
Tell you what, you want to move all 3 over there, help him out for a little bit, and I'll go low level, get some numbers, and then we can cycle them in here later?
Yeah, we could do that. They probably all wouldn't be on that spot, but they would just be on that piece of fire as it's coming down, but I think that's I would hope enough clearance if you're going to be bringing it along the dozer line.
Yeah, why don't you move all 3 of those over there, have them work on the other side of the fence, we'll keep the drainage as a fence, we'll make some runs down the dozer line, get some numbers, and then we'll bring them back over here and cycle them.
Okay, you do have 516 way out east right now. Haven't been able to hear him recently, but told him before he comes back around the horn to make sure to get us on TFR.
Okay, way out east, whereabouts to the east, like Juliet or so?
In his way into Juliet.
Okay, sounds good. Let me know when the copters are clear. And then, which rotor Victor are you using over here?
North.
North, and that was the 121?
121025.
Okay, I'll have that up. I'll be monitoring, and let me know when you get the fence. Copters on the other side of the fence. We'll go low level. We'll be exiting out down towards the valley.
Sounds good.
All right, for 2 Hotel Tango?
2 Hotel Tango,
we're going to start doing tanker operations on the other side where the other 3 copters are working. We're going to bring them over to work with you. We'll keep you on that spot. The other 3 will work just slightly coming down the drainage. We'll still have the river bottom as a fence.
Okay, you want me to keep on working on that spot with those guys on the ground?
Just work on the spot until, I mean, it looks like there's people down there already.
Yeah, that's affirmative. I talked to them and they wanted me to drop there on a bed of logs burning.
Okay, we can keep you there till they don't need you. We're going to bring the other 3 to Jenkinson Dip, and they'll just be working around the horn.
Okay, we'll be talking to them. Thank you.
3 Tango Hotel. Head to Jenkinson and then right out your right door. That stuff that's coming down on the north side of the canyon, we're going to start working that.
It's a bird.
3 Tango Hotel copies from the top or is the bottom on priority?
It's anything that's going to flank up top. The very top is their burn, so don't hit that. But as you see, it wraps around through that little drainage and then kind of starts coming down that other little ridge.
Yeah, I can see that. 3 Tango Hotel copies.
That's going to be the target. 2 Hotel Tango is going to be working that spot out of Jenkinson. We're going to have the river bottom as a fence for tanker ops that are going to be happening on the side you guys were working.
Whoa.
Sounds like a plan, 3 Tango Hotel.
Is that a condor?
2 Hotel Tango, 3 Tango Hotel. Are you guys down in Jenkinson now?
It's a bird.
Papa Tango's off the drop. 5 Papa Tango, did you copy all that traffic?
Yeah, Helco, I copied, made a suggestion. I could run back into Placerville as fuel and return, kind of alleviate some spacing.
We'll just do that then. How about fuel and hold for now until the tanker ops are done? Let me know when you get Placerville.
Okay. Unless you want to keep me out here, I got another, 45, 50 minutes out here still.
I'm okay with you being out here as long as everybody else is okay.
Yeah, okay.
We're okay.
Helco Air Attack, TFR.
You're right, condors have white underwings.
Delta Hotel. You just coming back from the dip?
Yes, sir. Just pulling out now.
Okay, hop over on the other side of the canyon from where you were working. Did you hear all my traffic with the other helicopters?
Yep, that's going to be out of Jenkinson, correct?
Hey, firm. Have you been there?
I have, sir.
It's clearly...
bucket and I'll head over to Jenkinson.
Okay, copy. And Helco, did you have a ground contact over here as well? Negative. Not on the canyon's edge. The only ground talk was Delta by the spot.
Okay, not on the south side of the fence, only on the north side by Fly Park.
Oh, my bad, on the south side. Yeah, we've been talking with Truckee, Roosevelt, and Laguna. I would contact Roosevelt or Truckee.
Okay, Truckee or Roosevelt. I'll talk to them as I do my ridge line retard.
Roosevelt's at the top of that thing, and Truckee's down the lowest crew at the bottom.
Roger. Sounds good. Thanks, man. Just give me the okay when everyone's on the other side of the fence.
We were seeing some eagles. That's...
So did you think got everything on the briefing? 3 Tango Hotel, 2 Delta Hotel, 5 Papa Tango, 2 Hotel Tango, all going to be out of Jenkinson Dip, north side of the drainage.
Copy, just going direct down through there.
Yeah, they're just coming slightly off the hill and coming down, and they're just keeping that stuff in check.
Copy all. And then the plan is just for having a Charlie 5 pre-treat that all the way out so they can turn the corner.
That's affirmative, at least down to where their dozer line comes, but it goes a little bit. They have another check line.
Copy that.
So we're watching the battle for Sierra Springs, Sly Park.
Division Delta.
Copy, Division Delta. And that's up by Sly Park on the top there?
Yep, firm 2 Hotel Tango and or 2 Hotel Tango, 3 Tango Hotel, know where it's at. 2 Hotel Tango still dropping on it.
Copy that.
Oh, and if you didn't see this, we gotta watch this
And
again.
the overall big picture is just keep that thing in check till I can continue firing tonight. So once the retardant's in.
All right, just tag in with the rest of them. Jenkins and Skip, have you been over there? I have, so we're going to be working in the same area, just remain on this side of the drainage. Yep, main on the north side of the drainage, Tinker Ops on the other side. You'll be working with 3 Tango Hotel, 5 Papa Tango coming off the rim of the canyon, while 2 Hotel Tango still drops on that spot that you can see out your left.
Oh, yeah. Retweeting.
And 0 Bravo Romeo Helco.
Hey, go ahead. Yeah, firm, when they hit the telephone check, are they straight to Placerville then?
I didn't know if they popped through. Did they get through the middle of the fire to the north?
No, and I heard him make one call, but it was pretty broken about 20, 30 seconds ago.
They're touch with 516. They're working counterclockwise. Report telephone check when they get there.
And Helco, Charlie 5 confirming all helicopters are on the north side of the fence. We're good low level.
Charlie 5 Helco, I got everybody over here. They've been briefed on the fence.
Okay, we're going low level. Thank you.
The only one you'd have is 0 Bravo Romeo out at the MRB. He's also at a 5,000. And so 0 Bravo Romeo, you just want to come to the north, meet us over here. We'll transition.
Yeah, firm. I will head back towards Jenkins. We're over the MRB now, no factor for Charlie
5. Somebody said
TFR.
Truckee was a nickname for the Truckee Hotshots as well, so we have triple confusion.
516, he'll be reporting telephone check coming out of hotel.
Okay, copy. He'll be reporting telephone check.
He's going to be outbound for holidays.
In sight. We're just north of where they're dropping.
Looking for you.
Base Victor.
We'll descend down to 4,500.
Up there, you near the active smoke on our side of the drainage. I got you now.
I mean, there could be U-2s taken off from Beale, but usually the military craft just doesn't have a civilian transponder for us to look at.
Yeah, spots on the other side that Charlie's about to paint, and then the one that we picked up over on this side.
Copy that. So I've got the 4 copters just working this side of the drainage to understand the fence, and I got contact with Charlie 5. Don't think I have anything else for you, and if you want to depart, I'll go ahead and take Elko.
Okay, you got it. We'll head on in.
Where's that bird?
Air attack.
Turkey vultures have a more V-shaped wing when they're, gliding around. If it's flatter, it's an eagle. Just trying to get back to that.
16, got a fence down the drainage of Camp Creek. All the copters over.
Air attack Charlie 5 Air
Pinkerton. So yeah, you have to go direct to Helco for that.
Yeah, that might be a buzzard. Yeah, it's probably a buzzard.
Yeah, 516 Helco, go ahead.
Cyber attack.
2 VLATs.
Oh yeah.
1 non-MAF lat and 1 MAF.
1 VLAT, 1 non-MAF, and 1 MAF. Type 1.
2 VLATs, 1 regular lat, and 1 MAF lat.
Got it.
That's a buzzard.
914 is coming off a release from a fire, so we got 2 VLATs available.
It's a lucky buzzard, though.
And on Vineyard IP 5000.
Vineyard IP 5000 for now. I'll get back to you and make sure that's correct. That will work. Vineyard IP 5000. Thank you.
Copy.
So I did see a drone, and I don't mean a little, like, toy. I mean, like, Predator-sized drone, like military drone, working the Paradise Fire when I went down there soon after the worst was over. I went in early December, I believe it was, or late November.
Delta, and then we'll have to coordinate to be sequencing through with Charlie 5.
And the Predator can go, not Predator, but well, whatever the unmanned aerial vehicle was, UAV.
Offset to the green about half.
Sorry, it's unmanned, and so it's a bit safer to do this low altitude stuff. I believe it has to be pretty low altitude. It was flying super low, it was super quiet and super spooky. Just that the sound that it made when it was flying over was just like, wow. And it was hugging the ground so low to Highway 70 that I thought it was trying to land on it. I thought it was an aircraft in trouble. I pulled over off the highway going, holy crap, and it passed just probably around altitude of 500 or 600 feet. It was something.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
Tango Hotel 2, Delta Hotel 5, Papa Tango 2 Hotel Tango. I'm going to have a recon come through 4,500. It'll be offset into the green about half a mile, no factor.
Worth knowing, though, is that there was an eagle sitting there in the in front of the FLIR cam, and then a buzzard came up to irritate it, and then it took off and chased the buzzard. So there's a pair of nesting and maybe some juvenile golden eagles around here.
And Elko Charlie 5 on Rotor Victor.
Charlie 5, go ahead.
Just confirming all your copters are dipping out of Jenkinson.
Yeah, firm. They'll be coming off of Jenkins right along the fire's edge, staying north of that drainage. Additionally, I've got one.
We're moving forward. We got you guys on.
Half mile on the green side, and then he's going to want to sequence through where you guys are working, if it works, over to look at Division Alpha.
Okay, I copy. We can get him through there, and we'll be up on the TFR if you want to do that.
So 516, TFR. 516, Alpha, go ahead.
516, the northeast corner of Jenkinson Lake, 4,500.
Copy. Do you have us in sight?
I got a couple bucket ships. Stand by one. I'm going to get you on the iPad.
Copy. I should be just above the line of the three of them.
Okay, yeah, we got you in sight.
Maybe right now the National Guard has got the UAVs, but it may have been straight up from Beale. When I saw the one working Paradise, they had the firefighters on the ground were telling it where to go, and then we had a communication to the person operating. It was pretty interesting.
Call when you're on the north side where the smoke, the rim where it crosses over the canyon. I'll clear you through.
516, listen.
And are you going to do fire's edge the whole way, or are you going to cut across over to the whiskey?
Well, we've done almost the whole fire's edge for the whole fire. We just need to get the north end of Alpha.
Okay, so you're just going to cut straight across?
Yeah, pretty much. We're at south end of Jenkinson Lake right now, and I would say we'd be in and out of here in 5 minutes.
Okay, that's cool. It's a big U-turn, as you know, in here, so if you're going to cut straight across, that'll make it easy.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you a call as we get west of the hotel here, and just let me know when you want me in town.
Just let me know when you're sitting at that spot where the smoke goes down into the drainage. I'll cross you over.
Okay.
It's the direction the camera looks. That way.
Rubicon 2, go ahead.
As far as I know.
I spoke to Law Branch. They advise the media shall not be restricted. Just advise them of the danger.
10-4.
Usually this rotates.
So hotel going in the drop, same thing, left turn on the way out.
Welcome back, Bonnie. You're right, Fiverr. We need the latest tech to fight these fires. We needed it yesterday. But we're going to have a new era of easier firefighting as soon as we embrace this and get it online. The dang California purchased some fancy Blackhawks, I think it was, and none of them are flying now at night when they're supposed to be because they're just trying to get pilots certified. It's going to be next year.
But if you see something, let me know.
Right now, there's just 2 National Guard Chinooks, as far as I know, that can work night times between all the fires.
Charlie 5, when able, we are about a beat where that fast into the canyon where all the helicopters are working. We'll just hold here until you're ready.
Okay, you're clear to come all the way across, and I'll talk to my pilot and we'll hold up for you. You can come all the way across.
Okay.
Yeah, Smokey was to teach kids fire danger, fire safety.
E2017, branch 1 on command.
I mean, Smokey was a wild success.
Outside, kind of in the somewhat clear.
Policies of never allowing any control burning and telling ranchers and such who knew how to do it, and Indians, no, you can't do that anymore. That's been a disaster.
Look at that drainage there and then come back around.
Yeah, I think this should do it. Let me talk to my chief in the back here and I'll let you know.
Okay, and then if not, I guess from there you can go direct back to Elevate. Okay, copy.
And understand you have Roosevelt on the north end of that canyon. Is that correct?
I mean, I know what you mean, but
I'm
a fan of Smokey. But just want to make that distinction.
Go ahead on the TFR.
Yeah, which are actually going to be out to the left of that drainage down there?
French fire.
Kind of right down the center of it at 4,000, kind of hugging the left side, but yeah, I'd take the whole drainage.
This cam is dead.
About 20 minutes of fuel on station.
After that, 20 minutes left on station.
I'm worried for Kernville. It is Kernville, right? That is in the crosshairs next?
Send the TFR.
Let me go look at the official
TV3,
sources.
air attack, altimeter 3007. We're going to put you at 10,000, air attack 7,000 currently. 3007, cleared in at 10,000, 3TV.
Charlie 5, 516.
Crap, are we missing a meeting?
516, go ahead with traffic.
So we're done here. Get back to Placerville in a way that doesn't get in your way.
I think if you go direct to Placerville, it won't be in our way. I think just go direct to it.
Okay. I'm going to cut across the black here, 4,500, and thanks for all that.
Okay, 4,500. You're cutting across the black over in Delta, or were you cutting across the black at?
Right now, between Alpha and Delta.
Okay, so you're going to take that other route to Placerville Elevate, not the 50 route?
Correct.
Okay, should be a factor to thanks, man. I got to look at my map to remember what that route is.
Isn't it 6 o'clock?
Group tank check route. Hotel Tango's got about an hour and a half. Charlie 5 on TFR.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, we're going to do a couple runs. It's going to be well west of you, kind of at the end of the dozer line. We're going to do a couple runs where it goes down across. So we're going to cross the drainage from north to south. We just want to get some numbers real quick so we have them for later.
Copy that. Everything will be on this side of the drainage. Should be no factor.
Yes, we're going to cross over the drainage, but we'll be well west of you. So as long as you don't have anybody coming in from the west, we should be fine.
It's new warnings, okay.
Negative. Everything's coming out of Jenkins. Just parallel on fire rate.
Okay, perfect. We'll get some numbers. Thanks.
Yeah, whenever it calms down, I want to have a fun time where we explore firefighting technology. It's so good that's coming down the pipe. Little drones that carry the hoses up to the tops of trees and hose off the tree. And
25 minutes over the incident, and 3 Papa Tango, 30 minutes over the incident.
okay, so they're reporting their times over the incident. But am I missing a meeting for the French fire? I thought it would be here. Are they doing it every other day? But it's usually at 6 o'clock, right?
Can you repeat the tail numbers you want replaced and those times?
Delta Hotel, 20 minutes. 3 Tango Hotel, 30 minutes. And 5 Papa Tango, 30 minutes as well.
Oregon has fires too.
That's a good copy.
I mean, the bootleg was insane, but it's contained now. There's Jack Fire and a couple other smaller ones, but it's been a lot wetter in California. So the whole world is gripped in something called a phenomenon called heat domes, and so they go around the entire planet, and it's a weird wavy pattern of, like, say, big jet stream type, things. So there's a meteorological explanation that's really good that I lost the bookmark to, but it explains that all of the world's moisture, if you like zoomed, I don't know how far we can zoom out, all of the world's moisture right now, I'm not going to call it the jet stream, but you get the idea. That's the easiest way to think about it. The jet stream, everything below it is hot, everything above it is really cold with the Arctic Circle. And usually it does something like this or something, and it changes, and throughout the summer and you have a heat wave. It's because the jet stream's above you, to the north of you, and you're stuck with all the heat coming from the south. And so whatever the jet stream does this is always cool air at the top, right? And you're going to have a really nice, it's 70 degrees and it's August. That's cool. And then what has been happening is the heat dome has been doing this. And so I actually drew that wrong. Let me draw it correctly. So heat dome, right? So, in a nutshell, all of the heat gets trapped up here and shovels up there, and it can't go past the dome. That's the round thing. That's the dome, right? So it's stuck, and then more heat comes in and gets stuck, and more heat goes in and gets stuck. And the more the heat gets stuck, the more it creates a cap on it, the dome, right? The cap is a stronger and stronger bottle cap, and then you get all the moisture and the cool, and the moisture and the cool, and they can't go past this dip here, this bowl. So you have torrential rains. This is a completely wrong drawing, but I'm just giving you the concept. Wherever there's a heat dome, like over Europe, you have got the crazy heat. So this is all on fire. Then you get the crazy rains, which is up here. It's either intense rains or it's intense heat. And that's going all over the northern hemisphere around the globe. And sorry, that's a terrible explanation, but I hope people understand. That's why the East Coast is wet and the West Coast is dry. I'm still trying to find this video. Did they not have a French fire meeting video? There's a new dangerous...
Charlie 5 on there.
Great. Yeah, Greece, Siberia, it's the same thing. I don't think we understand as human beings just what's causing that. It's pretty crazy phenomenon. A new fire in Riverside.
Good for elevation on underground command.
Okay.
Yeah, I was told all military assets needed to be on the deck at Mather at 1911.
All right, trying to identify where that is. Okay, region is Riverside County is the Orange County one, isn't it?
Copy. We will gather a different up team and keep you updated shortly.
Affirmative, thank you.
So it's not like it's a worldwide global warming example. It's a climate change example.
Caldor Communications Division Hotel.
Plenty of places are way too wet and cool right now. But they'll still study it and tell us what the hell's going on, I'm sure.
Requesting 15 gallons, 15 gallons of unleaded to drop weight 21.
Now this is going to be confusing.
Charlie 5, can you raise either Truckee or Roosevelt and let us know we're going to start the retards? I believe it's up where Roosevelt is first, and then we're going to continue on down to where Truckee is. So let's make sure they're up on the ground for me.
Okay, they just said Truckee. That's the Truckee hot shots. They said tell them something. That means they're human beings. It's not them using Truckee as a reference point, other than maybe talking about the airport. But what they just said was let Truckee know.
Roosevelt should be at the top, and the truckies in the bottom of that.
Okay, I haven't been at the raise on head ground command.
Great.
Roosevelt, 45 on underground command.
5 new evacuation orders and 7 warnings for down here? Or which fire, Heather?
Branch 15 operations, go ahead. Yeah, just looking for your approval. Technical ignitions along Silver Fork Road, southwest corner section 28, carrying it about a mile north into section 21 into the main burn.
Surgeon Ridge there.
Kern Canyon, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Canada was in the biggest part of the dome, and that was the big nipple that was up there. I mean, it just looked like a straight-up nipple. So I am now going to accurately.
We're going to pick up the end of the smoke line. That's basically where we can start due to the smoke, and we're going to keep pre-treating the green side of the ridge on down that Sturtevant Ridge.
That was just massively hot because all of the heat of the deserts just went smack into it and got caught in a trap. That's why they had 122 degrees.
Affirmative. If you guys could stay up on the air to ground, I'd appreciate it. And just confirming your guys are out of the green side. You guys are all kind of caked up on the line.
They had 122 degree weather, and then fire completely obliterated a town during that firestorm. It's just, I'll eventually watch pictures of what happened there, but right now I don't want to even look at it. It's sometimes hard for me to
where
watch.
it starts bailing downhill, where the line starts going downhill, or are you up on top still?
It's hard for me to watch the devastation.
You got us making the passes in the OV-10.
They're working not lasting about
Confirming everybody, all the down guys are out of the green. Good, man. We're going to start. I've got 2 VLATs and a couple of lats coming in, and we're going to start this hopefully as soon as we get here.
VLATs. Oh, too bad we can't see that. That means very large aerial tanker. And so the reason they were just communicating so much with the hotshots is because we saw this crazy video. A crazy video. Cal Fire retardant drop on the car. People were like, "Oh, it doesn't matter if you get retardant dropped on you, but what can happen is pretty insane." Doesn't look too bad, right? Car wash? Oh. Oh.
Juliet AirTag on command.
Oh. Ah. So when the VLATs come, it's even worse.
Just curious, we're going to do this Sturtevant Ridge. Do you know if there's any plans for us to put retardant on the other ridge line coming down Sly Park Road area?
That was a small one. VLATs are very large aerial tankers. What's this in it?
This is priority number 2. We'll put it in our back pocket.
Yeah, that's an S.
I'll confirm.
That's a itty bitty S2. It's like swimming pools landing on top of you.
Juliet AirTag on command.
Did they really have to say for demonstration purposes only?
Copy that. You dropped on that spot earlier?
Like, was it supposed to be for entertainment purposes or like, okay, that's an interesting disclaimer.
Hey,
Copy. I'll remain in the area and then let me know when you're over the spot. Take a look at it, please.
Maybe they just...
Charlie 5 on underground command.
Maybe it was just a particularly...
Any crews on the other side of the drainage from you getting ready to bring it down the other side?
maybe it's just a particularly creative way to commit insurance fraud?
As I know Tahoe and El Dorado were there earlier. Is there anybody...
I'm kidding.
Visibility, is it possible to descend to 9,000?
Yeah, we were going to call you here in a minute. We were just poking around. We might have needed higher altitude. We are at 6,000. You can come down as low as 7,000. Last time I was up there, it seemed to be a pretty solid layer near 8,000 feet.
Roger, we're going to descend. We'll be above 7,000, and if you need to climb, just let me know. 3TV, thank you for your help.
Air tax, 07.
We're going to get the VLATs. Yeah, that's the equivalent of don't try it at home. But who exactly has a tanker that they could climb into to try this at home? Yeah, slow motion, that would be sick.
Romeo, safety, division, November, safety, on command. On ID.
On air tag, underground command.
Division, Romeo, safety, division, November, safety, on command.
So I'm monitoring this thing in Riverside County.
Defer that to Charlie 5. He's up on the go direct.
Okay, we know who Charlie 5 is. It's this person. It's A500. Excuse me, meant that to be a pen. A500. This is A500. It's too small for you.
TV3 air attack on TFR.
He's
TV3, go ahead.
Yeah, can you meet me up on 123.45?
Oh, that reminds me of Sesame Street. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So he's the lead plate. He's waiting for the tankers to show up.
Copy.
And he'll discharge some smoke. This is the Bronco. Because they can't see below them like they can in a helicopter. There's no windows in the floor. So the tanker just will fly into the smoke. As soon as the nose of their tanker hits it, they just press the button and they do a good drop. They just have to follow his altitude, follow him around.
Clear, are you on Division Delta?
I wish we could see it. We don't have good cams.
We are at Charlie 5. He'll be running the tanker operations. If you're wondering what the plan is going to be to change Circuit Ridge and then continue down to the creek along the third line. Copy. Stand by.
Theoretically, we could see the
going to come up on the air ground for him?
drops here.
We've been out of the loop for a minute. If we got a starting point for him. Yeah, what was that, 42, 4320 or something? 42 Charlie. 42 Charlie, okay.
But this cam won't rotate over towards the fire. It won't rotate towards the fire.
Are you on Sturtevant Ridge?
A tanker 912, one of the DC-10s headed to
going overhead at all?
old station. Okay.
We're going to come overhead and we're going to pop smoke about where we're going to start. If you got a sight, take a look up for us. This is 42 Charlie, is that what this is?
Hey guys, I wanted to play this. I forgot about it. This is Predictive Services weather briefing for today. Hang on, here we go. It's got groovy music.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Thursday, August 26, 2021.
This morning's water vapor loop shows a low pressure trough over eastern Washington and Oregon and northwestern Nevada. There is a west to northwest flow aloft over the North Ops region. The visible loop shows thick smoke continuing to cover much of northern California and northern Nevada. North to northeast winds near the surface are beginning to push the smoke southward again. Marine layer stratus can be seen along the coast and in some of the nearby drainages and basins. Computer forecast model graphics for today show the low pressure trough just to our east, with a northwesterly flow overhead as high pressure builds to our west in the eastern Pacific. That trough will move off to the east and another one will replace it early on Friday. By midday Saturday, the high pressure will move overhead as the second trough moves off to the east. Temperatures will be above average and the marine layer will be more shallow into Sunday. A northwest to northeast wind pattern has developed and it will continue through midday Saturday. These winds will primarily occur during nights and mornings from the lower western Cascade Sierra slopes across the Sacramento Valley to the eastern ridges of the Coast Range. The peak of the winds will be Friday morning in the northern and western Sacramento Valley, where gusts to 30 to 35 miles an hour can be expected. Friday will be the day that the winds continue throughout the day, although they will diminish somewhat during the afternoon. Minimum afternoon humidity in the driest inland areas will be 6 to 18% each afternoon. There is a high risk of new large fires in the Sacramento Valley and foothills Friday due to the gusty winds and low humidity. Many areas will have little to no overnight humidity recovery tonight and Friday night. On Sunday, another low pressure trough will begin to set up along the west coast. The trough will gradually deepen over the area Monday and Tuesday. This will lead to a cooling trend with higher humidity both in the day and at night, and a deeper marine layer that moves farther inland each afternoon and evening. There will also be concerns about strong gusty southwesterly winds in northern and eastern areas Monday and Tuesday afternoons. The North Ops 7-day significant fire potential product has only one high-risk symbol posted at this time. This is for the dry north to northeast wind pattern in the Sacramento Valley and foothills on Friday. The southwesterly wind pattern in the northern and eastern areas early next week is being closely watched for the possibility of more high-risk days. The South Ops region has no high-risk days in the next week. Locally gusty winds are expected in the mountains and deserts through Saturday, followed by a chance of monsoon thunderstorms in the typical southeastern California areas Sunday through next Wednesday. Now the fire weather highlights for the North Ops region. The dry north to northeast wind pattern will end around midday Saturday. Peak gusts to 30 to 35 miles an hour Friday morning in the western and northern Sacramento Valley will gradually diminish through the afternoon. This is a high-risk day for the Sacramento Valley and foothills. Warmer and drier than normal conditions with locally gusty winds and poor overnight humidity recovery can be expected throughout much of the region through Sunday. A troughing pattern with gusty southwest winds will return late Sunday and increase during the early part of next week.
Groovy. That is some groovy music. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I leaned over and I was opening up some jars and realized I didn't mute my microphone. My bad. So let's go back to the pilot chatter and keep an eye on this new thing in Riverside County. So I have no idea what they're going to do to respond to this. But back to the pilots. Okay, it's on. We're still listening to Caldor and... Let's see. Oh, RJ, we can't be talking about the illegal, federally illegal substances. That's a YouTube no-no. I signed an agreement. As much as I'd love to comment on that. Okay, they're not talking anymore. Let's see if we have another view.
Shots air attack, air to ground command.
We are blind to the French fire. I guess they didn't have a meeting today. They just had
Vision Delta, air attack, air to ground command.
these posts. Maybe it's every other day. I forgot.
Air attack, unable to contact Delta. What's the plan for Slide Creek side of that drainage? Slide arson, correct? Continue retarding on that side as well.
No, I didn't see that. Yeah, I'll check out KCRA. I can't show too much of their footage. I can for commentary, like how do tankers work.
Right now.
But
Air attack, plans for the north side of Camp Creek, Slide Park area.
what? Breaking news: 13 U.S. service members and 60 Afghans were killed in an attack on the Kabul airport. Oh my God. Holy.
Yeah, that's my last drop. I'll be up fast to find the fuel.
Copy that. Be a fuel and hold. Let me know you have positive contact with us.
Okay, fuel and hold, and I'll call you back after established contact.
12 departing to the west at 17,500 to McFarland.
Intel 12, thank you. Got the perimeter. We'll pass that along.
Copy.
That was this morning?
Yes, starting at some corner headed down to Camp Creek. Do you have ground contact for line 7?
The YouTube. Okay, I'll check it out.
Partial perimeter at the very east end, measuring the closest fire to Southwest Tahoe Airport and to the residences. 11 miles to the airport, 8 miles to residences.
Got all those, and yeah, India's definitely going to be interested in the growth there as well as what's happening there on the east side in Lima, November. So, thank you.
Copy, you're welcome.
3007, 5,000 to the Vineyard ID. Air attack is 6,000.
Now, all this week, we have been partnering with our sister stations up and down the West Coast for a series called Scorched Earth. It's a look at...
Sorry. Stupid.
Roosevelt, Charlie 5 on Airgun Command. Not sure if you copied, but we're going to go ahead and pick up the retardant show now. You should start seeing mud flying.
Mud flying? That's a cute term. Yeah.
Echo 5 Tango Alpha, TFR. Copy 914.
I'm here on their Facebook page. I don't see a live.
TFR.
I don't see a live broadcast. I mean, YouTube.
Toco on the TFR.
I just lifted off the helibase. Headed out to join your show there, please.
We copy that. Toco's at 5,000. You're cleared in 4,500. Altimeter 3007. I'd like you to go direct to Jenkins Dip and tie in with 2 Hotel Tango. You'll be working Division Delta, staying on the north side of the drainage.
Oh, it just ended. Okay.
We're working with 2 Hotel Tango, headed over towards Jenkins now.
Affirm and switch over to the North Rotor 121.025. And air attack, Helco.
Helco, air attack.
Copy that traffic. You guys are going to come on the north side of the drainage and tie that piece in with retardant.
Sounds like that would be the second plan. Take it from the point down to the river.
Copy that. I've got 2 helicopters timing out within probably the next 20 minutes. I've got 1 relief inbound now. If you're good with it, I'll cancel the 2 additional ships. And then once you're ready to switch over, we'll just return everything to base.
I'll be a little less turn out down the canyon.
have planned, it might be a start stop.
Understand, thank you. Attack Charlie 5, first tankers are checking in.
Copy, and you copy 914?
Copy 914.
Charlie 5, you copy plan with Delta, north side, slide park?
Yep, north side, slide park. Not sure we're going to get to that tonight, but we'll give it our best.
Okay, yeah, they're still putting that line in, so it's kind of a bonus to start at the top, just drag it down to the river, but understand.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just looking at the time of day, and I don't want to bring a whole bunch of stuff out here because of the smoke still. We're going to keep it with 4 aircraft and probably get 2 VLAT drops each, a couple of lat drops each, and then we'll probably be done for the night.
I understand. Thank you, sir.
ISIS?
Okay. Rotor.
They're very different than the Taliban. They hate each other. With chaos in the country, ISIS can set up shop. Great.
Down to the Jenkins dip. If you could line them out where you guys are working in the fence and that drainage, I'd appreciate it.
I'm checking out
will you repeat for me there,
Dixie a second.
Helicopter 5 Tango Alpha is inbound to the Jenkins dip. If you can get him oriented to where you're working in the fence on that drainage, I'd appreciate it.
50.
I mean, that's what somebody in chat just said. I'm not up to date. I just heard about it.
Yeah, we'll be dropping close to your line there, just to make sure there's nobody on the ground while we drop.
Through Highway 50 route to Lumber and then kind of cutting in.
Yeah, they're coming out to Hella Base going direct to Jenkins Lake. North of you guys, no factor.
Okay, yep. Should be no factor for us as long as we don't have any Zambonis.
Yeah, from their 4,500 below, what do you guys need to there?
We're Xing at 4,000, so we're dropping at like 3,000. So we're coming in at 5,000, Xing at 4,000. So as long as your guys stay close to Highway 50 route, should be no factor. So if they take Highway 50 and kind of cut in a beam of Jenkinson's, that would probably be best.
Copy.
Back-to-back tankers.
I wasn't looking. I'm sorry. I was looking back at the fire. Not a great joint up. What I'll do is I'll take you over the top and kind of show you, just so you can look down on the drop. Your drop is going to be from right up against the smoke, and then down canyon away from the smoke on the side of the ridge.
Side of the bottom going to.
No, it'll be east to west run. Right along the ridge. We've got a fence helicopter on the north. You'll see a dozer lined up on top of the ridge. I'm over it right now.
Got to see a few vehicles there, probably about where you want to start as close as we can in the smoke.
Yeah, affirmative. I ran line, I went up into the canyon, and then I came in on a 45, and then just a left-hand turn as best we could. And once we get on the side of the ridge, 240, and you can come down to 4,500.
3 Tango Hotel on T-Pop.
3 Tango Hotel, go ahead.
3 Tango Hotel is departing Delta inbound Placerville for fuel.
I got that. Fuel on hold. Advise on positive contact with the Hella Base.
3 Tango Hotel, copy.
The Mormon Immigrant Trail and makes its way out from section 36 into roughly 32 and into 28 in the Sherman Canyon area break.
There's the start of drop.
River, there's one small finger that's come southeast into 22
And then I'm sure you're aware in the division Juliet country east, northeast of the dozer line that's in, coming off of Mountain Canyon down to the 50. There is at least a 15-acre slot there above Cody Creek, or spot rather, and potential for a few other small ones. Can you confirm if Juliet's aware of those?
That'll work perfect. Yeah, everyone's inbound at 5.
Is the audio better?
Base, I've got 3 Tango Hotel inbound.
Copy, 3 Tango Hotel, inbound, fuel and hold.
We're going to be bringing tankers over you, but there'll be 4,000, or correction, there'll be 5,000, and then we'll just send them over. What's your ceiling over there?
Currently at 5,000, we can go down to 4,500. That's where I got the copters working.
Okay, if you take 4,500, I appreciate it.
Yeah, firm will go down to 4.5.
Thanks, Charlie.
3 Tango Hotel,
Well, I can't show what KCR is showing. The last 8-minute video doesn't show any tanker action. It just shows, like, you know, trucks on the ground. So if I'm teaching and using their video, there's fair use. But if we're just watching their videos for random things, then I can't show it.
Down there, guys.
I didn't see anything I could show.
Just 5 Papa Tango. That was my last drop.
Audio's better? Okay, good. Cool. The whispering guys should be much louder now. Hey, Josh.
Go on. See you fun.
Camino.
Yeah, the good news is that new fire today we were watching is looking way better. Look at that. I mean, look at the past 6 hours. Here's where it started today.
Yeah, you want to grab the conference as they check out, or you want me to? I've been doing it.
It was angry and big.
Go ahead, sir. I'll just call Hull Base, let them know they're coming in.
I copy.
And they slammed it with retardant to corral it, and it's looking much better.
It's about 30 seconds out.
Elko 5 Papa Tango's on with Elevate.
Looking way better.
Elko copies for 50 change approved. Thanks, Lord.
Oh yeah, there's Tanker 914. Back to back DC 10's coming.
It's 17 Alpha, 17 Alpha. Apple 17 Alpha.
This is 5 Tango Alpha.
You know, Heather, I wonder if I could do movie time.
I'll give this a little bit more of a feel on this next pattern.
How to hold a watch party. Remind me about that. I'll try to find out. It would be after fire season, probably. Oh man, this is such a sad day.
Holiday, air attack, air command.
Yep, here they are. We need appropriate theme music.
Go ahead for Helibase.
Appropriate theme music.
5 Papa Tango, outbound for Helibase. In fuel and hold.
Copy, 5 Papa Tango, inbound to Helibase, fuel and hold.
Here's the DC-10s.
Helco air attack, TFR.
Good.
Okay, you get the idea.
Okay, we're not gonna tag on to 1-5's drop. I get a different drop from you. I'm on a down need for a shoulder.
These guys.
Drainage. We're kind of working that top piece. Do not cross the bottom of the drainage. This will be bringing tankers across the ridge to the south.
These guys were the ones that helped get a handle on those other fires, and the fact that they're incoming is a great piece of good news. The Lone Ranger theme song? That might be copyrighted.
Division Golf, Rush 39 on command.
Okay. Remind me when the meeting starts. What? T-minus 15?
If you just keep your left turn. We've got there's a knob just there where the
Okay.
Okay, we see where they're a little bit thinner than at the top of the knob.
That's it, yep. Also, on the top of the knob, there's a quick bare area. That'll be our start point.
Well, we could do this as a summary by user request.
Either Branch 10 or Division India, Intel 12 was just off.
Okay. Let's do it. Wait. Screwed it up. That's not it. I need to get the ending. The finale. Yeah, sorry guys. Screwed it up again. Let's do it. Sure this will work. When did the cannon start? There we go. That went pretty well, didn't it? Oh my gosh, okay. Alright, silly time over. Back to the task at hand. But when somebody has a special request like that, and they are a donor, you know, I have to oblige. Okay.
They're doing some firing on the edge, they said. So they want us mid-sloping up. Anything that's not on the edge that's in there.
Roger that. Waiting.
Division Golf, Rush 39 on command.
We have to have some humor, or we're going to go insane. I've been looking at fires every day since July 14th. So when they finally get the good news today that these tankers have come back, this is crucial to turning the tide. And so we play this celebration music that they've come back. That is something to celebrate. Even though this is a most dire, horrific thing right now. I hope you can understand.
Yeah, if you can keep it just to the north of that drainage, they're going to be bringing the tankers down the ridge to the south of that. Roger that, we'll keep it on our side. Great. So thanks. I apologize.
I'm trying to find a cam, but we had this one. We had an amazing show. These tankers just almost put out this fire. We watched this live. That was what we were celebrating. These tankers are going to leave this fire and come back to Caldor. That's what they are doing. So, but here's Leak Springs. We can't see anything. Mount Danaher is just like it's a big maybe, but I don't think so. We've been checking it.
What else are you doing?
We saw a bird. I tried to get you guys images here, but the camera won't rotate.
For live run.
From the west, I got 2 HT and 4 HT split. I'll wrap around wide and be number 3 for this.
Yeah, we have very little to celebrate. I know that somebody walking in here would be like, what the hell is this? But we developed a culture here last year that we were just weeping all the time. And then we decided that at some points we'd engage in the way firefighters deal with this. It's like the British in World War II. They kept making jokes about Hitler. You know, it's just... You have to can't let it crush you every moment.
North of the lumber check, and that's what they're directed to elevate out of the 6-minute traffic. North of lumber,
Oh, the FLIR? Sure.
And air attack house on the TFO.
Air attack, copy, direct for 5 Tango Alpha.
There's really only 2 colors, just like
Caldor communications contact chain. Just curious if you guys put out over the air that command 113 was back in service.
It's taking a while to drop altitude. So this usually rotates. It finds the hot spots. And there's only 2 colors, just like the black and white infrared. But this spectrum is just so much more detailed. So everything that's cool is purple, and everything that's hot is yellow, and it's a blend of the 2 colors, with everything you see in between. And so the lighter colors are the heat. So not everything that's bright white is on fire, especially if they didn't calibrate it correctly for the day. Things like bodies of water are supposed to be deep purple. But, I mean, we have like really, really high temperature days. And they're not saying anything right now at all. So it's not like I muted them and they're talking. They're not saying anything. So when it rotates and such, it's looking for fire. And you won't see the smoke on the FLIR, but the left-hand view is like what we see, like human eye kind of thing. This peers right through the smoke, and you see just heat. And so anything particularly swirly is the flames.
That looks like a good start point. Didn't quite make it all the way to the bottom of the drainage, but...
You just kind of have to learn to eyeball it, you know, like trees that are yellow. It probably had direct sunlight, and there's retaining that throughout the night. But in general, if they calibrate it right, what's going to be bright white is actual open flame. We have no cams to see this.
Not go all the way to the bottom of the drainage, but what I'd like to do is start at the bottom of the drainage. We're going to be going across the drainage. Number 6, start, stop. If you keep that left turn, I'll give you a show me of what you'll be dropping.
Keep the left turn coming.
We're
Also,
good.
821 and the rest of the guard ships will be heading back to Mather currently, lifting shortly.
Yeah, these are our last drops.
In that grassy meadow, there was really
5,000 outbound.
No, you don't have to pay. No. Alert Wildfire is universities.
prior to the end of the
821 is aware. We will make the others aware when they lift.
Across the drainage with the VLAP. Kind of cutting across from north to south. As long as your copters are dropping where they're dropping, there's no factor.
I copy that.
You got anything inbound right now?
Yeah, I got 2 inbound for the drop. You should see them now.
Here's the lead plane.
2 inbound from the helibase or
no.
Just for the drop?
Just from the drop. I got 5 Tango Alpha returning to the helibase. They went to the direct to the lumber check to the helibase. It should be no factor. And then they're going to be returning once they fix their bucket issue.
Okay, yeah, just let you guys know we're going to do a VLAT drop across the drainage, so we're going to start now. Thanks, man.
Yeah, from the 4 guard ships are taking off. They've been advised where you're working. Should be no factor.
Roger.
So the tanker?
Be advised there's VLAT's going to come across the drainage. As long as you guys keep your tight pattern, as the identifiers, there should be no factor. Or Yankee.
Here's Charlie. Going to get in front of the tanker.
I'll just keep a left-hand turn back.
I don't know why that went quiet. So Charlie, Alpha Charlie here is going to get in front of the tanker and guide him in. Well, at least from 914. I don't know if 911 already did the drop. I don't know why we just lost the reconnecting. So Broadcastify just dropped the audio. Let me try to get it back. We need to watch the video. It's about to start. The meeting is about to start anyway. But that's not me. I didn't turn it off. It says Caldor Fire Operations Reconnecting. But yeah, this is what we were celebrating. These tankers pulled away for other things today, and it was looking like, oh no, they may not have accomplished their goals without them today. And they came back right at the 11th hour, right before they're losing the light of sunset. This is great news. They will be able to accomplish so much more here on the West Zone. We were worried about that today, that they kept veering off for other projects. So to have completed the other fire and really reduced it to like a smoldering little insignificant nothing like we're seeing here, that's better than I had hoped for. Oh, there's one. There it is here at Omo Ranch. That's one of the DC-10s right there. This is live. Yay! All right, so let's go to the meeting. We've got a Dixie Fire West Zone meeting. Yeah, it should be starting any moment. I think does it Lassen National Forest? Or no, it's Modoc. It's Wildfire. Lassen. It's Modoc, isn't it? Here we go. 43 seconds. Right on schedule. I still don't know why we lost that audio. Did anybody else on Broadcastify lose the audio for the Caldor? I'm going to try to refresh my thing. Okay, we're connected. But I'm going to mute it for the meeting, which begins in about 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us for the Dixie Fire Incident Update. My name is Chris Bruno. I'm one of the public information officers assigned to the Dixie incident. This evening we'll be hearing from various experts in their field, updating you on recent evacuations, fire activity, and weather. If you have any questions for our speakers this evening, please submit them in the comments section below. First, let me bring you the latest numbers regarding the Dixie Fire. The Dixie Fire is currently at 749,713 acres with 45% containment. There are currently 4,833 personnel assigned to the incident. I'd now like to introduce our first speaker. Please welcome Incident Meteorologist Derek Williams.
Good evening. We do have a period of quiet weather coming up for the next several days. It started today with light to rain winds of less than 10 miles an hour. A small concern tonight would be a shift in the winds to a northeast direction tonight and tomorrow night. So we do have a couple of nights of northeast winds. However, they should be light, less than 10 miles an hour sustained during that time frame. So during the day, we have terrain winds less than 10 miles an hour, and at night, for the next couple of nights, we'll have a northeast flow of less than 10 miles an hour. So as we get through the next couple of days, we'll see temperatures rise to above normal levels in the 80s and lower 90s, and we'll have relative humidities drop. So it will be drying out quite a bit. In fact, overnight, relative humidity might not get up to 30% in some cases. So that's quite low for this time of year. And as we get into early next week, we will see another southwest wind event. It doesn't look too strong right now. And overall, we don't see any critical fire weather patterns coming up in the next 7 days or so. So should be pretty good to go for the next 7 days. Thank you.
Next, we have for you Fire Behavior Analyst Don Watt.
Good evening. So the weather's definitely going to help us out, and part of what we've seen is some of that smoke laying over the fire area, and it's not great for the citizens in the area. It is make it a little more hard to breathe and a little more shaded, I guess, for that today, but that shading also helps out on the fire. It really minimizes the amount that the fire's active during the day. We do see it pick up a little bit when that smoke clears out of the area. We do see that activity increase, but it's been very minimal compared to weeks past. So that shading has helped out. We will see a little more activity, especially up in the north area as we get those northeast winds coming in tomorrow. But we're not seeing any dramatic winds, so it shouldn't increase the fire behavior too much. Continuing, the biggest thing on this fire will be the spotting potential, which is embers coming out from the main body of the fire and crossing our lines. But that range should be short, and we should be able to pick it up fairly quick in most areas. So the fire's looking really good. We'll continue with this good weather pattern and keep our eyes on what's coming up in the future.
Our next speaker from the West Zone, Operations Section Chief, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3, Mark Brenton.
Good evening. So I'll just take you through the West Zone of the Dixie Fire. We'll start with our Westwood sector, which is the middle of the fire. Basically, the north or the west part of the fire is looking very good. It's been in a mop-up and patrol status. Along the west shore of the lake, we do get a few calls for service for some smokes well interior in the stump holes and so forth, but those are just had a slight downtick from those the past couple days, so that's a good thing. But those are the things you're going to see in the coming days and weeks with this as these heavy fuels burn out. On the east shore, looking very good. This was an area that really was largely unaffected by the fire. It's been repopulated. However, as people can see, looking to the north, maybe some smoke's very deep within the burn. Again, they're going to see quite a bit, but there is no threat to the line, and the line is actually fully reinforced and mopped up. Working with our partners to the east, we're buttoning up and finalizing the mop-up around the Dyer Mountain area. That's just one area that's just a lot of heavy fuels in there, and they're working those over pretty good to get that fully mopped up. Moving closer in the Duffy group, along 36, it's very well mopped up and burn in deep, so that's a good buffer. But along here, again, with the heavy fuels and the terrain, it's just going to be a slow process, and it'll be something to be going on for a number of days to come. But that's looking overall very good. Moving over to the community of Janesville. Janesville was a really big success from our firefight for a number of days, able to protect the community with very few structure loss from the fire. So This fire originally started as a spot fire from the main fire well over a week and a half ago or so. Grew to about 38,000 acres overall, but we were able to stop it. And basically just right now, getting the heavy mop up along some of these huge pockets of fuels and making a lot of progress over the past few days. And today is another good day that we've had in there. And then all the way down to Milford, same thing. Just one little pocket that we've got some mop up going on, but overall, the communities are very safe, and folks have done a really good job working those over in there. So that'll be a few more days of work before we're fully got that black line. Moving over to north of 36, we have our Lassen sector. And in the Lassen sector, we have a couple areas that are still fairly active for us that we have some concerns with. So over in Division Kilo, and we have this pocket that has direct line on it. But again, it's very rough terrain, very rough topography. That we've got dozer line, however, some of it we've connected with hand line and such. So we're working that over as well, getting that plumbed with hose and so forth. But it's just a lot of ground to cover and some really rough ground. So they're going to be diligent working there. One of our concerns is with the wind shift coming from the north. That will push on this line a little bit. So we've already had a contingency line in place. We're tonight continuing to strengthen that and putting a secondary contingency line in there. So if anything were to roll out of that we have a couple lines to stop it. We also have another contingency line around this finger, which has full line on it, been heavily mopped up, and then a third line. So we have a lot of lines of protection to fall back on if need be with the push of that wind. Moving up on the shoulder in November into the park, it's looking really good. A lot of good line and a lot of work being done in there. Division Papa, there's been some continuing of the burn project in there to help strengthen those lines and reinforce those lines, so that's ongoing. Had a spot fire and a slop as of last night. Our folks were able to get around it, put a lot of dozer line in around it directly, and then checked up another dozer line here. We were seeing a spread from the west to the east. Wasn't moving rather quickly. It was actually just kind of moving along at a slower rate of pace, but we were able to jump on that by around 3-4 this morning, get that taken care of, and then it's heavily mopped up today. Same with Quebec. We had a firing operation a few days ago. We've checked that up and stopped that. And then when the conditions are favorable again in coming days, that project will get finished up. And that'll put a nice close the door for any movement of the fire north and threatening the 44 corridor. Romeo, again, heavy mop up, heavy fuels, that's ongoing. Tango's looking really good. And then back down to uniform on the 36 and where it's all tied in and burned in very well. For the fire that's incurred into Shasta County a little bit, we've had over the number of days putting in contingency lines, opening up the reading fire scar lines. So we have a really good solid line in. We have a secondary line just being completed, and we'll have a third line in, and that'll provide a good layer of protection for the community of Old Station and any further incursion into Shasta County. So a lot of good work in there for looking ahead and projecting what the fire may do. This is probably going to be our biggest priority that is going to be handed off to Incident Management Team 1, that it's going to be taking over from Team 3, and I believe we've handed them a good product and something for them to work on. We've been able to utilize our aircraft the past couple days with the weather, both our rotary wing and our fixed wing, that's been assisting us with these operations to achieve meet our priorities and achieve the mission.
Next up, Lassen County Sheriff's Office, Public Information Officer Lisa Bernard.
Good evening. We had a couple of changes to evacuation status today. We were able to lift evacuation warnings in Janesville proper, and that's from the Bass Hill Wingfield Road area all the way down to Janesville grade. That's been completely lifted. And we did that in part so that Janesville School would be able to do some cleanup on their campus in order to get students back on campus on Monday. And then also on the east side of Highway 395, we are able to lift those evacuation warnings in that area also. So we've had some questions online today about why we did not issue a code red alert when we lifted those evacuation warnings. And we don't typically do that when we lift something out of a warning. We'll do that when we reduce an evacuation order to a warning. And So if you want that information, if you're anxious to know when that area is lifted out of a warning, we encourage you to go to social media sources like our Facebook page. We also post it on the county website, and then also all of our local media outlets will have that information. So the radio station, Susanville Stuff, and our local newspaper online, of course. We also update the map immediately when we make those announcements. So you can go to community.zonehaven.com for that information. A lot of people will find that they need to click refresh on their browser, or it'll take them to the last time that they viewed that map. But we make those changes immediately on that map, so you'll be able to know right away when those changes are made. Couple other things that we'd like to mention tonight. We did a press release earlier today about debris removal on damaged properties. That's something that our County Office of Emergency Services applied to the state to be able to do for property owners. There was a lot of questions there about what that process will look like. The most important piece of information that we can give you on that is that it's important not to disturb the ash footprint of your property, which means don't remove debris yourself, don't remove ashes until that process is completed. The local environmental health agency will be overseeing that process and will be coordinating those efforts. If you have questions about that, you can reach them at 530-251-8528. Also, for information about road closures, we encourage people to go to the Caltrans website, which is roads.dot.ca.gov, or call the road closures number, which is 800-427-7623 for that information. And then lastly, tonight, we just really want to encourage the public to continue driving safely. We still have smoking conditions out there. Slow down, use your hazard lights, keep your headlights on. One of our deputies asked me to mention tonight that they've been seeing a lot of people driving around taking pictures and video with their phones while they're driving. Last thing we want to do is have another casualty to this fire. Our community's lost a lot already, so we don't want to endanger the personnel that's out there working in those areas, and we don't want to endanger drivers and their families either. So please use caution and be safe out there.
And now we'll hear from Lassen Modoc Unit Chief Scott Packwood.
Good evening, Scott Packwood, Lassen Modoc Unit Chief for CAL FIRE. I'd like to just put this fire into perspective again. We've talked about the size of it, the amount of perimeter line, and the number of personnel assigned. The perimeter is approximately 700 miles, and that doesn't take into consideration the unburned areas around 100 miles of perimeter line to patrol and contain approximately 750,000 acres, or just under 750,000 acres, and 4,833 personnel. And when we split those personnel into two shifts, whether it's a day and a night shift or a 24 on, 24 off shift, that cuts that number down to about 2,400 personnel. So take that 2,400 personnel and that 750,000 acres, that's 310 acres per firefighter that each firefighter would be responsible for doing perimeter control, patrol, and mop up. So with that, our main focus is the perimeter control and containing the fire as small as possible, not allowing it to continue to spread. So some of that interior islands that are still smoking, the areas that you still see stump holes burning, smoke coming up out of not completely consumed fuel as you return to your neighborhoods or you're traveling through the fire. I talked about it a couple nights ago when we did the public meeting. We're going to continue to allow some of those smokes just to burn out and consume. One thing that we want the public to know is if they're in close proximity to a structure or an unburned area, those are of concern to us, and we'd like you to go ahead and turn them in. But if they're in the interior island or the interior burned area of the fire in black that's completely consumed and still smoking, we're aware they're out there, but we're going to let them continue to burn out just because of the fact that we don't have enough personnel to put out every single smoke within the burned area of the fire. So as you return home or travel through that burned area, look for those areas that are smoking that are in areas of unburned fuels, close to structures or critical infrastructure such as power poles, guardrail. Look for compromised root systems on trees. Sometimes the fire will get in under the ground and burn those root systems, and those trees can become weakened and become hazard trees that fall down. Trees that do burn off occasionally will fall down and land across a hot area on the ground or a stump hole and be impinged on by that heat and become a fire itself. So as trees fall down, they can become involved in fire. We're going to get the needle cast that I talked about a couple of nights ago, and that's happening a lot sooner than we normally see on a timber fire just due to the drought-stricken trees. So that needle cast has already started to happen in the areas that have burned several weeks ago, and that's primarily in those areas that didn't burn completely, where you still have browned out needles on the trees and they start to dry out and fall off onto the ground and then land on that hot material, either a burning stump hole or just heat that's still in the ashes on the ground surface. So as that needle cast spreads out over the ground, that can become an active fire again. It's usually low intensity. However, it is something that we're going to want to pay attention to. So as you're returning home or traveling through the areas, again, go ahead and call those smokes in. If they're in close proximity to structures, critical infrastructure such as power lines, guardrails, highways, or the fire's perimeter itself. They're doing hazard tree removal along a lot of the highways right now, Highway 89, 36, as well as some of the side roads, County Road 821. They're going to take down those trees, and occasionally when those trees get taken down and laid down on the ground, they also are put on top of hot areas and can become involved with fire again. So we're patrolling, looking for those areas of concern, and we appreciate your help just minimizing the amount of calls that aren't necessary, but still getting us to the ones that are. So thank you for your cooperation, and be safe.
We will now hear from Agency Representative for U.S. Forest Service, Matt Rao.
Good evening, everybody. I'd first like to start off by thanking CAL FIRE Team 3 for their partnership in managing this incident. They have been absolute professionals and have executed the plan as designed by all the partners involved incredibly well. I'm very much looking forward to continuing that success and building on the plan and all the work that's been done to date, moving forward with CAL FIRE Team 1. As you heard, there's been a tremendous amount of work that's been done on this fire. You heard the stats from Chief Packwood. It's incredible. A fire of this magnitude is rarely seen in any one of our careers or generations. I think everybody that's been involved with this will remember this for the rest of their lives. It's been an incredible battle, and there is still much more to do. You heard from operations, we're not out of the woods yet. We still have a lot of loose ends and a lot of open line. And so as we move forward, I encourage everybody to continue to be patient. Everybody that's here is working diligently to protect the communities involved and our valuable natural resources. And I thank you all. I mean, you're partners in this with us. I also like to highlight that, the folks that you see the logos behind us and those of us that are standing up here today representing the incident, we're just a very small part of the puzzle. It literally takes an army to manage an incident of this magnitude and to repopulate all the areas that have been displaced, return service to all the communities, the power infrastructure, the road networks, the law enforcement needs that it takes to protect your homes while you're displaced. It is a tremendous, tremendous effort. So I stand here representing the U.S. Forest Service and the rest of the federal agencies involved with this tonight, and just thank you, the general public. Just thank you for your support for everybody that's out here. Everybody that's here is away from their homes too, and I thank all the responders and all the team members and everybody involved with this incident for making it such a success to date. And I look forward to the coming days. Thank you.
His name is awesome.
Our final speaker for the West Zone, Incident Management Team 3, Incident Commander, Chief Billy C.
Hey, good evening. Obviously, this is, as you've heard tonight, Team 3 will be transitioning command over to CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 1 starting 0700 tomorrow morning. So this will be my last report out to all of you viewers out there. Obviously, this has been a tremendous incident, 750,000 acres and still expanding. There's quite a few areas that are starting the recovery and rehab phase, while there's other areas that we're still engaged in heavy firefighting operations. You heard Chief Packwood talk about removing the hazard trees off the ingress and egress areas through some of the major roadways throughout the fire footprint. Obviously, as we get those opened up, then we'll start pushing interior to some of the smaller roadways. There's a lot of questions about Mill Creek on when that evacuation order may be lifted. Obviously, Team 1 will continue working with all the law enforcement agencies from the respective counties and ensuring that we're looking out for the best interests of all those citizens and property owners and make sure their safety is taken care of prior to allowing them back in. That includes the Warner Valley, Chester-Warner Valley Road, and ensuring that those hazard trees for ingress and egress are taken care of, that we make a safe path for you to return. Team 1 will be working hand in hand with all the law enforcement agencies to ensure that occurs. As we continue to progress with the firefight up north, tonight there's potentially some plans to start at West Prospect Peak with some firing operations just due to the setup of the location of the fire and the advantageous wind patterns that we're expecting over the next 48 hours. Essentially, they're going to build a buffer to catch the fire and be able to control it on the firefighters' terms, not Mother Nature's terms. So we're going to continue to be aggressive. The incident management team comes in, is highly talented, and they're going to continue to work to gain additional perimeter control each and every day. I just want to leave with you at this. It's been a pleasure and an honor from Incident Management Team 3 to serve all these communities and look out for your best interests. Thank you.
Most of the questions tonight were answered during the presentation from our speakers. We'll now move on to the period of answering a few of those outstanding questions. We'd like to bring back up Operations Section Chief Mark Brunton.
Okay, I have a few questions that have come to us online. So one of the questions is asking if, is Dyer the only concern when it comes to the warning on Westwood? So there is still a warning issued for part of the community of Westwood, and certainly that is an area that we have some fire activity that, like as I was saying in my initial, that there are some hot spots. We are picking those up, but also certainly what's happening over here in the Duffy group, because it does have an ability. We were seeing some hot spots that are popping up here and there. They pose a minimal threat to that portion of Westwood. We don't expect that this is going to be anything that'll get up and pick up and run. However, we're being extremely cautious and more conservative than we ever have been in the past because of these fire conditions that we're seeing. In my 35 years in doing this, this is some of in the past couple years, most erratic fire behavior I've ever experienced, as well as my colleagues. How receptive the fuels are in being able to just take a small amount of heat and being able to pick up and start gaining some momentum with the fire. So that's why, unlike the past, we've been extremely conservative about how we're going about making sure that we're fully mopped up, that we have good containment, good solid containment before we are making sure folks get reintroduced back into the area of their homes to make sure it's fully safe. And not only just the fire element, but as Chief C mentioned earlier, there's a lot of other hazards that are indigenous to this kind of environment, where we have especially in timber, unstable fire, affected trees that can, with snags and widowmakers and that sort of thing that can fall and harm or injure somebody, kill somebody. So that's just another one of these multitude of things. And when we go and repopulate, it's a process. It's a process that we enter into with our law enforcement partners, in particular the sheriff, who in this case has the ultimate authority and final say about evacuation and repopulation. So we are as advisors to him as to, from the fire element of it, is this safe from a fire standpoint? And he weighs that judgment and weigh also with our infrastructure partners. So when we have people repopulate, they're repopulating into a safe environment and an environment that they have the pillars of life to be able to continue on with their lives as they re-enter into that fire environment. So I would anticipate in coming days that warning will be lifted. We are getting closer to success and buttoning up those areas, so we want to just make sure that it's in a safe environment for people to re-enter into. Another question I've gotten this numerous times about the Warner Valley and understanding the importance of that area. I've physically been through that, was just there just the day before yesterday, the latest time I was there. And with that, it says, do we have any crews in the Warner Valley tonight? And we have the Warner Valley under what we call patrol status, so we don't have actual fire engines sitting there 24/7. We do a patrol through there because it's at the point where we've done heavy mop up. As I said, yes, there are going to be some smokes here and there, but we make sure that there's mop up around the surviving structures, any of the green areas, and that sort of thing. Chief Packwood gave a really good analogy, and really it's the math of it is that this fire is so large that we have roughly one firefighter per over 300 acres. That is a huge amount for firefighters to try to be able to take care of every little smoke or every little bit of this fire, especially with active fire. Additionally, because of the numerous fires throughout the state, we have had to give up or lose a number of resources to assist those other fires, and we lost some more engines today. So, for instance, for tomorrow's shift, we have only, for the whole west zone of the fire, only about 40 fire engines that we were able to put on the line tomorrow. So you see how big it is, how extensive it is, and we prioritize those areas of concern. So we unfortunately cannot have a fire engine at every possible location. So we do take the measures, though, that we go into a patrol status. So there may not be one there 24/7, but at least we try to check those target areas at least once a day that still have some hot spots in them, and take care of those hot spots as we can. So there's a couple questions regarding the community of Mill Creek, basically the criteria for getting it repopulated, or when will it be repopulated. So Mill Creek is interesting in the fact that we have this large pocket, as I explained earlier, still with some hot line in it. It's very steep, rugged terrain, heavy fuels in it, and it's not very easy to put a line that we can control it and get in and mop it up. It's very difficult, tough work. And so where Mill Creek is located in relation to that is it's very close. And our concern in particular, we look at the weathers, and we don't just look at it day in, day out, but we look at it 48, 72, 96 hours ahead of time, and we forecast. And so when we're looking at, do we repopulate an area, again, it goes back to that element. Is it safe? Is it a place that we can put people that they're going to be safe and not have to be evacuated after they've just been repopulated? We don't want to do that sort of operation. So we want to make sure that this is buttoned up, that it's safe to do so, and when we can, we will repopulate as soon as we possibly can. We understand people have been away from the homes. It's not fun to be evacuated. I've lived through that personally, and my family's lived through that personally in the past. So, I'm very empathetic to that, as well as all of us are, because there's many of us that have been in that similar situation. So we want to make sure that when we put people back at home, that it's a safe environment as we possibly can, without having them worry about, well, is that fire going to come down the hill and burn over our community overnight? Another one regards the same area near the Childs Meadows area. What's the status of that area? And again, a lot of this we're in heavy mop up, and it's coming along. But again, it's going to be just a work in progress, and it's going to be a number of days before we have a really good handle on that. And then finally, there's a question about the new fire activity. That's basically near the Lost Creek group. So basically what the direction we were given from this person is up in this area, and this is in the park. It's in the Division Papa area. And as far as new smoke, it's basically an increase in smoke, and that's a result of the burn or the firing operation that's occurring there. And we use that burn operation is to connect or to widen or to improve our lines. And this is a very planned operation. It's not done haphazardly. This is something that is a controlled operation, well thought out, well planned, and executed. So you might not see smoke there one day, or because of the heavy smoke conditions, it may not seem that you're seeing a column of smoke, and then you do see that column of smoke. And what that is in this particular case is the fact that that burn operation is going on. So it will put up that plume of smoke that becomes very visible, especially as the air is cleared out. Then it becomes very visible from a distance away. But what people are seeing is really that activity within that division, and that's part of our fire control suppression tactics.
We'd like to thank all the presenters for their information. If you would like to find the evacuation maps for Plumas, Lassen, and Butte counties, you may find those listed on your respective websites. Incident updates will be provided at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. We will continue to provide Facebook and YouTube Dixie Incident Update every other evening. Our next meeting will be Saturday, August 28, 2021. The live stream may be found on the CAL FIRE Lassen Modoc Facebook page, the Plumas National Facebook page, or the Lassen National Forest Facebook page. In the meantime, you may go to InstaWeb and search under the Dixie Incident for the latest information. You may also go to CAL FIRE homepage at www.fire.ca.gov. Please continue to follow social media platforms for the Lassen National Forest, Plumas National Forest, and CAL FIRE LMU. We appreciate your time this evening, and thank you for joining us.
You know, I had no idea what that bearded guy said because I was just staring at the beard the whole time, but, you know, it has a hypnotic effect. So, you know, I have to make something really clear. That was the West Zone meeting, and they're talking about, great, you know, the wind's going to come out of the north tonight and blow south, and this will be good for us. That's a different story for places like Quincy and down there by where the East Zone is going to be. So I was trying to find East Zone information, and that was from, let me see here. That one is Lassen National Park. I can read you that update, and then we've got to go and check out National Forest. I mean, Daniel Kern, you know, what does he have to say about it? So instead of a video, I think they just made a post about this an hour ago. And we are kind of worried today when new evacuation warnings and such went out for the area north of Quincy. So here it is as of about 1 hour ago. Activity on the Dixie Fire East Zone picked up this afternoon. Aggressive mop-up has continued throughout the day in Taylorsville. There were no new spots. Another spot went west of the Grizzly Spot Fire. Gosh. And crews and aviation have been working to hold that western edge. Down Grizzly Ridge, firefighters have been pre-treating the dozer line with retardant to discourage fire from moving over that ridge to the southwest, and that is something critical. And remember, Grizzly Ridge is Plumas County, nothing to do with the Caldor fire. This is the Dixie. But that is the best line they have to try to contain the Grizzly Ridge spot, which threatens Genesee, Taylorsville, ultimately, perhaps even something like Quincy. So down on Grizzly Ridge, the firefighters have been pre-treating that dozer line with retardant to discourage the fire from moving over it to the southwest. Work continued on a contingency line south of the Grizzly Spot Fire, put in place to keep the fire from hooking around to the west and coming back around to impact Taylorsville. So they were continuing it today. It's not done. 2 other lines to protect the communities to the south are complete. Yay. A third is being worked on. The dozer line around Greenhorn subdivision area was completed with the help of the local fire departments, and more old dozer lines are being opened from the Claremont fire of 2020. There will be a swing shift tonight to ensure a surge of resources to hold and continue today's progress, which means the day crew ain't going home. They are doing overtime. They're not going home for a while. So here's some of their hard, dirty work pictures. mostly just running out there with hand tools and up on the grizzly spot. There's no way to really get some dozers at the top. Sometimes it's a lot of handwork, and a little bit down elevation is where they have the dozers. I love this thing. It says Pumpzilla. This must be one of those examples of the crazy things that could fill a water tender in 2 minutes. I wonder if anybody knows about that. But it's tough terrain. It's really, really steep. And they kept talking about not putting in hot shots, by the Devil's Punch Bowl, or very carefully doing so. They avoided that for several days when it first opened up because there's no way for them to escape if things should go wrong. So they mainly tried to do a lot with aircraft, and they just said, you know what, if we can't stop that in the hills and mountains above, then why don't we just completely put hoses and soak down every building as needed. And they had that elaborate, one of the most impressive things I've ever seen, system of pumpkins and hoses. Just I don't know how many square miles of hoses that would be if it was all coiled up, but it would be a lot. And they went to defend every single structure and announced that they had hose line for every single one. Just incredible. Wow, look at that ancient apparatus. Is that like a 1950 fire truck? Dang. Now that's ingenuity. They may have pulled that from a museum or something. But, old apparatus actually can be very, very useful in fires. I've heard of them just kind of keeping them around warehouses and such and in barns. They dust them off, and even if they don't really drive them around, they sit there and they have the gear and the hose, and they act kind of as an in-between for their lines. So we don't have a video to watch, but here's some of their, work that they were doing. And really good pictures. Just that's what the community looks up and sees at night. Everybody's still around Taylorsville, even though everybody was asked to leave. Some are still around, and it's some good photography. Since it's done by the Forest Service, there's no copyright, and I can show it to you. But that's pretty amazing. I hope to be able to take shots like that one day. With my special camera. So what we should do is look at Daniel Kern's update. This was all about the West Zone. Remember, the West Zone didn't talk about the East Zone. And if you guys want me to elaborate on what I'm talking about with the wind shift thing, that's great for the West Zone. It's not so good for the East. So wherever I put windy, let me get that up there. Yeah, I think I have it on a different tab. 1 second. It means for the West Zone, like it was trying to go north. The fire is trying to go up to Old Station, to the far north, north of the volcano, Mount Lassen. And okay, here we go. We got our windy back. And well, the wind pushing it to the south is great for them. So, but here Quincy is south of the grizzly spot in question, so that's why down there they may not be so enthusiastic about such a change. So right now, let's see here, it is 7:39 p.m. I'm putting windy right here. There's going to be a change in the wind coming out of southeast, blowing towards the northwest as far as it's concerned here. And then by 11 in the morning, there's a period of time where it's pushed just south. So the north wind will blow it south before switching around and blowing towards the east. So got that pattern going. It's going to be mild here on the Dixie as far as, not too ferocious as far as wind gusts go. Very, very mild, almost nothing in the way of sustained winds. But look at Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Starting around noon? Sunday? Over here by Quincy. 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 90-degree temperature, 9-mile-an-hour sustained wind, winds out of the southeast blowing towards the northeast, and then blowing almost due north by 8 p.m. on Sunday. That's Genesee. They still got to do that crazy patrol. That region isn't out of the woods yet. So going back here. Yep, Tim, I saw that. The Foscheck video about Blanco Lirio, yeah. However, I want to say something about that video. I watched it. It's the wind that saved his friend's house and the firefighters that arrived and used their water tanks. That Foscheck did not save his friend's house. They sprayed some berry bushes with it and then ran before they even had a chance to even hook up their gigantic water tanks that they had all around the house. And so at the end of the video, he admits that the wind changed at the last moment. And because it did, fire crews came in and they were able to save his house by digging a hand line. That is what saved the house. It's helpful, and the point of his video was that it's helpful and you can help the situation. And firefighters are like, yeah, that's pretty cool stuff. They say the gel stuff is the best, the ones I've talked to. So don't have any illusions that just spraying your house or something will make it safe. It's a nice thing to have. But if those 100-foot tall flames had actually taken aim for the house with the wind, that would be toast, no matter what you sprayed on it. However, it's just another nice thing. It's another, I'm not disrespecting it, but I want people to have a clear, down to earth expectation with what it can do and what it can't. And if I were to critique that video, not that I'm in the business of that, I would have thought that, not everybody watches videos to the end. He should have put those details in the front. So, I mean, he had a crew walk up to it, and it can make them decide, having a water tank and having a defensible space can make them decide that they want to help defend your house instead of defending somebody else's house. For having retardant all over your wooden deck or something, or all over your house already, is probably one of those things that would help them make that decision. But nothing is going to save your house if you have 100-foot tall flames coming up those massive pine trees down the hill. I think that property needs to be groomed a lot better for fire, frankly. I mean, more of those trees need to be removed. But anyway, yeah, it's cool. We like every little tool that we can get. But please, don't stay around and say, hey, since I have Foscheck in my garden hose, I could stay and defend my property. No, you apply it day after day if there's fire danger. When you need to leave, you need to leave. Some of them can even operate pretty well for like 3 days, depending. Even if it's dry, it can still have some benefit. But yeah, I would hate to give people a false sense of security or anything of that nature. So, I think we're going to have a hellish Sunday, Monday, Tuesday for high wind conditions in many parts of the fires for Northern California, especially stuff like Tuesday, just because of the what people are asking me about was what was I concerned about. So I want to show you a trick on using windy, even if it doesn't say red flag, even if it's just fire weather watch or whatever the thing is. You can plant your flag over here by the Caldor fire, and there's little buttons. I mean, here you plant the flag, pull down the thing, make sure it's miles per hour and not knots, and then what you do is you take it to the future. This is a slider, and if you take it to noon on Monday or Tuesday, and Tuesday, where there are 40 to 45 mile an hour wind gusts, you can now see that these are the sustained winds. These are the 14 mile an hour sustained winds of Tuesday forecast for the Caldor fire, taking direct aim at South Lake Tahoe. And then what's worse is this is just a sustained wind chart. What happens when you put on the gusts? Okay, green is good, red is bad, right? And we're starting to have purples. You see? This is what is going to be hellish for them to try to fight the Caldor fire in. And if we go around planting the flag at different spots, you can kind of just see it's not as bad on the north zone of the Dixie Fire, but look at Quincy. It'll be blowing away from Quincy, but you know what's on the other side of Quincy is Genesee. And if the fire hooks around against in front of Taylorsville, like around the back, like to the west of Taylorsville up the hill, then these winds would rain embers all over it. So I'm absolutely delighted that they have small enough towns, you know, Genesee and Taylorsville are small, in order to put enough apparatus there and put extreme, you know, hose lay everywhere. But South Lake Tahoe and these other communities are not so lucky. They're too big, they're sprawling. And when I was looking at them with the street view, I don't see almost anything defensible, honestly, in the whole area, like Myers and South Lake Tahoe. There's buildings underneath too many trees. You know, if embers rain down all over it, I just don't see how they could possibly save the place like they would be able to save Taylorsville and Genesee. They need to keep the fire away from it, and they have several days now of milder weather to accomplish that goal. Tankers are going to be one big part of it. The dozer lines in the backfiring is probably a bigger part of it. If they can get that fire to just sort of sit in one spot or not expand too much to the east and start burning up its own fuel every day that it kind of sits there when there's milder winds like today and lesser temperatures like today and lots of smoke like today, where it just dampens down the fire activity, well, that's buying them extra time. They need time. That's what every firefighter needs, is time before the next big wind event. And if they're not going to call that a fire red flag day, because there might be some technical other things, I'm pretty sure they're going to be calling this, as the days go by, at least to watch, perhaps changing it to a red flag. I mean, today on the radio we heard, as we were listening to Calaveras County, that was changed from fire weather watch to red flag. So I am not in a jolly mood. I was playing, you know, music right to those tankers because I was depressed that they had left today to go to the other fire, and that fact that they came back was really cool. I'm desperate to latch on to anything positive right now because this is serious. This is really serious right here. I don't know. You know, Holt Hanley was the one showing this on his video yesterday, and he always has a chipper attitude. Somebody with a meteorological background could explain. Maybe this doesn't look as bad as it looks bad. Maybe the gusts aren't going to be frequent. Maybe they are, but 14-mile-an-hour sustained winds, even without gusts, isn't even very good. And to have what looks like, you know, they keep going wishy-washy, 40 to 45 miles an hour, back down to 38, up to 45. Like every single time I check this, it's different. Thereabouts, you know. What about the fact that if there's a pyrocumulus cloud forming, it's going to make its own wind and increase it on the inside? This is still extremely bad terrain to work with. Extremely rugged. Hasn't burned in, what, 90 years or so? Maybe in the 30s, perhaps. This is everything I was looking at. Is they have to stop it far away. They have to stop it far away from Myers. I don't know what they're going to do if it reaches it. Of course, I'm not there. I'm not there, you know, looking at their prep. But you'd have to cut down half the trees in those suburban-ish sprawling neighborhoods. There's too many old buildings. They're just made out of wood. And you know, it's I actually think some of the smaller communities have a way better chance of being defended than the bigger ones here. So it's just we can just hope and pray and fingers crossed that A, the weather's going to be not as bad as they're seeing here. B, that they have their time that they need to get this done. We see them doing aggressive, and I approve of it, aggressive firing ops. They're hitting it with every aircraft they've got. They're hitting it with aircraft at night. But do they have enough people? You know, do they have enough people? It just doesn't look like it. They even said we need around 5,000 people, and they're coming up with 2 and 3. You know, so it's Yeah, watching warnings and such. Yeah, and then, well, red flag warning and fire weather watch are two different things. But I don't want to go into the details. We don't really need the details. We need the basics, like what should we be preparing for. So I would say be prepared for anything. The best we could get is a pleasant surprise. And they were saying that in the meetings too, is, get prepared. There's a lot of hard decisions they're going to make. Tahoe depends on tourism, especially around Labor Day. They've already lost so much business. There's the casinos up there. There's the tourists. There's a lot of reservations. These mountain towns suffered through the pandemic, and this is just killing them. All this 2 years in a row of no revenue, not that many businesses can sustain that, no matter what kind of aid comes down the pipe. It's just, this is, I'm not envying their position of what if they shut things down and then the weather turns better and they didn't have to, and then they've crippled businesses. This is some of the hardest decision making going on probably on the planet right now. I think that, what we can do is just take care of ourselves. There's not that many evacuation routes away from the area. If you have special vulnerability, or if it would take you extra time and you don't feel comfortable in looking around your own neighborhood, you just think, man, that's a lot of flammable trees, or whatever your gut instinct is, you should be making your preps so that, you can have the very best outcome, which is leaving before you're told, before a traffic jam, before chaos. This is going to vary from person to person, So, sorry, somebody says they're telling people to shelter in place. I'm sorry. What I was going to do is go to Daniel Kern's, but I wanted to explain the weather before we did that. But if there's something else going on, should we be listening to what's going on in Sonora? That I thought this was a winding down thing by Jamestown. It looked like it. Am I mistaken? Or is there a different one? I know there's a delay between when I speak and you guys replying, but this looked pretty dang mild. Stockton. Okay. Let's take a look at what's going on in Stockton. Okay, well, we'll look at Daniel Kern's in a minute. Let's look at Stockton. All right. Yikes. 5 blocks from you? Okay. It's a fruit packing and storage complex. Is it Diamond? I'm not too familiar with Stockton. Yikes. Okay, do we have any cams? What a day, guys. The news we've had today has just been... Grr. Okay, that would be like a... either it would be one heck of a zoom. Okay, yeah, Southworth. And Valley Springs. All right, let's look at the Southworth cams. And I'll try to get us let's see if we've got a Broadcastify feed. When did this happen? Last 15 minutes? Okay, going back to the chat. Joe says it's 5 blocks from me. Okay, so let's look at the wind and see where it might want to spread. So we're looking to the southwest, and we've got a plume going mostly to the south. Are you north or south of the fire? I don't know if it's supposed to shift. Let's go put this at Stockton, and then don't take this as life-saving advice by any means. But current wind. Let's go to, what is it? 8 p.m. Should be blowing to the east. That's not exactly what we're seeing on the plume. I guess maybe at south by southeast. Okay, yeah, this is something new. Let's do that 15-minute time lapse again. Yeah, KCRA's on it. I imagine so. Yikes. So, yeah, there's a lot of fire-resistant trees out there. Some of which are by Tahoe. It's an industrial thing. Yikes. So, you know what I was just getting told today is that any fire today, be it structure or otherwise, in the next couple of days is going to be taken off to the races. And wouldn't you know it? So, yeah, let's look at KCRA. Mind you guys, I can't exactly show too much of this. You are definitely welcome to leave, watch them, come back, whatever you want to do. Large fire at fruit packing facility east of Stockton. Wow, that's gnarly. Okay, I'll show you guys for a second, but please go to KCRA. They've got some of the best fire footage ever, and they need you to visit their website for their support. But that's nasty. Wow. Look at the little explosions. Wow, that's got to be a 4-alarm fire. With 3 or 4 alarms. What do you guys think? They didn't need this today. Wow. So we can't have a dull moment today, can we? So officials told KCRA that the fire. Sorry. I just scrolled past it. Officials told KCRA 3 that the fire is at the OG packing and cold storage plant along Buyer Lane. Cold storage. Okay. Refrigerants. That can be some nasty chemicals. Don't be anywhere near that smoke is the best thing I have to say about that. Refrigerants, when they are burning, they can turn into some seriously bad chemicals. Like Stockton Fire. Okay, let's listen to it. Let's go to Stockton Fire. Doesn't Freon turn into phosgene, the chemical weapon of World War I, when it burns? Or is it Freon or is it something else? But my blood ran cold because studying World War I was like, oh my God. Phosgene, when firefighters inhale it, they feel fine after the afternoon goes by, get released from the hospital. A week later, they're dead because it kills you slowly. It attacks your lungs in a slow manner, and then all of a sudden you can't breathe. It's hard to survive phosgene. Not saying phosgene has been released here, but I'm saying that that's one of the worst things I've ever heard of. And hearing of a refrigeration place, a cold storage place with refrigerants, that's quite concerning. So I'm sorry. What is Stockton's county? Avocado says I'm not actually hearing much on Broadcastify yet. It must be on tactical channels. Yeah. Okay, Dusty's correcting me. Chlorides, fluorides, and phosgene are released as a result of thermal decomposition of the gas. Yeah, the Freon. Yeah. Yeah. So that happened at the Burger King disaster. There was a Burger King fire somewhere back east, and the fire chief showed up without apparatus. He poked his head in the door, and the vent hood thing was venting the flames above the grill to the rooftop air conditioning units. And the wind changed and blew right in front of his face. And then cough, cough, hospitalized. He's okay. Week later, he's not okay. San Joaquin, okay, it's blowing from the north. Yeah, it should be going to the south. See, we're looking southwest, and we see the plume. The plume's either going southwest or going towards the southeast. Foam insulation, yeah. Oh, I'm not saying panic. I'm saying it's bad though. Like they're facing something serious in a refrigerant cold storage structure fire. Something you don't ordinarily face. They've got their gear, But I, as a person without gear, like if I lived there, I would just be making my way away from the plume right now. We just had this happen in Oregon a couple of months ago, and I saw it distantly, and I did not go to the scene. I did not report from the scene because it was the dairy that was on fire. I was driving down I-5 and happened to be there. A dairy place with refrigerant was on fire, and it released. They had to clear something like a 5-mile radius. They had to clear like a 5-mile radius of the town because of the gases released. So going Freon was banned in 2020. Yeah, I'm sure it's still around. It usually bans like that mean like phasing something out and no new stuff can have it. I am completely unfamiliar with that. Let me go find Stockton and San Joaquin County. Okay. So all I'm trying to do is say our firefighters are heroes, putting themselves in the line of that stuff that has more hazards than the average person might think. It's not just smoke, it's not just flames. Refrigerants are nasty. Let's see here. 273 people listening to Stockton Police and Fire Dispatch. Let's try that one. Connecting. I don't hear anything, but we'll wait. Fire day. Probably have a view from the opposite direction. Nope. No, we don't.
Probation 328. Can you place myself in 307 out at 2263 East Roosevelt Street, apartment 2?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with this fire there.
3 East Roosevelt, number 2.
I bet they are on tactical channels. We've got San Joaquin County Fire and CHP. Wow, that is one heck of a. That would be a pretty sunset if not for this horrific plume in front. All right, going back to chat. I'll give that a minute, and then Instant Command is on San Joaquin 3. They asked for 10 squad cars to block streets and evacuate a representative from environmental health. Yeah, I imagine they're just going to be evacuating neighborhoods just because of the smoke. Command 3, okay, I don't know if we have the ability to listen to that. I'll turn on Fire and CHP.
English Oak.
Okay, is this the one? A cold storage facility, apparently. Commando says I'm 30 miles away.
Copy the special medical.
This has got to be a 3-alarm or 4-alarm blaze. This is, I can't show you much of this, please visit KCRA yourselves, but that's the explosions erupting from this. I imagine you can hear detonation-like sounds all over Stockton. That's unreal. Yeah, not so cold anymore. Food packing thing. Okay, so yeah, that's really dark. So
I see, go ahead. Does Lyndon Peters, Florida Dorado have any station coverage?
Paul Mayfield, I don't think anybody's panicking, but that is with seeing explosions like that, I'm pretty sure you can hear them. Yeah, well, yeah, this is a couple of hard times, you know, a couple of hard days and hard times in general. But I was warned about this. I was talking to fire people earlier, and the opinion is just with the weather is any structure fire or any wildfire that takes off today will run to the races because of this.
I see, I'm still checking. I know that Lyndon is covered. Anyway.
Because of the dryness and other factors, the warmer temps and a couple other things going on. And so what did we get of structure fire today? Then, well, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Tim Watson, don't just sit in the smoke. Vacate.
Florida Dorado and Lyndon Peters have station coverage. Lyndon Peters does, Waterloo Dorado does not. Can we see if we can get a mutual aid engine for station coverage for station 51?
Right channel. Thanks, Commando. But yeah, there are explosions on the plant. It doesn't mean there's explosions anywhere else. I mean, we just saw that. The plant has large spools of plastic bags in there. Yeah, the amount of plastic. I mean, just burning plastic can give you cancer if it lands on your hair, lands on your clothing, and lands on your skin, and you don't immediately launder and get in the shower. Like you don't breathe that. The sweet smell of burning plastic is extremely bad. I not really responded to, but I was, well, you know, weird things happen to me. I was near a power grid substation when that thing exploded, and I thought it was a plane crash, and so I thought I was maybe racing to the scene of a plane crash, and it turned out to be the power substation, and they wouldn't allow anybody to be under where the plume was because there were these tiny, tiny particles of ash that were falling, and they were like, get away from this. This is some of the worst chemicals known to man. And I was like, don't have to tell me twice. I'm out. So it's large enough to be detectable from space. That's one heck of a fire. That's got to be like a 4-alarm fire. Yikes. So let's see if we got any other news on it. What is this?
SIC Command 3.
Placer County. Okay, I clicked on something wrong there. I'll go look at KCRA, but really copyright. And I'm going to go, of course, back to talking about Caldor and everything, too. We were going to play Daniel Kern's video because Quincy is, you know, on everybody's mind, Genesee and Taylorsville.
And then cover if they can.
Okay, I'm muting that for you guys. Oh, my ears. Whoa. And people wonder why I mute the radio. It's for your own.
Engine to move up and cover station coverage for Dorado Fire, Woodbridge Fire. One engine requested to move up and cover station 15-1. On command 6.
Start with case.
Answer engine 7-1. Go ahead and have engine 7-2 attached to that call.
Copy engine 7-2 handling.
Command 6, engine 7-2 en route.
Engine 7-2 en route for station coverage.
Okay, so we can't actually hear the battle going on. Like the tactics, we can only hear dispatch. Unless somebody has a different channel for us to listen to. Yeah, RJ says the city of Stockton is not going to be able to get this one done. Yeah, without help. True, you know, they're dialing numbers right now. Stockton, by the way, has one of the coolest YouTube channels ever. Stockton Fire, I've learned so much from their educational channel, Stockton Fire History. And all of this is not copyrighted because it's work, you know, it's filmed by the government. And they helmet cam a lot of what they do and go into structures with helmet cams and everything, victim rescue. This is one of the coolest things I've ever heard of, and they explain it and analyze it so that other fire crews around the world and lay people, of course, can also get an idea of some of their really good tactics that they have. So there's a new culture on the internet where they want you to record fires with your cell phone, whatever you're doing. They want people to record fires, upload it, you know, notify so that they can critique themselves, their own response. And the new culture is sharing these videos with the crews around the world, and they all in the comments sections and other places and in classes talk about how different crews from around the world would have come about the same type of firefighting. And instead of being competitive, they're trying to damp down that, squash that old way of, we do it better in Chicago, or you know what I mean, just any other town. Now it's all about learning from each other. And they're one of the early adopters that embrace that kind of a culture, and it's good. I'm quite impressed with everything I've seen on the Stockton Fire channel. And just informing the public about things. Yeah, Coho Val, you've seen it too. Okay, the Caldor cams are in infrared. This has gone blurry, so we should definitely check it out. But I just wanted to show you guys that. Oh, here's some vehicles. Vehicles driving by in Caldor. Now you can tell here that the camera's not calibrated because all the vegetation is a solid yellow. A lot of it's cool enough now in the shade and stuff to be that it should be purple. So hopefully they'll calibrate that. Yeah, we're going to infrared. Let's do last 15 minutes. Danaher. And we'll go back to Caldor in a minute after looking at Daniel Kern's.
See one more Type 1 engine.
Dire Mountain.
Additional Type 1 engine.
So that's Indian Valley. There's Lake Almanor. Alright, I think since we're not going to hear much, we should go to Daniel Kern's. To the right here is Dire Mountain. Yeah, to the left is, well, Susanville. Now it's showing the foil of the lookout tower is wrapped in some aluminum foil, pretty much. Usually, the way to read this is usually the same image. They may not be exactly timed to each other, but the cams are looking at the same thing. I'm hoping it will pivot around and show us Indian Valley. Let's see. Wow, Helen, that's cool info on trees. The Caldor community meeting, in case anyone hasn't seen it yet. Yeah, you can always rewind this video. We watched it around 6 or 5, I can't remember. And then hit the live button to come back to see where we are live here. So, yeah, it looks like we won't hear anything. I'm going to turn off San Joaquin County. And, Commando, if you hear things on your tactical channels, just, if you have time, type it in and let us know how Stockton's going. That's pretty crazy. I want to have eyes on the French fire. We have wanted information, but they didn't have a meeting today other than like a little blip of an update. And these cameras are blind. Infrared might show us stuff in a second. Okay, there's Wolford Heights. We can't even see the fire. Shirley Peak shows part of it. But Tobias Peak went dead to us 15 past noon and is still dead. So we would love to know if Kernville and such is okay, but we really can't see anything down there at the French fire. So here's Mount Danaher over at Caldor. Oh yeah, there we go. Finally, clarity. We can look at Flight Radar 24. We don't have any aircraft over the Caldor, but whatever that is. Aircraft type NA. 38-year-old craft at 14,000 feet. And it's doing a loop thing. That's probably the start of the characteristic pattern for the infrared mapping. That's how they'll update how big the Caldor fire is by tomorrow, probably at 5 in the morning. Yeah, it looks like a mapper. 14,000 feet. Yeah. So it's safe above, those thermal updraft things that could rip it from the sky if it was lower. That is one nice image. So now Danaher is kind of looking at Sly Park and every sort of almost more like Sierra Hills, I want to say. Sierra Springs, I'm sorry. I think it's more like it's looking at Sierra Springs. Here's Stockton. Blurry. Yeah, so this is looking at mostly Sierra Springs. And this is the FLIR from the same area, but it's not really looking at it. And it's not calibrated, so hopefully they'll fix that. So, yeah, it's a recon plane, okay. So, Commando says at Stockton they're just moving resources around. They're trying to backfill stations with move-ups and make sure to make more resource requests, yeah. Whenever they leave their stations, they have somebody else. They need somebody else to come and man, just in case somebody starts a kitchen fire somewhere. Once again, the third, lots of people seem to be forgetting to eat. I have talked to a few and sleep is off. Yeah, we're all pretty on edge. It's just to be expected. But that's why it's so important, at least part of the day, to have a little bit of humor and just, Alan T says, I went through hazmat class years ago, taught by Stockton, BC. He was very knowledgeable. That's cool. 25 WSM fan, Aaron Judge that plays for the Yankees is from there. Yeah. Yeah, it's got some rep. Okay. All right. So Yeah, Coho Val, I'm pretty sure they'd be warning people around a chemical fire. I mean, refrigerants. I mean, it doesn't even have to be some dangerous refrigerant or gas leak. It's the amount of burning plastic, whatever is making that smoke black. You don't want to be near that. You just don't. There's probably vehicles that were ready to be loaded with the day's. There's probably semi trucks in there, and there are refrigerants in the semi trucks. If it is a cold storage fruit type facility, there's probably dozens and dozens of semis. I mean, you know what we could do is look at the satellite and just see what the facility looks like. Who knows how old the satellite data is. But if you see a bunch of trucks, I assume it's this thing. Or is this thing? Let's see, where's our... margin of error. We could, if we have an address, oh yeah. See, look at all the semi-trucks and the trailers for them. I imagine it's this that's on fire. That's typically what you see. I didn't truck drive for very long, but, you know, been to the facilities. That puts the scale into perspective. Look at how small the oh wow, okay. Look at how small the parking lot vehicles are compared to the facility. That's massive. God, this could hurt the whole community, like, for jobs. Because it looks total loss from what we saw. This will be studied. You know, this will be studied. This type of structure fire. Wow. So, but you got really big, flat open fields, and you've got your streets. I'm not terribly worried about spread looking at this. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm worried about the smoke fallout. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. The explosions ripping the place. I mean, it could have been something as simple as a whole bunch of semi-trucks, you know, their little, their diesel tanks going off one by one and chain reacting, but I have a feeling it's something a bit deeper. Yeah, plastic shipped into the thing. Cherry pie fillings going up, Bob. Not the fruit. No, I mean, I am sad for the community. This is one of their major employers. We just don't... California doesn't need more crap. Okay. Alright. We'll just cling to whatever hope we can to cling to. So, I'm hoping this would twirl around and show us the FLIR. I wish it would. Let's look at Sierra Tahoe. There's our Dire Mountain, and that's right, I keep forgetting, guys. Let's look at what is Daniel Kern's having to say, the cosmic being himself, about the situation that we all want to know about by Taylorsville. So he has 2 uploads, I hear. Yay. One of which is talking about something else. I can't remember which one was less relevant. So let's go back up here.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It is Thursday, August.
Mind you, this was 6 hours ago. Let me update that. So it is Daniel Kern's Dixie Indian Valley update 6 hours ago. Okay. Okay, it would help if I spelled Daniel correctly. This keyboard. Daniel. Okay. Here we go.
26th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Go ahead and start with a fire update, because we have, in my opinion, some pretty darn good news for us today. So just to orient you all, here's Taylorsville. right here where we're standing, Mount Jura, to the east of us. So they actually put in, we'll start up here on the top. Here's Foreman's Ravine right here. The plan was to bring fire all the way down to this little point, but they put some dozer line in there. They were able to bring the fire to that. That is holding, so the fire didn't actually make it all the way to the point out there, so that's good. Dozer line up over the top here is holding. This line, we watch them bringing fire down here. Now, from my understanding, all of this piece now between the fire's edge out here, all up behind Garcia's, Mary and Crystal's old house, everything across the street from the Schrammels, all the way up to the campgrounds. That has all been lit now. I can show you what that looks like. Right out there. Okay, so I'm looking where you can see that smoke coming off that. That's all this bit right here that's smoking out. So that has fire to it. You can see kind of over there next to that telephone pole. There's some good amount of smoke rising up out of there, but it all, I mean, as far as fire goes, everything is going to plan in that piece over there. So the deal with that is, if we can get through today, the winds are supposed to be expected to be similar to yesterday, that southwest wind. So that is very favorable wind conditions for this all burning off and not casting any embers across the road or across the creek into Taylorsville or into any of these houses that are down in that area, like Schrammels and everybody along Grizzly Bar Road there and everybody along Mill Race Road. So now it's kind of the most critical moment. The fire is closest to us because it's down there. But again, unless something major shifts or happens with the winds, this is expected all to burn off successfully without affecting us over here or anybody essentially that's west of that road over there. So that's very good news on that. We'll come around the Grizzly spot here. So some more very good news. There's that drainage that comes down off the Devil's Punch Bowl and goes down towards that really sharp corner, just past my mom's house in the Saddlehorn Ranch with the green gate on there. The fire was kind of naturally hung up in that drainage. It wasn't really progressing a whole lot to the east or to the west, from there. They were able to get hand line and hose lay off the top of Grizzly Ridge down over half the slope down to contain that fire. Those of you who are aware of the terrain up there, that's no small feat for those gentlemen and ladies to have accomplished. So it's pretty incredible. Very good news that they are holding this in there. They also have hose lay and hand line that comes up from that corner and comes up. There's a little gap in it here in the middle, but it's really rocky. They're not expecting them. I'm sure their plan is to tie that in together. It's just not been completed yet. They're using helicopters to, there's a little spot that came over. Some of you might have seen that. They're going to use helicopters to knock the heat out of that, take care of that spot, and then keep this cooled down, this gap in between the hand line hose lay, as they're figuring out how to tie that little piece together. So that is incredibly good news. If this can hold, then we do not have to worry about fire coming up from the south and into Taylorsville and up through the Montgomery Creek and all that. And that's really wonderful news. There's a lot of amazing wilderness in that chunk there that I was not really looking forward to watching burn. So right now, plan is in place. Plan has been working. So that's really cool. Good news there. So still black around Mount Huff, black around Crescent Mills, black. You're going to see there's going to be a lot of smokes and little localized flare-ups for probably several months until we get heavy rainfall or the winter's snow. You're going to see smokes and flare-ups, all internal. So just so that everybody's aware that that's going to continue happening, but as long as it's well internal in the black, it's not a threat. So much it's just the natural process of things burning off. Same holds. No major changes out in North Arm, around North Arm. Things continue to cool off around Peters Creek. and all this bit back in between Peters Creek and Foreman's Ravine. Everything is very much holding and going to plan out there. The north side of the Genesee Road going out all the way out to the Antelope Grade, that is all holding, all cooling down. They're doing a good mop up around the structures. Mop up just means putting out anything that's smoldering. They want to get 200 feet into the black, put out all the little smolders around the structures where it's cooled off. And off the road too, so that we don't have any issues along the road or any of those structures over there. This the Walker spot, as they're calling it, the bit that's over here going into the Walker fire burn, not doing a whole lot. It's not going out, but it's not progressing very much. There's not a lot of heat in there. It's just kind of petering out in those areas where all the fuel's been removed from the Walker fire. This dozer line along here, along the bottom, down by the Ward Creek Road, all this is holding. There's been a couple little spots up here towards the top that have given them some problem, just giving them trouble. But nothing's pushing out, nothing's doing any major line jumping. They're just struggling really hard to keep this contained in here. So good news here. I'm sure they're working hard to get this buttoned up and keep this thing corralled back into the Walker burn over there. Where we have now, it seems as though if we can hold, if everything goes to plan the way I was talking about on Mount Jura and for the containing this western side of this grizzly spot here, then that's really good news for Taylorsville. So we have, tensions are building as far as East Quincy goes. Let me see if I can zoom out here far enough. So East Quincy here, Greenhorn here, and that grizzly spot pushing up towards the ridge there. So I believe there was a evacuation warning issued for potentially parts of, you check with Plumas County Sheriff's Office, right? But I believe parts of Chandler Road, maybe some of Greenhorn, some of this stretch in between there. That is precautionary at this time. They're trying to make sure that everybody is ready. Oh, there we go. Got you back. They're trying to make sure everybody is ready to move. Should you need to? Should that spot should the grizzly spot jump their dozer line? So they have dozer line that runs all the way from the black over here on Mount Huff, across the Grizzly Saddle and down towards Argentine. I believe this is Argentine in here somewhere.
Catch up for a second.
Yeah. 1 second, folks.
We're going to do the second test.
Okay.
He knows, but the operator of this one isn't there yet.
Okay.
I don't know where he's at.
Okay. I'll be over there. I'll be over there in a few minutes.
5-3.
5. Does that work? All right.
That works.
Thanks, Sergio. We got local structure protection in here, or I should, San Diego and other national city, other folks from out of town. We've got an above ground hydrant system that goes through town to some key spots. We're going to test that again, just to make sure that all the flows are adequate.
It's amazing.
So we're back to this grizzly spot here. So they have containment lines all the way out here to, like I said, I believe that's Argentine, or that might even be past Argentine. Anyways, I'll let you guys pick that apart on the maps when you have a chance. But should this bit of fire, this grizzly spot, get across that line, it could potentially impact these places. Great, it has a long ways to go. Let's count. Quincy is down here, so we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll call that 7. It's about 7 miles, right? So some ground to cover there, but they're also tomorrow is Friday. The winds are supposed to shift a little bit tomorrow, and Saturday the winds are supposed to come more from the north and the east. So that could potentially test these lines. This eastern part of the Grizzly Slop that's up here on Peel Ridge and working its way up Little Grizzly Creek, that is very much that is not contained right now, and that continues to spread out this way. So as it spreads along that northeast facing aspect of Grizzly Ridge, the more it spreads out. When those northern and eastern winds come, right, it's going to want to push it up to the ridge and up to the ridge, Grizzly Ridge, and test these lines. So we have that. We're going to have that to contend with on these lines. They did do, as some of these fingers reached up and threatened to bump the ridge and cross these lines, they did do some backfiring off the line here. Everything I've heard about that was that it was successful, and a good buffer, so that when this fire reached the ridge, it wasn't able to bump across. I have quite a bit more to talk with you folks about. Not fire, just general observations and things, but we need to go do a test of this hydrant system that we have here in town. And so I'm going to break now, and I will be probably within the next hour or so get back to you guys and give you an update on some good news and some amazing stories of unity and coming together and community members working with fire department and law enforcement. I've got some examples of that I want to share with you guys. I also have some things that you need to be aware of, just regarding general policy and red tape and all the things that are going to be obstacles for us rebuilding and fixing our infrastructure here after this catastrophe. So stand by for that. I'll be back with that real quick.
Okay.
Moment of silence for our natural.
Whoops, his prayer gets interrupted. I was just going to applaud Daniel. Man, we love you. What an excellent analysis, day after day, several times a day. Just the dude's a man. So is this all about the school? Let me make sure he's not talking about fire in the second video.
Hi, good afternoon again, everyone. August 26th, 2:35 in the afternoon. So follow up to my first video. The first video today was basically a fire update, which everything is looking pretty good for us. In case you missed that one, just do a quick one for you here. Everything is holding. Everything continues to be black that was black. Everything's cooling off down at Peters Creek, cooling off along between Peters Creek and Foreman's, holding the lines here that come off the south end of Foreman's, holding the lines above this little foot on Jura. All this piece in here, this drainage that comes down into the Taylorsville campgrounds. You can see that right there. Smoke's on that. It's this little piece, this little hump right there with smokes on it, right? That's this piece right here. It's doing exactly what we hoped it would do. Burning off. They'll be able to get it cooled down before a potential wind shift happens tomorrow. Grizzly Slop, again, still, they got hand line on this western side. They're expecting to hold, which is great news for this whole piece in here and great news for Taylorsville. Continued to be challenged by this bit that's spreading out to the southeast there, and by this stuff that's pushing the top of Grizzly Ridge. They got good dozer line in place there, and they've been doing some firing operations to kind of minimize the force with which this thing hits the top when it does. Everything out on the north side of Genesee continues to cool down and hold. No structures have been lost anywhere. I don't know that I said that. You know, there's some of you are aware up past the Genesee Valley Ranch on that Walker Mine Road. There's a few structures that are tucked away in the thicket up there. I've been told that everything still stands. There are no structures that have been lost anywhere. Out here in Genesee, no homes, right? Again, I believe some outbuildings here and there were lost, but no homes, no major infrastructure has been lost out there. I just want to reiterate that and give credit where credit is due. The amazing crews that were, they can't contain the fire, so they sit on a house and hold it and ease the fire around it. And it's quite challenging, and it takes some courage and takes some dedication to duty, and that has been happening flawlessly out in Genesee and throughout most of our valley. So just want to acknowledge that. Okay, so part of the reason I'm doing this second update, so there's some...
Okay, so it's about schools, and we don't need to know about school districts. It looks like we can't see the Stockton fire any longer, the raging wet four-alarm inferno. I'm tempted to turn on KCRA. We can't really see the smoke or anything from here either. I don't know if they're live with that crazy fire that's going on in the fruit packing plant. I'll type in large fire and fruit packing plant at Stockton. Monitoring Caldor. I guess that's my new description. Oh yeah, eucalyptus trees just need to go. I know that there's some amazing ones that are in Sacramento's park. Last time I was in Sacramento, boy, are they majestic examples of being planted by pioneers, and they're lovely. Keep those. They're in a park. The rest, off with their heads. They're gasoline trees. If you've ever seen a bushfire of Australia, they're there to promote fire. They constantly drop little paper-like leaves. They're just kindling. You pick them up. And my friend's property when I grew up had those things. And it's one of the things I ranted on a lot about last year. And so let's try to keep an eye on the Caldor. We'll have okay, this is the French fire. No, that's Sonora. So the thing at Sonora is not over, but it's way died down from when we saw it earlier today. Here's Rocky Point. This is what's going on with, this is the only view of the French fire that's worth anything. And I don't even know what we're seeing. We're kind of looking over at Wilford Heights. We got a typed update today, but nothing, like no video to watch. I think tomorrow at 6 we'll have one. Looks okay. You know, they had a good report of mostly saving things yesterday, just fingers crossed. Whatever was going on down here in Southern California looks good. Gotta close some tabs. Yeah, it was earlier today at Sonora. I hear that Arola fire is 25% contained. That surprises me. I thought it was a lot more containment, but today's crazy thing happening. This is live Indian Valley from Dyer Mountain. Whoops. It's gonna look just like Daniel Kearns was explaining, quite flammable, but he said it's just gonna do what it's gonna do. The strange thing about tonight is we're going to get more winds than usual. That's basically what I've been warned about, and it's generally in favor though of most of what's going on with the Dixie Fire. I just don't know how it'll play out. You know, over here by the Grizzly Ridge on the Dixie Fire, it has nothing to do with the Caldor. So yeah, but eucalyptus constantly bleed a sap and an oil that impregnates and falls all over. It impregnates its bark, like it's from its own bark. It sloughs off like skin constantly. You can go up to eucalyptus and kind of touch it and peel it, and you're underneath your feet, crunch, 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 because it's just it's like raking leaves in the fall, but they're paper-like leaves about the size of your middle finger, and constantly sap drips all over the tree and off of it. And so when you walk away from the eucalyptus, underneath your shoes, all those leaves are stuck to the bottom of your shoes, as if you walked into tar and feathers, you know. And then there's dead birds all over the base of the eucalyptus, because there's insects attracted to the eucalyptus. And the birds of Australia evolved beaks that are super long, and they dip into the sap, and they don't have a problem. Native birds have beaks that are pretty short, and it gets in their nostrils, and they can't breathe, and they just flop over dead. I mean, they kill a lot of wildlife, and then any sort of a match, a spark, anything at the base of eucalyptus, it's like somebody has taken the tree and soaked it in gasoline and lit a match. I mean, that's just the way they naturally are. And there was a huge scam. They're all over California now. In the 1800s, when there was a lot of over harvesting, they wanted they wanted lumber to grow back fast, because the railroad wanted lumber and the mines needed lumber for the to prop up the wood in the mines, prop up the ceilings. They were building California, and then there was a 1906 earthquake. They needed to rebuild San Francisco, and there's just all this lumber demand, and they're like, what should we replant? Yeah, I'll look at KCRA in just a second. And the propaganda was it grows really fast. It's perfect for the railroad. It's perfect for mines and stuff. In reality, sure, it grows pretty fast, but when you dry it out, it warps. So it threw trains off the tracks. It's really no good for building because you wouldn't want to have a wavy building. And it started fires, killed wildlife, and I'm sure it grew fast and it looks nice. It's also extremely, like people with allergies, I can walk near eucalyptus bushes and come out with my eyes swollen shut. Yeah, they used them for windbreaks. They cut down the oaks, which were fire resistant, and unfortunately, and then they replaced them with eucalyptus, especially next to highways, all over the highway system. And now, instead of fire breaks, our highways are giant fire infernos, where it's hard to stop a fire, and it's bad. It's just bad, but there's something we can do about it. At least we can cut those down, put the oaks back, and help heal the land. So, just one part of the puzzle. Going back to KCRA, they're live. Is it on their YouTube? Is it on their YouTube or ekcra.com? Let's check their YouTube. Like I said, there's 35 reasons for these wildfires, climate change being number 35. Well, that's going to be an international thing. We don't have to worry about too much. The 34 other things, we could roll up our sleeves and get to work right away. And as we start preventing mega fires, then, well, that helps the planet and helps the climate with the pollution and emissions and whatever. Because even if people who don't believe that CO2 matters, they believe that pollution matters. I mean, nobody likes the smoke pollution, so we're all on the same side, no matter what the heck we believe. And that's why we should work together and just get started. So let's go to KCRA. KCRA. We tried listening, and we couldn't listen to anything.
Hit subscribe.
We couldn't hear anything at that massive Stockton 4 or 5 alarm fire, whatever it is, at the fruit packaging plant. It's just one more devastating blow to the economy and just everything here. And I don't want people to confuse that with today. We're looking at the future. We're going to have a terrible Tuesday, I think. Monday and Tuesday look bad for all the fires of the region, all of them. But one thing at a time. So I don't see them live on YouTube. Just gonna see if they've got a live thing on their is it on television? I mean, where are you guys seeing the whole live thing with Stockton? I just see the short video clip. Does anybody have a link? I have a 1-minute video clip, which, by the way, if you haven't seen it, was pretty crazy with the explosions. You can go ahead and go to KCRA to see this. But that plant's a 6-acre facility or so. That's going to be a total loss. You see the explosions ripping through. That's probably I mean, it could be refrigerant or gas or whatever, but there's probably hundreds of semi-trucks having their diesel go off too. So timber companies will replant. Yeah, most of them died during drought. Yeah, but see, laws will dictate how well we get a handle on things. You know. Going back here. It's live on YouTube. I don't see it. I'm there. I'm at Vizio's. I'm at home. It says Christmas Valley residents prepare for possibility of something. streamed 27 seconds ago. So it must have just ended, and that's why there's no live button. I don't like YouTube. I mean, I love YouTube. I'm part of YouTube, and I love it. Don't ban me. Okay, so like I said, I can't just show you. Like, here's their footage, and let's steal it. You know what I mean? I can make commentary, and my commentary is that looks like it's burning to the ground. I don't know which angle they're filming this from. I would imagine from the northeast, because wasn't the wasn't the smoke plume going to the south from our other cams? Yeah, wow. Okay, yeah, that's like a 5-alarm fire. I would give anything to be hearing the local Broadcastify stuff. Whoa. So, you'd almost expect to see it on this infrared image from this cam. That would be one heck of a bright spot if it was visible. It's so hard to tell between city lights. Yeah, there's the plume. So if we draw where we're supposed to be looking at, let's see how it turns into infrared if there's anything bright. I don't think we can see it. Darn. Okay. Well, assuming that's where the plume was, I mean, it could be originating from like right there. Let's try this again. A show called Broken Wood and then Deswood music. They have a knockdown on the fire. It practically went on as fast as it started, and KCRA pulled the plug. Okay, well then I guess it was by the time I went to infrared, there wasn't much to see. A knockdown, or do you mean did it just sort of burn itself to the ground that fast? Because that, well, you know. Oh, yeah, the Airoli was 25% containment the last time I looked, but we could check it out. This is Dyer Mountain. This is Indian Valley. We're going to continue to look at that. This is the Caldor fire at Mount Danaher. As I was looking at KCRA, I just saw their footage here. Okay, so in, how do I say this, Tulum County? I thought it was Tulum, but somebody trolled me and said it was that, but it's not. So a fire in T County has prompted evacuations in Jamestown and Sonora, the Sonora area this Thursday afternoon. That by the time they wrote this article is 5% containment, 80 acres as of 6:55 p.m. and power outages are ripping through the area. They have an EVAC map, and they said stay tuned for the rest of the story. They have a neat little map, and we know Calveras being right next to it. There's the Washington and the Arola fires, and we watched that. We watched them do an amazing tanker drop on the Washington today. But I have no idea what damage assessment's going on in Jamestown. I could go and try to find their county Facebook page for their fire department to see if we can find new information. But this is on KCRA if you want to go look at it. They've got some road closures, and the camera was this one, Sonora West, and you can still see a bit of the smoldering, but it's zoomed in quite a bit, and there's some hills in the way, and the closest cams don't really show us a good picture of, well, what's going on over by the Washington or Arola fires. We it's the best we can do, and I'm going to try to look at county's website. Say it like Cindy. Say it like Cindy. Tuolumne, like Cindy. Tuolumne. Oh, Tuolumne. Tuolumne. Oh, the roof fell in and it burned up, Commando said. Well, that explains it. That explains an easy knockdown. It sort of burned itself up. Okay. Tuolumne. Okay, I'm just going to say that. Yeah, 25% contained now. Good. That's up a little bit from today. Let's go and see if there's a later update. Who is calling me? Okay, hang on a second. Be right back.
Juliet, go ahead for communications. communications on command. Division Juliet, communications on command. Division Juliet, negative contact, 2059. Caldor Communications, Division Foxtrot, Trinity on command.
Division Foxtrot, Caldor Communications, go ahead.
Additionally, all nighttime resources, correction, all daytime resources are off the line. Division Foxtrot.
Division Foxtrot, Caldor Communications, copies.
Dozer 638, November, command.
David 277, 1039. So far. Division Juliet, Caldor Communications, copies.
9 Papa, November, command. November, go ahead for 9 Papa. Two dozers coming at you. They're just getting to the machines now. Dozer 539, dozer 534. Copy, dozer 539 and 534. Okay, perfect. Branch 10 Hotel. Hotel, Branch 10. Speaking with 41 Charlie, we can access 2278 off our division and they can return to their previous assignment. Yeah, copy, and they were assigned to Division Foxtrot, correct? Division Delta. Division Delta, Branch 10 on command. Branch 10, Branch 1, go ahead. We loaned 42 Charlie to Division Hotel this afternoon, and structured threat's been mitigated, and we'll send them back to Division Delta. Yeah, affirmative. Have them meet me at the fire station on Sly Park. Branch 10 copies. Hotel, I didn't copy any of that. 42 Charlie is released back to Division Delta. Have them meet with Branch 1 at the fire station on Sly Park. Branch 10 Hotel, we were inquiring. It's Task Force 2278. Okay, copy that. 2278. They are released back to Delta and have them tie in with Branch 1 at the Sly Park Fire Station. Copy. Close enough.
not ops on command. Traffic for branch 30. Branch 30, not ops trying to contact branch 20. Copy. Caldor, Division Delta.
Division Delta, Caldor Communications, go ahead.
Caldor Communications, Division Delta. Can you contact CHP? I need to have a water tender number 20,169 allowed to go in on Happy Valley Road. Division. Additionally, they're going to get 5 or 6 Dodge pickups with a hand crew coming through there, and I need to have CHP allow them to go through as well. Location is going to be Happy Valley Road and Happy Valley Cutoff Road that they're holding our folks up.
Division Delta, Caldor Communications, copies.
9 Tango, 9-1. Branch 30. Branch 30, is there a place I can sign in with you face to face? Yeah, I'm currently down on the bottom end of Whiskey. You just want to head down Omo, head up Omo, and wherever we meet, we meet. Let's do that. paramedics will not be 24 hours. They'll probably head in at midnight. Hopping that up through Brophy, to your feet. Line medics from Romeo will be heading in at midnight. Caldor communications, night off. Communications good. Night off, did you have traffic for communications?
David, 1277. Hey, copy, CFS 179, subject seen on camera at 3995 Harris. Support.
Night off, communications good. Night off, communications on command. Night operations, communications on command.
Support.
Night operations, communications, negative contact, 2135. Yeah, 9460 Charlie, branch 1 on command. Night operations on command.
Night operations communications on command.
I was unable to copy that last transmission from Division Papa. Were you able to make any of that out?
Night operations, standby. Night operations communications.
Go for night ops.
We were not able to pick up any of his traffic. Also, additionally, I was not able to raise branch 20.
Night ops copy. Break. Division Papa, night ops on command.
Confirm 97. All I'm copying is A firm radios 10-1.
Division Delta, Caldor Communications on command.
On command. Working down in Romeo. We could break them free to give you guys a hand if you need it tonight.
SR4, that's clear current. 1991 Chevrolet pickup lost of Kingston, South 5.
Yeah, I copy. I think their plan was to be up in that area anyway. If you need more help, just contact Division Tango, and he'll send some more help up to you guys, and they'll be patrolling up to DB12. No problem, copy.
David, 685. 685, if you can copy CFS 182 pending in CAD, large lane.
Stations, branch 1.
Branch 1, Caldor Communications, go ahead.
Help you with Division Delta.
Branch 1, Caldor Communications, relaying to Division Delta that the water tender and the other resources were able to get through the roadblock at Happy Valley.
Thank you. David 1483 code 4.
Code 4.
127, how copy this transmitter?
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay, so I'm back. Sorry about that. Usually I tell people, why don't you call me later when my stream's over? That sounds like nonsense. I'm going to mute that till it sounds like something. And so I get back-to-back calls at night. So don't be too alarmed by this. Whenever these cameras see direct flames, they go back to color mode. But it's scary and red looking. However, they're doing a lot of firing ups tonight. They've been saying that. They've been prepping it for weeks. Unless it's saying something on the radio like, oh no, then don't drive yourself crazy looking at this all night. So we had that last night too over by the Strawberry Valley Sierra Tahoe cam, and it was all just their firing ops, different nights that look terrifying. So they're talking about a lot of police crap right now. So did they say anything here while I was on the phone that this is bad or something? Because unless they did, I'm not concerned about what I'm seeing. As weird as that sounds, I'm not concerned. Because this is year number 2 for me. Or 3 actually. In the first year, I was, oh my God. And then I realized to get the complete picture, you have to read their plans or look at their meetings. Then they'll tell you kind of like what their idea is, what their goal is. And firing ops are usually at night. So when you see big things flaring up at night, well, take note. Is it supposed to be in this area? And we know that they've been prepping Camp Creek and this whole thing for a lot of nighttime firing stuff. They did it primarily in the south down here, and they were saying that a lot of that worked. I mean, the one by Omo Ranch and such worked pretty well. And so they're going to start focusing more on right here. And, unless we hear otherwise, just disregard until you hear otherwise, if that makes any sense. But they'll switch back to color daytime mode if there's just enough brightness. In fact, some of these cams will switch back to color daytime mode if a headlight of a vehicle hits them. You can see weird flashes, like color flashes, when you do some of the time lapses. People are like, what is that? Is it lightning? And it's oftentimes the vehicle headlight is changing the color of the mode of the camera. I mean, we don't like seeing fire, of course, but I just try to tell people this will drive you nuts if you get anxious about this all night. So, yeah. Did anybody else say? Did anybody else? Did you guys hear just now? I tried to turn it on. I don't know what people were saying. Right now, it's totally quiet. That this was an issue by Pollock Pines, or sorry, not Pollock Pines, but Sierra Springs. If not, I would think that it's probably the resumption of their burning. Tonight they were planning, and they said they needed extra engines to help with the Silver Fork Road. So you'll see Highway 50 light up with everything they're doing on Silver Fork Road, which I believe is here. Yeah, Silver Fork of the American River. And, well, that's probably it. Leak Springs might give us an eye view of that. Seems like Wilford Heights is still there. Good. I would like to look at the French fire, but we don't have eyes. So this is what Daniel Kearns was talking about, that Mount Jura and other places above, Genesee and such would be burning, and we'll see that throughout the night. And so I tried to turn on Dixie, and it was just a bunch of staticky stuff. I mean, if you're on this, sometimes you can hear, and I'm just gonna give a link. Sometimes you can hit the unmute button, and it has their west. It's right down here. Let me write a arrow. Sometimes you can hear West Zone ops much more clearly, but this is the east, so it's their decision with what kind of channel they wanted to show the public. I wish, since this was a fire lookout in the middle of the east zone or well central area, that we could just flip a button to choose between tactical channels. That would be insane. They probably have all kinds of radios in this weather lookout tower, but we have to take what we can get. So, going back up, something on Facebook. Okay. Taking a look at that. So, that's the Caldor fire. Yeah. Now, videos like that can be traumatic to the people who had to drive out of their communities through the flames. So, I don't know that I want to show that. It's also seemingly somebody's copyright, photojournalist. So, go ahead and look at it if you want, and you're going to see the flames around Highway, 50? Around 7:20 p.m. And that's a lot of embers. Man, the way they rain down and bounce off the street light marbles, that's pretty nuts. But that's not anything that surprises me or that I haven't seen before. But what we try to do here is just show what's comforting, mostly, and information like what is happening right now. It's generally comforting. If it seems devastation, destruction, and more PTSD triggering stuff, we try to avoid. I mean, this is just a live cam. This is monitoring things. But if it was showing a house burning or something, I would click away from it. So, staying aware helps you reduce stress, but don't look at the cameras all night. Go to sleep. And let's turn on the radio. Right now the Caldor radio is on, and I'm not hearing a peep. That's probably because they're just busy doing their assignments and just doing their work. And then if they have an issue, they're going to call up the radio and dispatch is going to respond. Whether or not you listen to the radio all night is your own deal too. But what I've got to do here is go for a little bit. I have to transfer a bunch of videos. Let me see when I have to go. And the earlier I do this, the earlier I can sleep and be back tomorrow. Because we're going to have a couple of rough days. Every once in a while I do have to take my computer down to try to troubleshoot, like, what were my internet problems today. Call my ISP, which has 24-hour tech support. And transfer videos from solid state to the regular hard drive so there's more room for them for the next day. Restart it, etc. Just my typical stuff. When I'm done with that kind of work, I'll do the thing I keep doing night after night, which is turn on the radio for nighttime. Sorry, I was wanting to come back sooner. But my question is to you. In a couple of hours when I turn on the stream again, are you mods wanting to pull a night shift? Should I turn on chat? Or should I turn chat off? Because we would need several volunteers for sure. Because those cam girls, bot spammers, things keep coming back. Oh, Desiree Buckman, I have a question. Are combat crews still being used? Yeah, but they're phasing them out, unfortunately, and that's a mistake. It's very controversial that the governor slashed all the, I don't know if it was budget, but told them to shut down when we needed them. Sometimes they made up 70% of California's firefighting force. Yeah, we lost that last year because of COVID, but there was no excuse this year for just haphazardly throwing out one of our best tools here. And I don't care where that particular individual is. Have I thought about fixing it with a large hammer? No, I do not like computer abuse. Computers are my little children, my babies, and I build them and I maintain them. It disturbs me when people want to hit something as helpless as a kid. It's usually Windows update software, or most of my clients kill their own computer with like never cleaning them and having dust all over them and making them build up in heat. But you can't hate your car and fix it well, you know. Just don't buy an HP or something foolish like that. Like you're just asking for trouble. I know I built my baby. It's my ISP, internet service provider that are being putzes right now. They're giving me answers like, well, you know, there's some maintenance going on in your neighborhood. And I'm like, well, you know, I'm doing a very important thing, and you know, I need to get what I pay for, and you know, you better provide the service. But no buts. If you're gonna, if you want me to pay you for a service, you better provide it. We could give you a discount. No, you don't understand. It's pretty important I stay online and all websites work for me. Oh, well, have you tried flushing your cookies? Damn it, Jim, I need my internet. But I'll try and work with him. Switch if I have to. But so yeah, rated you're not able to do night shift. That's okay. Oh, 3 winters? That's cool of you. Not me, but sure missed it by noon today. Okay. Let's see here. Going back up. And I don't think just one person being on the night shift sounds like
Last minute air traffic.
Quite a burden. Those 3 winters. If the chat goes dark, I switch to Twitter. Yeah, you know, it's leaving a... Hang on. Ooh, nighttime helicopter action. Yeah, they are.
Dozer tender 2741, Swamper 2741, on command 104.
Yeah, here's the problem. I'm turning on the stream probably around 3 a.m. That's the awkward point. You know, there's a lot of people on the East Coast that might get up at 6. I can't wait and be awake or like schedule chat to turn on in the morning. Wish I could. Some police junk right there. So nighttime helo drops, but I don't think we'll be able to see that from the Woodford Heights cam. Danaher is just quite mesmerizing, but yeah, I do have to do my thing. Yeah, that's okay. I try to keep it the same volume so people aren't lowering the volume when I talk and raising it when the radio is on. That is what makes people insane. I talk in between the radio best I can, or else mute it and then talk. So, but yeah, thanks for the feedback. Sometimes I forget and I miss the tiny mute button, and it'll talk over me for a second, but I'm mostly good at catching that. But this is a hard show to run, you know. Right now they're just talking about police stuff. But yeah, I think if we don't have 2 mods that would do the shift from Pacific 3 a.m. to noon, when I'd probably be able to come back. That's a tall order that people have to switch off, you know. Um, so sometimes I just go completely dark, and you know what the result is? Well, people in the polls say at least put something up during the night, at least something. And then if I'm gone, I get 300 emails saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And it's like I do sleep, you know. I do the show until like midnight, and then it takes 3 in the morning until I do everything in the day that I should have been doing. Sometimes I get to bed earlier, but you know, you still have to empty the dishwasher and bathe and stuff. And then I wake up, just throw on clothing and sit down at the computer and start. And these days, I used to wake up real early for the 7 a.m. meeting, and then just not getting enough sleep was killing me. So it's real hard to juggle. Getting on at noon is usually a pretty good idea, because that's about when the helicopters have come out, or 11. That's when all the morning videos are there, ready to see. The early morning hours are just too quiet to even warrant, me talking about it. Spotify has Cal Fire frequencies. Oh, Middle NPC or California time. Yep. And the problem is that the vast majority of the viewers and mods are West Coast. There's a couple, like 3 Winters, who are awesome, and a couple volunteers from elsewhere. But yeah, I think I'll check back in at some point in time. Turn on the chat, see if anybody's willing to mod at that point in time. It'd be like 3 a.m. or 4 maybe. And C Probe says, I've created an audience of junkies who go into withdrawal when my stream is off. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, so Smitty, you're 2 hours ahead Central Time. Okay. So yeah, I'll just play it by ear. I'll just see if anybody is volunteering enough. But for the next couple of hours, we got to go down. The computer needs the maintenance. So I've got to call the ISP. Live audio of me snoring would be reassuring. Oh gosh. Oh. You know, the scary thing is that probably in today's voyeur culture, that would probably, you could probably set up a stream of me, somebody sleeping. Like anybody could go say, watch me sleep throughout the night. And there would be an audience of that. It would probably be profitable, like just because of how big YouTube is and how many millions of people are out there. Some people would be like, oh, snoring gets me to sleep, and they just donate money. I want more snoring. If I curled up with a cat and slept that way and just had a webcam of me and a purring cat, I bet a lot of people would be like, more, read a bedtime story and then curl up with a cat and I'll go to sleep too to it, It's hard to get to sleep anymore. Yeah, you can find that kind of stuff on Twitch. Really? People curling up to go to sleep with a cat. Okay. Sam Breedlove, thank you for what you're doing here. Thank you for being here. By the way, my pug Patty Cakes talks over me a lot too. Grateful in Volcano and Pioneer. Well, yeah, we're rooting for you. I love Volcano. It's one of those places I always wanted to go. The Motherlode tour. Guys, when this is over, come meet me. We'll have a tour. We'll have some parties. Your cat is interested, Mental NPC? Yeah. You guys would have loved my bird. I wish he was still alive. He spoke in my own voice. And when I was trying to play video games back in my youth, he'd sit on my arm, my mouse arm, preen his feathers, and then interrupt my team speak. I think that was what I used at the time. And then shout commands at my teammates. Open fire! Open fire! Need backup! And it was hilarious. And, you would have loved him. So, yeah, Volcano's awesome. I don't remember. I think I was too young to remember consciously seeing it. But when I open up the California Ghost Town books, and when I get my camera together and start filming ghost towns, oh yeah, Volcano. glorious past. Thank you for everything you're doing. I want to thank the other fire survivors for their support. It's been an unintended support group. No, it's been an intended one. I have groomed this. I have kicked out hundreds of people who are just bad to create this as a supportive family unit, because that's what people told me they wanted. And I said, oh, all right, then that's what we do. I can't please everybody, but I try to make this the best kind of environment, because the people I'm trying to help, if the environment's too chaotic or too pressured or too adult content or anything, they can't be here. So why would I allow people here for entertainment reasons? I think that's sick. You know, I get a kick out of the airplanes. I really like airplanes, and I think they're a beacon of hope. I've seen them turn the tide of countless fires, and so I get jazzed about them. And I love birds too. I'm a bird lover. But somebody's watching this for entertainment. I don't know what's wrong with them. And they have been weeded out. So, ooh, black caverns, chasms. You can mine geodes in there. Ooh, yeah. So coloring with DI, I have somebody recommended. So, let's see. But you know, I have to do things for my own emotional health. I haven't really gone outside since July 14th, but a few times. I was hoping that the fires would at least get a good containment thing going on, and I could have a break in between them. When they really started feeling like they had a handle on the Dixie, I was like, whew. The only reason I'm here is I was begged to come back. You know, I felt bad. My health wasn't good during the bootleg. But I saw people coming in my channel saying, come back. And, God, that sounds like the weirdest arrogant thing. I'm not being arrogant. That is what people were doing. And so I thought, well, you know, it's the same place where Paradise Fire was, and I was quite alarmed. I'll explain to people it's very hard to fight fires, and when they really were turning the tide, I thought, cool, I can take a break. Jeez. I've got a busy summer with a lot to do because of missing all year of COVID. Well, then the fly fire broke out, and it just unturned the tide of the Dixie, and we've been here ever since. But I have to, every once in a while, just like watch The Walking Dead or something for an hour of my day, or just like see a friend. Everybody's been wanting to come hang out. I have to do that, and I hope people understand. And so those days when my angel volunteer mods are here, I'm hoping I could just take like a day off. I think I've done that twice. But I have been doing this for more than 10 hours a day, almost every day since July 14th, and sometimes I was doing it for 22 hours in a row. Got 6 hours, 14 hours a row after that, and I can't do it. So, yeah, when I say, I got to bring my computer down for its maintenance, and then, taking a phone call from a friend, I have to. So I hope people understand. What fire is on the screen? This is over by, the best I can tell, southeast of Placerville at Sierra Springs. It doesn't quite line up with see, I'm so tired and low blood sugar. Sly Park. It doesn't quite line up with Sly Park. And when we look at the cam of Sly Park here, if it'll please. Oh, I think I pressed the wrong button. Caldor. Oh, there's all the millions of needles, and some of this is a little bit of the fire suppression system that seems to have sprinklers on it. The lake is in the background, And I just think if the fire was that close, then we would be seeing a glow or something. I think it's Sierra Springs. So here's our Pullet Pines. It's still there. But that's Mount Danaher Camp. We miss you when you're off. No, I miss you guys. There's actually no other place I'd rather be. If I wasn't streaming, I'd be doing this throughout much of my day and then trying to focus on the rest of my life, but finding it rather difficult. Because here I am making movie scripts for the documentaries for all these historic towns and ghost towns, and I'm crossing them out because they're disappearing one by one. I can't. I'm beating the heck out of myself. I was supposed to be here pre-scouting in late May, going to all these places, going through Greenville and Seneca and all these places we just lost. So, but irony, even when things are bad, things have a way of working out eventually if you keep trying. And with your guys' kind support, instead of pre-scouting, I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to start filming. I mean, I have to learn movie cameras. But the camera fund has really been buoyed here. And I have you guys to thank. And so, I mean, some places I'll never be able to film now. But I can also go to interview the old timers. And if you have images of these places for my documentaries, please do share them with me. My email's in the link in the description. And do you want to be interviewed? You know, do you have memories of the region, or know about your grandpappy stories, or are you an old timer? Want to tell them? You know, you have secret places that I could film and keep them anonymous, but at least get them on film before fire takes them. Please let me know. So, yeah. Goodness, if you snore, it's warranted. Yeah. I could put the rain back on. Yeah. So, yeah, where am I streaming from? I try to remain pretty vague about that. And in reality, I mean, I've been pretty mobile around here. I was trying to move back to California. I was in the Pacific Northwest, and I moved around different places. Not in the same place it was last year. But this is getting harder and harder to move back. I wanted to move back to either Butte, EVAC County, Sutter. It's just something like that. I'm still listening to Caldor. It's a bunch of police stuff right now. But the rent and affordability and waiting lists are getting depressing. I could perhaps get a mobile trailer because I wanted to film on the road anyways, and maybe just do that. I don't know what to do anymore. But nothing is. It's even worse when I looked at it before COVID, So, yep, I'm gonna get some rest now, guys. Sometime in the middle of the night, I'll come back. If any of you guys are around, like Three Winters and stuff, I'll see if I can keep the chat up. If not, I'll turn it off, turn on the radio, and keep it on this cam and Z, But the next couple of days are gonna be worse, I think we're gonna have a bad Monday, a terrible Tuesday, and aftermath Wednesday. Just looking at all factors. I can't predict what'll happen, but everything's lining up to be bad. Not as bad as it could be. It's not Santa Ana wind season, but I don't see a lot of positives at play here. Oh, Wendy, hey, lost internet today at 13:30 hours. Watch the local Washington fire instead. ZZZ. Hey, thank you for your kind support, Wendy. So, Ms. Music, you just got home. Hey, welcome. Well, I'll be back in several hours to check in with you guys and see if. Oh, hey, Mr. B. Bayhorse Ghost Town. Yes, near Chehalis, Idaho is where I toured this summer. Check it out. Oh, yeah. Bayhorse. That one seems legendary. But yeah, I have a lot of footage. Crappy footage before, not having a good camera, cell phone footage of ghost towns. And even that is sometimes interesting that I can share with you guys as soon as things calm down. But no, I didn't want to do a fire stream. I just feel like I have to if I want to make a difference. And thank you, Mr. B and JB. And guys, go to sleep. If you want to sleep, go to sleep. Don't watch this all night and drive yourself nuts. And remember, once you've done all you can do, you've done all you can do. Just relax. And if you want to know when I go live, within every YouTube thing is this like button, thumbs up. That helps me reach other people. But then there's the subscribe button, and you have to make the bell ring. And you'll have to have a YouTube account for that, which sucks. But it would give you an indicator when I go live. I also have a Twitter link in the description of my link is in the description of my video, and you can always click that to see my video pages and see the other ones. You could, if you really don't want to have a YouTube account, you can do that, and it'll say live sometimes, you know. But hitting the like button, it would be above and beyond the Call of Duty. And like on all videos that you can, like just take 10 of them on my channel and just hit the random like button. There's a algorithm we have to trigger for trending, and that makes me show up when people are actually searching Dixie, Caldor, you know, other fire information. So, how are the fires still bad? Yeah, we're having quieter time, but it's, you know, weather is forecast to be bad, especially Monday and Tuesday. And Sunday might be kind of like the taster, the appetizer, to Monday and Tuesday's main course of worsening weather. But this is all they need is time. Remember, we've had some good fortune. We had resources sucked away with new starts, but all they need is really time. That's the best thing they can get before the next big wind event. The more time they have, the more resources they have, the more likely we're going to have good results and minimal or minimized losses. So we have some positives, you know, we have some positives. Nighttime, we have a lot of the winds dying down. Probably not tonight. It'll be a little bit more windy than usual. But that was our midnight miracle. We had like 13 consecutive nights of the fire marching up to major population centers and stopping, looking like they're going to be erased and stopping, and dying down for a couple hours where they mopped up the spots, pushed it back, reinforced their lines, and by the next night it was better. The next night it was better. It's not terrible, it's not good, right? But Tuesday, I'm going to save my, I'm going to sleep as much as I can till Tuesday, and I hope you guys understand. So, you know, this is just the police on Caldor. They're not talking about fire at all. No news is good news on the nighttime. So, oh hey, Daddy D. Hello from Taylorsville. I hope everything's going well. You feel like they got good water hookup for defending the structures? Because it looks impressive, like from what Daniel Kern is showing. Hey, Valerie Klein. Yeah, first night I can sleep with windows open, listening to crickets unless smoke settles in. Well, yeah. Good. Yeah, how is it in Taylorsville, Daddy? And thank you, Wendy. I'm gonna get some donuts in order here. I want to hear about Taylorsville before we go. Mario, thank you. You have a soothing voice. You know what? I'll try to get some children's books out. Somebody donated some to me. I didn't know what to do with them. Do you donate locally, or should I pass them out or something when I go to California? I don't know what to do with them. Maybe I'll read some. But I've heard there still could be copyright issues because technically it's worded reproduction in whole or in full or in part, is prohibited. You have to like look at the specific copyright thing. I could go back to 1800 stories like Ricky Tikki Tavi or something, you know. I'll look into it. Would you guys be interested in bedtime stories for the evacuated? Something like that? I'll do what I can. So yeah, good night those who are going. Daddy D says it's very impressive, meaning the defense of Taylorsville, helping build bridges to get equipment over the lines. Very cool. Thank you for your service to help this. Middle NPC, they arrested some drunk guy trying to sneak into the evacuated area of the Aerola last night, probably to check on his lab, so to speak. No, I don't know. 3 Winters. I have this quote up in the library. Look after any story worth reading as a child is worth reading in adulthood. Hey, there you go. I used to love Thunderhoof. That was my best kid story. Story of Thunderhoof, the horse, man. That's a classic. Paul Bunyan stories? Yeah, okay. Bedtime stories for the evacuated, brilliant. Okay. All right, well, we'll try that. But right now, I gotta go. So, remember, do everything you can do. And that means you've done everything you can do. And when you've done everything you can do, just relax. Everything else is out of your hands, so then just relax. Mark Twain? Oh, yeah. That would be fun. Maybe some of his lesser known stuff. I mean, some of the Deep South stuff's pretty dark. But Connecticut Yankee and King Arthur's Court might be a fine selection. You know, he hung out in Marysville, and then he decided to tour the gold fields, and then he went to San Francisco and hung out at the Cliff House. That would be cool. Maybe he had a diary or something, but he gets off the ferry boat at Marysville, and didn't he go up into the mountains? I don't know if he took the mother lode where he hung out, but that we should find out. I wanted to do a mini documentary of just following him from where he gets off the boat at Marysville and following his route, what it's like today. And well, now it's going to be really dark because it's all a blackened, charred. It's well done. The landscape is well done. In some spots, but there's always a lot that survives. We can celebrate Belden and other things, you know. But yeah, good night, guys. Don't listen to the media. He's a good guy. He's very stressed out. But who is? Sorry, who is? Paul Bunyan? Wait, is somebody trashing Daniel Kearns or something? Ah! Oh my God, that just gave me a heart attack. Alright. So much for soothing. He did publish all of it, Smitty says. The guy who... Oh, the guy who was in Genesee? Oh, and Daniel Taylor was defending him, right? That's the one thing I try to say is, guys, never ever let the media tell you who's a bad guy. Do the thing that's most intelligent, and it's how you resist manipulation and propaganda. The media wants you to have a strong emotional reaction. You will come back to them. If you have it, you know, nobody is interested in white paint, right? It's got to have color. It's got to have passion. And sometimes there's a temptation to immediately make a bad guy of the story and a good guy. And they do correct sometimes their mistake when nobody's really watching later, right? So they may not have the story right. They make mistakes. Always, whenever there's somebody accused of something, just like you would want other people to not judge you, resist the urge to make a judgment right away. Just sit back and say, okay, I just filed that away, what they said about this person, but I'm going to wait and see until you can always judge somebody later, right? You can always get mad later. But if you want to get closer to philosophical truth and not be manipulated or in a world of illusions, you hang back. And I've never regretted that. You can always flip out and be angry at somebody later. Because, yeah, Daniel Kern's for president. Woohoo. Yeah. Roughing It is my faith. Okay. Yeah, guys, think about what you want me to read. You know, you guys are the people keeping me going. So, heck, you know, it's really, as long as it's not offensive and at least somewhat interesting, I'll kind of let you guys choose a lot of the content. At least I can do for you. So, EVAC expand. Courage is resistance to fear, mastery of fear, not the absence of fear. Mark Twain. Yep. Exactly. There's a book called Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway, and it was really cool. Really cool. Wow, this is some kind of weird camera lens effect. So we have the fire reflecting off the smoke layer. That's the reflection. Plus the lens is at this right crazy angle to kind of amplify that. Interesting. But the celebrated jumping frog of Calaveras County, yes. Oh, M-Tonar, I'm about to wrap this up. That's Mount Danaher Cam, Sierra Springs. I believe they're doing a firing off. Because they're not saying anything is wrong on the radio. And they spoke about it today, and they've been prepping the area. And you know what? Firing ops sometimes look worse than the fire at night because it's new fuel by definition. It's where the fuel is thickest. Where the fire has been before, usually when it first reaches it, it's like whoosh, you know? And like during the night as it smolders and it keeps going, it's moderated. You see something really intense at night, odds are it's going to be their firing up. That's why you got to listen to the radio, listen to their planning with their meetings, kind of make that determination. So, yeah, good night, guys. In a few hours, I'll probably turn on the stream, see if mods can moderate chat. If not, no big deal. I'll leave the cams on and the radio on at night and see you guys around noon. Thank you all for being here. See you in a couple of hours for like a brief moment and then see you tomorrow. I'll be with you. Don't stress. Don't watch these all night. Go to sleep. Just go to sleep. Yeah. Oh, Daddy D says Mount Jura had some flames torching at least 200 feet tall. Yep. But Taylorsville is still there. So, yeah, okay, guys, yeah. Don't get me too excited about story time or I won't go to bed. Good night, all, and good luck.